Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. In 2006, I started dating a guy named Alan. It wasn't one of those relationships that begins with drama and then somehow gets better. It started calm and it stayed calm. We clicked in a way that felt simple, like we had known each other longer than we actually had. Our friends liked us together. Our families didn't worry about us. We didn't do the on and off thing, and we weren't the couple that fought in public and then acted sweet 5 minutes later. If anything, people used us as an example of what a healthy relationship looked like. I had been born and raised Wiccan, so spirituality wasn't something I was casually trying on like a new style. It was the way I grew up thinking about the world. I knew the basics, I knew the rules people teach you when they're trying to keep you safe, and I knew that you don't rush into things just because you feel curious one night. Still, as time went on, my curiosity got stronger, especially about deeper parts of the craft that I hadn't worked with before. By May of 2008, I had made up my mind that I wanted to work with the Dark Mother, Hecate. Looking back now, I can say it plainly, I wasn't ready. I had background, yes, and I had confidence, yes, but I didn't have the kind of respect that comes from truly understanding what you're stepping into. I thought that because I had grown up around Wicca, I could handle anything connected to it. I was wrong, and I didn't realize it until it was already too late to pretend nothing had happened. Alan was there the night I did the ritual. Not only was he present, but in a lot of ways I was the teacher in our relationship when it came to spiritual things. He trusted me, and I trusted myself. That night, I did what I thought I was supposed to do. I followed the steps. I spoke the words. I focused my intent. I reached out, and I felt like something reached back. At first, nothing dramatic happened. There wasn't thunder outside. The candles didn't blow out. The room didn't suddenly get ice cold. It was quiet. Normal. But soon after, something changed. It started as a feeling I couldn't explain. The best way I can describe it is this: I felt watched. Not in the normal sense, like when you're walking through a parking lot at night and you get nervous. This was constant. It was like someone had moved into the corners of my life and was just standing there, staring, never blinking. Even when I was alone, I didn't feel alone. Nighttime was the worst. When I tried to sleep, I would get this intense sense that something was right up close to my face, inches away, like it was leaning over me. You know how you can feel when someone is standing too close behind you? It was like that, but in the dark, and with no logical reason. I would open my eyes and see nothing, but the feeling didn't go away. It made my stomach twist, like my body knew something my eyes couldn't see. I tried to tell myself it was just anxiety, or maybe I had scared myself with my own expectations. I tried to laugh it off during the day. I tried to ignore it at night. But it kept happening, and it didn't feel like it was coming from my imagination. It felt like a presence. Eventually, I did a cleansing ritual. I didn't treat it like a casual thing either. I took my time, put real effort into it, and tried to do it as carefully as I could. When it was over, the difference was immediate. It felt like the air had cleared. My body relaxed. For the first time in days, I felt peace. It was like whatever had been clinging to me had finally let go. I thought that was the end of it. A few days later, Alan came to me and told me something that made my blood run cold. He said he had been hearing whispers. At first I didn't understand what he meant. I thought he meant neighbors outside, or a TV in the next room, or people talking in a hallway. But he shook his head and told me it was different. It wasn't coming from a normal place. It was inside the quiet, like the sound was sliding through the walls of reality. He said he couldn't make out full sentences at first, just soft voices, like someone talking just out of reach. Then he told me the part that scared him the most. He said he heard a woman's voice, clear as day, say one word. Tomorrow. It bothered him enough that he kept repeating it, like saying it out loud would make it less powerful. She said tomorrow? He told me. Just once, like she was promising something. The very next day, Alan totaled his car. It wasn't a small accident. It wasn't a bump or a scratch. It was a real crash, the kind that leaves your hands shaking for hours afterward. He was alive, thank God, but everything around him started falling apart after that, like the accident was only the beginning. Soon he began failing his classes. Alan had never been a lazy student. Even when he didn't love a subject, he would still show up and do what needed to be done. But suddenly he couldn't focus. He missed assignments. He stopped caring. He would sit and stare at nothing for long stretches of time, like his mind wasn't fully in the room with the rest of us. And then came the anger. It wasn't normal frustration or stress. It was rage, sharp and heavy, always close to the surface. He would snap over small things. A question would sound like an insult to him. A joke would feel like an attack. His eyes looked different when he was angry, like something behind them was enjoying the fight. If I'm being honest, there were moments early on when I wondered if he was putting on a show. Sometimes people change and they don't want to admit why, so they blame something mysterious. But there was no way Alan was faking what was happening to him, and the biggest reason was simple. I heard it too. When I lay in his bed at night, in the dark, trying to sleep beside him, I could hear the whispers. They weren't loud enough to clearly understand every word, but they were real. Sometimes it sounded like more than one voice. Sometimes it sounded like it was coming from just above the bed, like someone was leaning down between us. The timing was strange too, because it didn't happen at random hours. It always seemed to start around 3:15 in the morning, give or take a few minutes, like it had an appointment. There were nights when I would wake up suddenly, heart pounding, and feel pressure on my chest. It wasn't like a normal nightmare where you feel scared and then it fades. It was physical, like something was pressing down on me, holding me in place, making it harder to breathe. I would try to move and it would feel like moving through thick water. When the pressure finally lifted, I would sit up fast, gasping, and Alan would be lying there tense and sweating like he had been fighting something in his sleep. It wasn't just me noticing changes in him. Other people saw it too. Alan's friends, the ones who used to laugh with him and hang out like it was nothing, began pulling away. At first they made excuses. They were busy. They had work. They had family stuff. But eventually someone admitted the truth to me. They were afraid of him. They didn't know what had gotten into him, but they felt the shift. He talked differently. He carried himself differently. He would get this dark look and start talking about death like it was a normal topic for lunch. Pain. Suffering. What it feels like to lose control. He spoke about those things too much, with too much detail, like the words were being fed to him and he couldn't stop repeating them. One story in particular still makes me sick when I think about it. Alan and his friend David were in the car together, and David told me that Alan started swerving and speeding up whenever birds or squirrels ran into the road. Not to avoid them, toward them. Like he was trying to hit them on purpose. Before all of this, Alan would have done the opposite. He was the kind of person who would stop the car and wait as long as it took for an animal to cross safely. He'd even get annoyed when other drivers honked, because he thought they were being cruel and impatient. That was who he used to be. So when David described Alan laughing under his breath and trying to run over small animals, it didn't sound like Alan having a bad day. It sounded like someone else wearing his skin. David was shaken when he told me. He kept saying, "That's not him." And after that, he didn't really speak to Alan again. He wasn't trying to be dramatic. He was genuinely scared. The worst part was watching Alan become violent at home too. We fought more than we ever had before. It wasn't healthy arguing, either, where you talk things out and get emotional but still respect each other. These were ugly fights that came out of nowhere. I would say something normal, something I would have said 100 times before, and he'd twist it into something hateful. He would get close to my face and glare like he didn't recognize me. One morning before work, things escalated so fast I barely remembered the beginning of the argument. I just remember his hands on me, and then the sudden feeling of weightlessness as he picked me up. And then he threw me against the wall. The impact knocked the air out of me. I slid down, shocked, not even fully understanding what had happened. My vision blurred, and everything felt loud and far away at the same time. When I looked in the mirror later, I saw the black eye forming, deep and ugly. I had bruises in places I couldn't even explain right away, like my body had been grabbed too hard, too many times, too quickly. That moment made my decision for me. Whatever was going on with Alan, whether it was spiritual or mental or something I couldn't name, I couldn't stay in a relationship where violence was possible. I still cared about him, but I also cared about staying alive. So I broke up with him. After that, we didn't completely disappear from each other's lives. It wasn't like we never spoke again. We still had those small, awkward check-ins. Hey, here and there. A short message. Something that let us pretend we were still connected without stepping back into the mess. Then one night, at around 3 a.m, Alan called me. I remember staring at the phone, confused and instantly uneasy, because calling at that hour was never a good sign anymore. I answered, and his voice sounded strained, like he had been crying or like he was trying not to panic. He told me he was hearing the voices again. My first reaction wasn't kind. It was fear turning into frustration. I remember thinking, this man is crazy. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to accept that something I had done, something I had invited, might have tangled itself around him. My father was a psychologist, and even though I was already an adult, there was still a part of me that ran to him when I didn't know what else to do. So I called my dad and told him what was happening, trying to explain it in a way that didn't sound like a ghost story. My father listened carefully. He asked questions. He didn't mock me, but he also didn't rush to agree with my spiritual fears. After hearing what I had to say and after having met Alan before, my dad told me he saw absolutely no clear signs of schizophrenia or another disorder that would explain everything. He didn't claim Alan was fine, but he didn't think this fit the usual pattern of mental illness either. That didn't make me feel better. In a strange way, it made me feel worse, because it removed the simplest explanation. When I got back on the phone with Alan, his breathing sounded wrong, like his throat was tight. Then he told me something that made my skin go cold. He said he had woken up with deep cuts going from his neck down to his belly. At first I thought maybe he had hurt himself in his sleep somehow, like a freak accident. But he sounded terrified and confused, like he didn't understand how it could have happened. He said they weren't small scratches. They were deep enough to sting badly, deep enough that he could see the damage clearly. My mind started racing, and all I could think was that I needed to ground him, to pull him back towards something familiar and protective. So I asked him to recite the goddess's prayer, the one I had learned growing up, the one that always brought comfort. Our Mother, who art in the Summerland. I started prompting him, expecting him to repeat it with me. He couldn't. It wasn't that he didn't remember the words. It was like something inside him was blocking him. He tried to speak, and his voice cracked. He tried again, and it sounded like the air in his throat was turning into sand. And then his voice changed. I don't mean it changed a little because he was tired or crying. I mean it shifted into something deeper, rougher, like the sound was being dragged up from somewhere low and dark. It became raspy, thick, and wrong, like hearing a familiar song played in the wrong key. While I was still trying to process that, I heard another sound in the background. A grunting noise. It was like a pig grunting, but not in a normal farm way. It sounded angry, like an animal in pain, mixed with something that almost sounded like screaming. The sound made my stomach lurch so hard I thought I was going to throw up. I was absolutely terrified. I didn't know what to do. I felt like I was failing him, like I had opened a door and then walked away while he was still standing in the doorway. I had been his teacher, the person who introduced him to parts of my spiritual life, and now something was happening that I couldn't control. Then, suddenly, everything went quiet. The grunting stopped. The tension in the line eased. For a second, there was only silence, and I remember holding my breath like I was afraid any sound would bring it back. I asked him softly if he was okay. When he answered, it didn't sound like Alan. The voice was still deep, but in a different way, smoother, calmer. It didn't carry panic anymore. It carried something else, something cold and sure of itself. If I had to pick one word, it would be evil. Not like a cartoon villain, not like movie dialogue. Just a tone that made my instincts scream at me to get away. I stayed on the phone until I felt like I couldn't handle it anymore. When we finally ended the call, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. I didn't sleep after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined something inches from my face, staring, waiting. As soon as I was able to see Alan again in person, I knew I couldn't deal with this alone. I wasn't going to pretend I could handle it, just because I had grown up Wiccan. So we went to my friend Tyler's house. Tyler was the kind of person who didn't just read about the occult casually. He had real experience, the kind you only get from spending years studying, trying things carefully, and learning from mistakes. When we got there, he didn't laugh at us. He didn't roll his eyes. He took us seriously, which I was grateful for, because by then I already felt like I was losing my grip on what was real and what wasn't. Tyler pulled out several books, old-looking ones with worn pages, plus newer ones with tabs and notes sticking out. He asked questions, not just about what Alan was experiencing, but about what I had done in my ritual, what I had asked for, what I had felt, and what I had done afterward. He listened like he was putting together a puzzle. After a while, Tyler came to a conclusion. He said it sounded like we were dealing with a psychopomp, something that acts like a guide or a mediator between the conscious and the unconscious, between the living and the dead, between different layers of reality. He explained that the specific deity I had been working with, Hecate, is known as a psychopomp. Hearing that made my stomach drop, because it made it feel connected. Like my ritual wasn't just a coincidence sitting beside Alan's collapse. Like the timing mattered. Tyler decided to make Alan a juju bag, something protective. He didn't act like it was a guaranteed fix, but he treated it like a strong step in the right direction. He put it together carefully, and told Alan to put it under his pillow before he went to sleep. Alan did exactly what Tyler said. That night, Alan had a dream that he described to me in detail later, and even now, years after it happened, I can still picture it the way he told it. He said he was standing in a dark room. Not a normal dark, like a bedroom with the lights off. This was thick darkness, like the air itself was black. He could barely make out anything, but he could see the outline of a human figure a short distance away. Not a clear face, not clear hands, just a shape that looked like a person cut out of shadow. The figure laughed. And then it spoke to him, and told him it would be with him forever. As the words hit him, Alan said he heard that same pig-like grunting again, the same awful sound from the phone call, and the figure came toward him. He said they started wrestling, like it turned physical, like he could actually feel weight and force, not just fear. Alan fought back in the dream, but the thing was stronger. It pinned him down. He said he felt trapped, helpless, like no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't get free. And then, in the middle of it, he heard a woman's voice. She said, "Just think about the ones you love." The voice didn't sound like the shadow figure. It sounded separate, firm, clear, almost guiding. Alan told me that he clung to those words like they were a rope. In the dream, while the thing held him down, he forced his mind to think about people he loved. He thought about me. He thought about his family. He thought about the people who had cared about him before everything went wrong. And when he did, he said a bright light appeared. Not a small light, not like a flashlight beam. It was strong and full, like something pure cutting through the darkness. He said the shadow's shape recoiled, and the room started to fade, like the light was washing everything away. The darkness didn't just disappear, it dissolved into the brightness until there was nothing left but the feeling of being pulled upward and out. When Alan woke up the next morning, the physical evidence shook him all over again. He had bruises on his wrists, like someone had held him down. He had cuts on his body, scattered like he had been scraped or clawed. He didn't wake up feeling refreshed. He woke up feeling like he had survived something. He walked outside, still shaken, and called me. He told me what had happened in the dream, and then he told me something I didn't expect. He said he thought it was gone. He didn't say it like a wish. He said it like he could feel the difference. He told me it felt like opening his eyes for the first time again. He described the sun as painfully bright, but in a good way, like he had been living under a heavy cloud and it had suddenly lifted. He said the birds sounded different too, like their songs were clearer, sharper, more alive than he remembered. He kept repeating that everything looked and sounded real again. He said it felt like a huge weight had been lifted off his entire body. Hearing him talk like that made me cry, because for months I had been watching him sink, watching him turn into someone I didn't recognize, and suddenly I could hear pieces of the old Alan in his voice again. Even with that relief, I can't pretend it all felt like a clean, happy ending. What we went through left marks, visible and invisible. It was terrifying for both of us. It damaged our relationship beyond repair in a romantic sense. We didn't get back together, and honestly, after the violence and the fear, I don't think we ever could have. But we didn't become enemies either. Over time, once the worst of it had passed, we found a way to be in each other's lives again. Not as a couple, but as people who had survived something together. Even now, I would still call him one of my best friends, because when you share a kind of fear like that, it changes you, and it binds you in a strange way. As for me, I stepped away from Wicca after all of it. Some people might hear that and assume I left because I think the occult is fake, or because I think it's evil, or because I'm trying to deny my past. That's not it. I don't think the occult is something to fear and shun. I still believe there are things in this world we don't fully understand, and I respect people who study them with care. But for me, what happened felt like a warning. It felt like I had reached too far, too fast, and I had learned the hard way that intention isn't the only thing that matters. Background isn't the same as readiness. Curiosity isn't the same as wisdom. And even if you think you know what you're doing, you can still open a door you don't know how to close. If there's one thing I would tell anyone who wants to explore these kinds of practices, it's this: don't treat it like a game. Don't treat it like a thrill. Before you attempt anything, make sure you truly understand what could happen, and be honest with yourself about whether you're prepared to handle the consequences if things go wrong. I am the youngest of 3 kids. My brother and sister are from my mom's first and only husband, Oscar. By the time everything happened, my brother was still a baby, about 9 months old, and my sister was around 4. I was not born yet, so I grew up hearing parts of this story in pieces, like it was something our family carried around quietly and carefully, always trying not to drop it. Oscar died in a way that never felt simple, even when people tried to explain it in a simple sentence. He was murdered by his best friend. The only reason I ever use the word accidentally is because that is what his best friend said in court. That is what he pleaded. From what my mom has said and what other people who were there told the police, his best friend was completely drunk, wasted to the point where he did not even seem to understand what he had done until the cops showed up. But even if someone is drunk, a stabbing is still a stabbing. A life is still gone. A family is still broken. So the word accident never sits right, even if it was used in court. My mom does not talk about Oscar often. When she does, it is usually quiet, like she is choosing each word carefully. She never tells the story for drama. She tells it the way you tell something that still hurts, even after years. And whenever she talks about the days right before he died, she always brings up the same detail, like she can't forget it even if she wanted to. She says Oscar was acting a little strange for a couple days before it happened. Not in a scary way. Not like he was angry or mean. More like he was somewhere else in his mind, like he was thinking about something he could not explain. She said he started doing this thing where he would go into my brother and sister's room after they were already asleep. He would stand there in the dark, or in the soft light from the hallway, just watching them. He did not do it for a few seconds. He would stand there for a long time, 20 minutes, sometimes 30. He would just look at them like he was trying to remember every little detail. And then he would lean down and kiss their foreheads. My mom said it was strange because Oscar was not really affectionate like that. He loved them, of course, but he wasn't the type to be overly emotional or touchy. He didn't normally do long, quiet moments. He didn't normally stand there like he was guarding them. He never did anything like that before, so it stood out. My mom said she noticed it more than once. It wasn't just one random night. It became a pattern in those last days. She didn't want to accuse him of being weird or make him feel bad, but she did ask him what he was doing. She said he gave her this look like he didn't even know how to answer, like he didn't have a clear reason that made sense. Sometimes he would shrug or say he just wanted to check on them. Sometimes he didn't say much at all. But the feeling my mom had was that he was worried. Like he was sensing something coming, even if he didn't have words for it. Then came the evening before he went out with his best friend. My mom said that earlier that day, things were mostly normal. Dinner, the usual sounds of the house, the kids being little kids. But Oscar seemed distracted. Like his body was in the room, but his thoughts were not. When it got closer to bedtime, he did what he always did. He went to my brother and sister, gave them each a kiss, and said goodnight. Except this time he didn't just kiss them and leave. He stayed there, looking at them. My mom said it was like he was stuck in a thought. He stared at them the way you stare at someone when you're trying to say something without speaking. He looked almost sad, but not exactly. More like heavy. Like there was a weight on his chest. My mom noticed and asked him what was wrong. She said she tried to sound normal, not worried, because she didn't want to scare the kids or make them upset. Oscar paused, like he was trying to decide if he should even say anything. Then he finally said, "It just feels like I shouldn't go out tonight. But I promised I would." He didn't say it like a joke. He didn't say it like he was being dramatic. He said it like a man who honestly had a bad feeling and didn't know what to do with it. My mom told him he didn't have to go if he didn't want to. She said she remembers that clearly, because she tried to give him an easy way out. But Oscar was the type who kept his word. If he said he would show up, he felt like he had to show up. So he left. My mom said the normal routine of the house tried to continue after that. You clean up. You check on the kids. You sit down and wait. You tell yourself everything is fine. You tell yourself he will come back and the weird feeling will pass. But then the phone rang. When she talks about the call, her voice changes. Even now. She says she remembers how her hands felt, how cold her stomach went, how time started moving in a strange way, too fast and too slow at the same time. Someone told her Oscar had been stabbed in the chest. She was told he died almost instantly. There are moments in life that split everything into two parts, before and after. That was my mom's moment. That was my brother and sister's moment too, even if they were too young to understand it fully in the way adults do. My sister was old enough to have memories of him, even if they are fuzzy. My brother was so young that his memories were more like feelings, more like a missing piece he grew up hearing about. Years passed. My mom raised my brother and sister without Oscar. She kept going because she had to. She did the things parents do when they are grieving but also still parenting. She worked. She cooked. She took care of school, appointments, the normal life stuff that doesn't stop just because your heart is broken. And then there was another layer to it, something my mom only talked about sometimes. Little things started happening around the house. At first, it was small enough that you could brush it off. Something moved a little. A picture not where you left it. A sound that could be explained if you tried hard enough. My mom said there were times when things in the bedrooms would be moved. Not thrown across the room or anything dramatic. Just shifted, like someone touched them. Sometimes pictures would fall off the dresser for no clear reason. A frame that had been sitting there fine would suddenly be face down on the floor. My mom would pick it up, check it, set it back, and tell herself maybe it was leaning wrong. There were also noises. Tapping on doors. Not constant, but enough to make you pause and listen. There were nights when my mom would be half asleep and hear tapping like someone gently knocking, but when she got up to check, no one was there. Sometimes she would hear deep breathing, like someone was right on the other side of a door, or right behind her in the hallway, but when she looked, there was nothing. It didn't happen all the time. It wasn't like a movie. It was more like a few strange moments scattered across years. Enough to be real to the people who lived there, but not enough to prove to anyone else. If you told someone outside the house, they might laugh or tell you it was your imagination. So my mom didn't talk about it much. She just lived with it, like she lived with everything else. Over time, those little happenings became less and less. Eventually, they faded out completely, like whatever it was had gotten quieter. My mom always said she didn't know if that meant it stopped, or if they just stopped noticing. Life gets busy. Kids grow up. People move forward because they have to. Now my brother and sister are both in their 30s. They have their own homes, their own families, their own routines. They are adults with normal adult problems, and Oscar is more like a story from the past than a daily presence. I still live with my mom. And the room I sleep in is the same room that used to belong to my brother and sister when they were kids. When I first moved into that room, nothing happened. For the first 3 years, it felt like any other bedroom. I slept fine. I never heard any tapping. I never saw pictures fall. I never felt watched. It was just my room, my space, my normal life. If someone had told me that room had a history, I would have believed it in a distant way, but I wouldn't have felt it. Then I started high school, and everything changed. I was a freshman, and I still remember the day like it's stuck in my mind. It wasn't a spooky day. It was just a normal day that turned into something I still can't explain. I had been in a mood to organize, so I rearranged my room. I moved things around until it felt fresh, like a new start. I remember the feeling of being tired but satisfied, like when you finally make your space look the way you want it. After that I took a shower. I got into comfortable clothes and put on the TV to wind down. Everything felt normal. The room looked different because of the rearranging, but it was still my room. My bed was against the wall. Next to my bed I had a shelf where I kept a few things, my radio, my phone, and some pictures. The radio was one of those radios that had lights that flashed to the beat of the music. There was a bar across the top, maybe about an inch thick, that would light up and flash bright enough to cast light a few feet in front of it. At night you could see the glow on the wall. When you turned the radio off, the lights would shut off too, automatically. That night I climbed into bed and laid on my side facing the wall. My back was to the rest of the room. I had the radio playing quietly, low but loud enough that I could still hear the song. I wasn't sleepy yet. I was just resting, letting my mind slow down after the day. I had been sleeping with the radio on at night for about 2 weeks at that point. It helped me relax. It made the room feel less quiet. So I knew how it normally behaved. I knew if a timer was on or off. I knew what it sounded like when the volume changed or when the station got fuzzy. I knew the rhythm of those little flashing lights. I had been laying there for maybe 15 minutes. My eyes were still open, and I could see the glare of the radio lights on the wall in front of me. It was comforting, honestly, like a soft, moving light. Then, out of nowhere, the radio turned off. It wasn't gradual. It wasn't like the station faded out. It just shut off, like someone had pressed the power button. The music stopped instantly. The flashing lights stopped instantly. The room became dark and quiet in a way that felt too sudden, too complete. At first I tried to explain it. My first thought was the sleep timer. Some radios have that, and maybe I hit it by accident. But I was almost sure I hadn't. I had been using the radio the same way every night. And I wasn't even sleepy yet. It didn't make sense. Then I felt it. It's hard to explain a feeling like that without sounding dramatic, but it was real to me in that moment. It was like the air in the room changed. Like it got heavier. Like there was suddenly another person there, standing in the darkness. I didn't hear anyone walk in. I didn't hear the door open. But the feeling was strong, like a presence that had weight. It got so intense that it felt hard to breathe. Not because something was physically blocking my breath, but because my body went into panic. My chest felt tight. My stomach dropped. My skin prickled. I remember thinking, very clearly, that I was not alone. Then I heard footsteps. They came from my closet. Slow, steady footsteps, like someone taking their time. Not running, not stomping, just walking with purpose. Each step felt like it took too long, like whoever it was wanted me to hear them coming. The sound moved across the room toward my bed. I was frozen. I could not bring myself to turn around. I couldn't even tell if I wanted to. Part of me wanted to spin around and see what was there. Another part of me wanted to leap up and run straight to the light switch. But fear makes you hesitate. Fear makes you do nothing. A few seconds later, I felt the bed shift. It felt like someone sat down behind me, right against my back, the way someone might sit when they're trying to be close without being in your face. The mattress dipped. The weight was real enough that my body reacted instantly. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I remember thinking, this can't be happening. I remember trying to convince myself it was my imagination. But it didn't feel like imagination. It felt physical. Then I felt a hand on my arm, close to my shoulder. It wasn't a harsh grab. It wasn't violent. It was gentle, like someone placing their hand there carefully, almost like they didn't want to scare me. But I was already terrified. And the strange thing is, I can still remember exactly where the fingertips were, the shape of the pressure, the way it rested on my skin. My face and ears started to feel cold, like the temperature around my head dropped. And then something happened to my hearing. It changed suddenly, like someone had cupped their hands around my ears. The sounds of the room became muffled and hollow. There was a hum, like a low vibration in the air. Behind that hum, I heard a man's voice. It sounded far away, like it came from a distance, but it was also clear, like the words were meant for me. It wasn't yelling. It wasn't angry. It sounded calm, almost gentle. Hello, baby girl. The moment I heard that, panic hit me like a wave. I don't even remember thinking through my options. My body chose for me. I got the courage to move. I pushed myself up out of bed, and I ran for the light. As I got up, I felt that hand brush down my arm all the way to my wrist, like it was sliding off as I moved away. It wasn't scratching or gripping, just gliding. That sensation made my fear spike even more, because it confirmed I wasn't just imagining a pressure on my shoulder. I felt it travel. I flicked on the light. The room was empty. No one sitting on the bed. No one by the closet. No one in the corner. No shadow moving away. Nothing out of place in a way that explained footsteps and a voice. Just my room, bright and silent, like it had been pretending to be normal the whole time. But I wasn't normal. I was shaking hard. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely steady myself. I remember standing there, looking around like if I stared long enough something would show itself. My heart was racing, and my skin felt hot and cold at the same time. I didn't stay in that room. I ran to my mom's room and woke her up. I told her what happened, probably too fast, probably stumbling over my words because I was still in shock. My mom listened, and even though she was half asleep, her face changed when I described it. She didn't laugh. She didn't tell me I was being silly. She looked serious, like she believed me right away. I ended up sleeping in her room the rest of the night. I kept the light on. I don't think I slept much. Even lying there, I felt jumpy, like any small sound could start it all over again. My mom tried to comfort me, but I could tell she was unsettled too. The next morning, I still felt messed up. My body felt tired, like fear had drained me. I tried to act normal, because you still have school, you still have life, and you don't want to fall apart over something you can't even prove. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. I went back into my room to get clothes, and the second I stepped inside, I got goosebumps. The air just felt wrong to me now, like the room had a memory. I noticed some of my pictures on the shelf were turned facing down. Not broken, not thrown, just face down like someone had flipped them over. And the radio was still off. Seeing the radio off made my stomach twist, because it reminded me how sudden the silence had been. Seeing the pictures face down made it feel like something had happened after I ran out. Or maybe it had happened during and I didn't notice in the dark. From that day on, I could not sleep in that room with the lights off. Even when I was exhausted, I needed some kind of light. A lamp, a TV glow, something. Darkness didn't feel like rest anymore. It felt like an open door. That afternoon after school, I brought it up to my mom again. I needed answers, even if the answers didn't make sense. I needed to know if I was losing it, or if something real had happened. My mom was quiet for a moment, and then she told me something she hadn't said so clearly before. She said she always feels Oscar around. She explained it carefully, like she didn't want to scare me more. She said she believes Oscar comes to visit sometimes, just to check on things, like he never fully left. She said it wasn't constant, and she wasn't claiming she saw him standing in the kitchen like a normal person. It was more like a feeling, like a familiar presence. And she admitted there had been a couple times when she thought she saw him out of the corner of her eye. Just a quick glimpse, like a shadow shaped like him, and then when she turned her head, it would vanish. Hearing my mom say that made my stomach turn. Part of me felt relieved, because it meant I wasn't the only one. It meant maybe I wasn't crazy. But another part of me felt even more terrified, because if my mom believed it too, then what I experienced might have been real. Then my mom said something that stuck with me. She said, "Maybe he came again and thought you were your sister." It was such a strange sentence to hear out loud. But when she explained it, it almost made sense in a painful way. My sister was the one who slept in that room before me. She was the last one to have those little experiences when she was younger, back when the tapping and the moved pictures were still happening sometimes. If Oscar's presence was tied to that room, and to those kids, maybe he returned and didn't understand time had passed. Maybe he didn't understand I was someone else. And the voice I heard, "Hello, baby girl." It sounded like something a father would say. Something warm. Something familiar. It didn't sound like a threat. It sounded like someone reaching out to a child they loved. The thought hit me hard. What if a ghost could mistake me for his daughter? My sister and I have always been told we look exactly alike. People say it casually, like it's a compliment, like it's just a family thing. But in that moment, it made my skin crawl. Because if I looked like her, and if Oscar remembered her face as a little girl in that room, then maybe, just maybe, he thought I was her. I didn't know how to feel about that. I didn't know whether to feel sad, because it would mean he was still trying to be a father in some way. Or to feel scared, because it would mean something I couldn't explain had touched me and spoken to me in the dark. I felt both at the same time. That night I went back into my room. I didn't want to, but I also didn't want fear to own me. I wanted my space back. I wanted to prove to myself that I could lie in my own bed without feeling like I was being watched. I got into bed and waited. I tried to keep my breathing steady. I tried to stay calm. I told myself that if it happened again, I would handle it differently. I didn't know what differently meant, but I knew I didn't want to panic and run the way I had before. Panic made everything worse. About 15 minutes after I laid down, I felt it again. That same strong presence, like the air thickening. Like someone stepping into the room without opening a door. The feeling was immediate and heavy, and my body reacted right away with that same fear. This time, before I heard footsteps, before I felt the bed move, before anything else could happen, I spoke. My voice was shaking on the inside, but I forced it to sound calm. I said, "I am not your daughter. Please go away. Please." The second I said it, the pressure lifted. The heavy feeling vanished so fast it almost made me dizzy. The air felt normal again. The room felt like a regular bedroom again. I could breathe normally. The silence wasn't scary in the same way anymore. it was just silence. I turned and looked around, expecting to see something or at least feel something lingering. But there was nothing. No footsteps. No movement. No dip in the bed. No hand on my arm. Nothing. And after that night, it never happened again. I stayed in that room. I kept living my life. And even though I was still careful about darkness for a long time, I didn't have any more visits. No more voices. No more hands. No more footsteps from the closet. It was like whatever it was had accepted what I said and left. I still don't know for sure if it was Oscar. I don't know if it was really the spirit of a man who died too soon, coming back to check on his kids, confused by time and faces. I don't know if it was something else that just used a voice that sounded gentle. I don't know if fear and family stories and a dark room all mixed together in my mind in a way that created something bigger than it was. All I know is what I felt. The radio shutting off on its own, the sudden darkness, the heavy presence that made it hard to breathe, the slow footsteps, the bed shifting like someone sat down behind me, the hand on my shoulder, the cold creeping into my face and ears, the hollow hum in my hearing, and that clear, distant man's voice saying, "Hello, baby girl." And I know what happened when I spoke out loud and told it, calmly, that I was not his daughter and that it needed to go away. It left. Whether it was Oscar or not, I may never know. But it felt personal in a way I still can't fully explain, like a moment that belonged to my family's past reaching into my present. And even though I'm older now, even though I can talk about it more calmly, a part of me will always remember exactly how that room felt when the music stopped and the lights on the radio went out. I have always believed that when a place is filled with stress, anger, and worry, it leaves something behind. When tension is high, people burn through a lot of energy. Most of it goes nowhere useful. It just leaks out of us while we grind our teeth, hold our breath, swallow our words, and push through days that feel too heavy. And I sincerely believe that this kind of wasted energy can be used by something else, entities, spirits, whatever you want to call them, to show themselves. I don't even like picking a word for it, because the minute you label it, people either roll their eyes or get dramatic. But I've felt it before in smaller ways, and after what happened at work, I can't shake the feeling that something was feeding off what we were all going through. Lately, tensions at my job have been running high, and that is putting it mildly. The economy has been rough on everyone, and our office and clinic are no exception. It's not just the usual complaints and stress that every workplace has. This has been a different kind of pressure, the kind that sits in the room even when nobody is talking. People have been on edge. They've been snapping at each other over tiny things. You can hear it in the way someone shuts a drawer, or the way they type on their keyboard, like they're trying to hammer the keys through the desk. And the worst part is that it hasn't been one single problem that we could solve. It's been one problem stacking on top of another, and each time we think it can't get worse, it finds a way. Recently, we had to scale back our workforce. That sentence sounds so clean and professional, like it's just a business decision on paper. But in real life, it meant people losing their jobs. It meant good employees, people who showed up, people who cared, people who did things the right way, were suddenly told they were no longer needed. It was heartbreaking. It was humiliating for them, and it was sickening to watch. You could feel the fear spread through the building the moment the first person walked out with their box of things. After that, everyone still there started wondering if they were next. The layoffs didn't just remove bodies from the schedule. They removed stability. They removed trust. And they poured gasoline on every frustration that was already simmering under the surface. The workload didn't shrink either. That's what made it even worse. The amount of work stayed the same. The number of people expected to do it was what changed. So now you had the same number of calls, the same number of patients, the same number of tasks, but fewer hands to do all of it. In some cases, one person was suddenly doing the work that used to be handled by themselves and 3 other people. Not because they were capable of that much work, nobody is, not long term, but because there simply wasn't anyone else. People were exhausted. Their lunch breaks became shorter or disappeared. Bathroom breaks were rushed. Everyone was either trying to prove they were useful enough to keep, or trying to survive without breaking down, or both. Even the nicest people started to look hard around the eyes, like their bodies were in fight or flight, all day long. Conversations in the hallways sounded clipped and sharp. Smiles looked forced. The few laughs we managed felt strange, like they didn't belong in the building anymore. As a member of management, I was involved in the process. I didn't get to pretend it wasn't happening. I was responsible for staying, helping, making sure things went the way the higher-ups wanted them to go. And to be very clear, the decision didn't come from me. It came from the top. But that didn't matter to the people watching it happen. When someone is losing their job, the person standing in front of them becomes the face of it, whether it's fair or not. I hated every second of it. I knew that everyone needed their job. I knew that some of the people we were laying off had families, rent, medical bills, and no safety net. I knew that. I also knew that I had to keep my own job. I have a life too. I have a home. I have responsibilities. And in order to keep my position, I had to do what I was told, even when it made my stomach turn. It felt like being trapped between two wrong choices. That entire week felt heavy. By the time Friday came around, it was like the building itself was tired. The air felt stale, even when the air conditioning was running. The hallways felt longer. The lighting felt harsher. Even the usual clinic sounds, phones ringing, printers running, people walking, felt more aggressive than normal. All of these changes took place last week, and because I was helping to clean up the mess afterward, I stayed late one evening to tie up loose ends. I remember thinking that I just needed a little quiet time to finish tasks that were impossible to do during the day. During normal hours, I'm constantly being interrupted. Questions, complaints, emergencies, last-minute problems. That night, after most people left, I thought I'd finally have the calm I needed to catch up. I was wrong. I stayed late, until around 9 p.m. By that time, the building had that empty feel that offices get after hours, when the noise is gone and every sound you make seems too loud. My footsteps sounded sharper. The hum of the vents sounded more noticeable. Even the click of my mouse felt like it echoed. Our building is a decent size, and in the evening it can feel like a maze. When people are there, it's normal. When it's empty, it's unsettling in a way that's hard to explain. Doors look the same. Hallways stretch out with nothing happening at the end of them. The lights are on in some areas and off in others, so you get these patches of brightness and shadow. There are windows looking into offices that are dark, and you can see your own reflection sometimes and startle yourself for half a second. That night, I was one of the last people left on the second floor. I knew the cleaning crew wasn't scheduled to come through at that hour, and I knew most staff had clocked out and gone home. I could see it in the system. I could feel it in the silence. Around 8:50 p.m., the lights in the corridor started turning on and off by themselves. At first, I didn't jump to anything supernatural. Honestly, the first thing I thought was, great! On top of everything else, now we have an electrical problem. This is a large business, and weird little issues happen. Wiring can fail. Sensors can malfunction. Sometimes people mess with switches without thinking. There are plenty of normal reasons for a light to flicker or cycle. So I tried to ignore it. I kept working. I told myself it was just the building being old, or the system being sensitive, or a motion detector reading something wrong. The lights went through a little show, turning on, turning off, blinking in a way that didn't feel random but didn't follow a clear pattern either. Then they settled down again. I remember sitting at my desk and realizing I was holding my breath without meaning to. Once the lights calmed down, I tried to focus again. I had paperwork to finish and messages to send. I wanted to be done. I wanted to go home, take a shower, and forget the day. My shoulders hurt from being tense for hours. My jaw ached from clenching it. I had that tired, slightly shaky feeling that comes after an emotionally brutal day. Then I started hearing voices. Not a single voice, not a faint whisper that could be explained by the air vents or the building settling. It sounded like a small group of people, at least 4 or 5, talking together. The voices were not right outside my door, but they weren't far either. It sounded as if they were down the hall from my office. A cluster of conversation, like coworkers standing together and talking about something. I couldn't make out exact words, but I could hear the rhythm of multiple people speaking, one voice starting, another cutting in, a few voices overlapping the way they do when several people are in the same conversation. My first reaction was annoyance. I remember thinking, seriously? Who is still here? Because if people were still upstairs, that meant they'd either forgotten to clock out, or they were doing something they shouldn't be doing, or they were waiting around for some reason. After a day like we'd had, the last thing I wanted was to deal with more drama. So I stood up and walked out of my office to check. The hallway was empty. No one at the end of the hall. No one by the copier. No one in the little break area. No doors open. No movement. Just quiet, and the normal hum of the building. I stood there for a moment, listening. The voices stopped. That made me feel weird in a different way, like when you walk into a room and people suddenly go silent. Except there were no people. I told myself the sound must have come from somewhere else, maybe downstairs. Maybe through the ventilation. Sound can travel in strange ways in buildings. I've heard that before. So I went back to my desk. A little later, I heard voices again. This time, they didn't sound like they were coming from the same spot. They sounded like they were coming from another area, still on the same floor but not exactly where I'd heard them before. Again, it sounded like multiple people talking together. Again, I couldn't pick out words clearly, but I could tell it was human speech, not a TV, not a radio, not a random noise. I got up again, a little more irritated now, and checked the hallway again. Nothing. No one. And again, as I stepped out and looked around, the voices stopped like someone had flipped a switch. By the third time it happened, my irritation had started turning into unease. The voices changed location again, like the group had moved, but I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't hear doors opening or closing. I didn't hear an elevator. I didn't hear anyone using the stairs. Just voices, then silence. I checked anyway. I walked further down the hall this time. I peeked into the dark office areas. I checked around corners. I even looked into rooms I had no real reason to enter, just to prove to myself that people were there and I just couldn't see them. But I kept finding nothing. That's when I went back to my desk and checked all the logins to see who was still on the clock. I wanted a solid answer. I wanted to see names. I wanted to see that someone was still logged in upstairs, or that someone had forgotten to clock out. But the system showed no one. No one was upstairs. I stared at the screen longer than I needed to, waiting for it to make sense. The building felt different after that. It's strange how quickly your mind can shift. The same hallway that feels normal at 2 p.m. can feel wrong at 9 p.m. when you start realizing you might be alone. The same shadows that look harmless in daylight start to look deep and thick, like they could hide anything. I told myself I was tired. I told myself stress can make your brain do weird things. I told myself maybe the voices were from outside, or from a radio left on somewhere, or from a phone playing a video. I wanted a normal explanation badly, because the other option made my skin crawl. At 9:03 p.m., I clocked out. I remember the exact time because I looked at it twice, like part of me wanted to anchor myself to something real. I began logging off my computer and shutting everything down the way I always do when I leave late. I signed out of the networks. I closed programs. I made sure files were saved. I didn't want any reason to come back upstairs once I walked out. As I was logging off, I glanced toward my office door, and that's when I saw it. A dark shape dashed past my doorway. It happened fast, like a blur. It was mostly long and oval, not like the shape of a person walking by. It didn't have the clear outline of shoulders or legs. It looked like a dark, moving form, tall enough that it filled a good portion of the doorway as it passed. It didn't make a sound. It didn't slow down. It didn't hesitate. It just moved past like it was in a hurry. My whole body went cold in an instant. I sat there for a second, frozen, staring at the doorway. My brain tried to force the image into something logical. Maybe it was a person, and I just caught it at a weird angle. Maybe it was someone wearing dark clothing. Maybe it was a shadow from a passing car's headlights, even though the angle didn't make sense. But I knew what I saw, and it didn't look like a normal shadow. It had too much shape. Too much intention. I stood up and walked to the door again, trying to act braver than I felt. I stepped into the hallway and looked in both directions. I walked toward the area where the shape had gone. No one. No footsteps fading away. No door closing. No elevator ding. No stairwell door moving. Nothing. And at that moment, right after seeing that oval shape, the temperature in the hallway dropped. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't like the air conditioning kicked on a little stronger. It felt like the hallway suddenly became a cold storage room. I would say it dropped at least 20 degrees. My arms got goosebumps instantly. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. My breath felt colder going in and out. I remember whispering to myself, "Nope," like my body had already decided I was done. I didn't want to be there anymore. I didn't want to investigate again. I didn't want to try to prove anything. I wanted to leave, now, while I still could. I went back into my office and finished shutting everything down as quickly as I could without messing something up. My hands were a little shaky on the keyboard. I kept glancing at the doorway like I expected that dark shape to dash by again. Once I was sure I had logged off and secured everything, I grabbed my purse. My chair scraped softly against the floor as I pushed it back. I remember standing up and feeling that nervous, light feeling in my legs, like my body was preparing to run. And just as I rose from my chair, my office door slammed shut. It wasn't a gentle close. It wasn't the door swinging and clicking into place. It was a slam with force behind it, the kind that makes the walls feel like they vibrate for a second. The sound punched through the quiet. What made it even more terrifying was that there was a doorstop blocking the door from closing. We used that doorstop all the time. It was there for a reason. The door liked to swing in a certain way, and the stop kept it from shutting when people were coming and going. I knew it was there. I had seen it. I had stepped around it earlier. I stared at the closed door like my brain couldn't accept it. I sat back down without meaning to, like my body needed a second to catch up with what just happened. I remember my mouth going dry. I remember feeling my heartbeat in my throat. I sat there for a couple of minutes doing nothing, just staring at the door, listening for any other sound. The building was silent. No voices. No footsteps. No light flickers. Just that heavy quiet that follows something loud. When I finally felt like I could stand without my knees buckling, I got up and approached the door carefully, like it might do something again. I opened it and stepped into the hallway. Then I looked for the doorstop. It wasn't by the door. It had been moved at least 5 feet away. I just stood there, staring at it on the floor, like that small object was proof that I wasn't imagining things. A doorstop doesn't move itself 5 feet across a hallway. Not because of a breeze, not because of air conditioning, not because of a building settling. Someone, or something, had moved it. That was enough for me. Whatever was going on, I did not want to be part of it anymore. I pulled out my cell phone and called my husband. I didn't even wait to feel silly about it. I just needed a voice that was normal and familiar. I needed to feel connected to something real. When he answered, I tried to sound calm, but my voice still came out tense. I didn't want to tell him everything right away, not in the building. I just started talking, asking about his evening, telling him I was leaving work late, and just wanted to stay on the phone while I walked out. He could hear something in my tone, because he asked if I was okay. I told him I was fine, just creeped out because I'd been in the office alone. That was the safest way I could say it without fully admitting how scared I was. I walked down the hall, past the areas that had been filled with voices earlier, and I kept my eyes moving. I checked doorways as I passed them. I listened for any sound behind me. Every time my shoes clicked on the floor, I expected to hear a second set of footsteps matching mine. The cold in the hallway seemed to follow me, or maybe I just couldn't stop noticing it. My skin still felt prickly. My shoulders stayed tight up around my ears. I held my phone close and kept talking to my husband, letting his voice fill the silence. When I finally reached the stairs and started down, I felt a little safer, like I was moving toward the exit and away from whatever had been happening upstairs. But I still didn't relax. Not until I got to the main floor. Not until I could see the lobby area. Not until I reached the doors that led outside. I made sure the security alarms and motion sensors were engaged the way they were supposed to be. I wasn't careless about that, especially not after seeing what I saw. If there was any chance a person was in the building, I wanted the system armed. I wanted proof. I wanted something that would make noise if a human being was sneaking around. Still on the phone, I pushed through the doors and stepped out into the night air. The outside temperature felt normal, and I realized just how cold the upstairs hallway had become, because the change was so obvious. I walked quickly to my car, my keys already in my hand. Once I got inside and locked the doors, I finally took a real breath. I sat there for a second with my hands on the steering wheel, listening to my husband talk, letting myself come down from that sharp fear. All other employees had left by then. The parking lot was mostly empty. The building looked calm from the outside, quiet and dark in the way office buildings look after hours. And because it looked so normal, part of me started doubting myself. I started thinking, maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe there's a simple explanation. Maybe I'm just exhausted. But I couldn't let it go. So I told my husband I was going to drive around the building. I wanted to reassure myself that it wasn't some other employee messing around, playing a prank, hiding upstairs, or doing something stupid. I wanted to convince myself that there was a human explanation for the lights, the voices, the shape, the temperature drop, the door slamming, and the doorstop moving. I drove slowly, circling the building, keeping my eyes on the windows and entrances. My headlights washed over the sides of the building. The place looked sealed up. No movement. No silhouettes. No one smoking outside a door. No car tucked in a corner that I hadn't noticed. As I came around to the front of the building, I glanced up at the second-floor windows without really expecting to see anything. And that's when I saw the long oval shape again. It passed by one of the second-floor windows fairly quickly, like it was moving through the hallway inside. My stomach dropped so hard I almost felt sick. For a split second, my brain tried to turn it into a person, because that's what you expect to see in a window. I was actually preparing to see a human figure. I was bracing myself for the relief and the anger of realizing someone had been in there the whole time. But it didn't look like a person. It was that same dark, long, oval form, moving too smoothly and too fast, without any detail. No face. No arms. No legs. Just a shape, like something solid but not solid, like darkness that had peeled itself away from the rest of the dark and decided to move. I know I saw it. I know that, because I was watching the window carefully, and because my mind was ready to recognize a person. If it had been a person, even in dark clothing, I would have seen a more familiar outline. This was not that. And the scariest part was this: I had engaged the security system. The alarms and motion sensors were on. There was no one human in the building, not if the systems were working properly and not if the logs were right. Sitting in my car, staring at that second-floor window, I felt a kind of fear that was quieter than panic but deeper. The kind that makes you realize you might not understand the world as well as you thought you did. The kind that makes you feel small. I kept talking to my husband, but I'm not sure I even heard what I was saying anymore. I just wanted to get away from that building. I wanted to put distance between me and whatever was inside. I drove out of the lot and didn't look back again. Even now, when I think about that night, what bothers me the most isn't just one thing, like the lights or the voices or the door. It's the way it all seemed to build on itself, like something was testing how far it could go. And it all happened during a week when the building was overflowing with stress, anger, grief, and fear. It felt like the emotional mess we were all living through had soaked into the walls and collected in the halls, until something had enough energy to move, to speak, to shut off a radio of light and sound and remind me that I wasn't alone. I still don't know exactly what that long oval shape was. I don't know why the hallway got so cold. I don't know where the voices came from, especially when I checked again and found no one. I don't know how a doorstop ends up 5 feet away from where it should be. But I do know this: that building was empty, and something was there. And after everything we had been through as a workplace, after all the tension and pressure and emotional fallout, it felt like something finally had enough fuel to step out of the shadows and make itself known. When my dad was younger, he lived with his parents in a house that, on the outside, looked like any other family home. It had a front lawn, a quiet neighborhood, and the kind of normal routine you would expect: kids growing up, brothers fighting and laughing, parents working, dinner on the table, school mornings, weekend chores. If you drove by, you probably would have never guessed there was anything unusual about it. But the story of that house was not normal. Not even close. For years, people in the area said the land the house was built on used to be an Indian burial ground, what most people today would call a Native American burial ground. I know that kind of thing gets said about a lot of places, and sometimes it turns into a rumor that spreads because it sounds scary. But in my dad's case, the burial ground wasn't the only dark piece of history connected to that property, and that's what makes it harder to shrug off. At some point before my dad was older, before I was even around, there was also a man who committed suicide on that land. He hanged himself from a tree in the front yard. Later, that tree was cut down, and instead of leaving the spot alone, the family built an addition to the house right over that area, like they were covering it up and trying to pretend it was just another part of the home. So you have this mix of heavy history, a burial ground people talked about, and then an actual, documented tragedy on the front lawn. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, it's the kind of background that makes you look at a place differently. It's the kind of thing that can make a house feel off, even in daylight, even when nothing is happening. My dad grew up in that house. He wasn't a person who went looking for ghost stories. He wasn't the type of kid who would sit around trying to scare himself for fun. He was just living his life. And yet, from around age 8 until he was about 18, basically his entire childhood into his late teen years, things happened in that house that he and his brothers never forgot. Some of the experiences were strange but small, like the kind of thing you could almost talk yourself out of. Other things were so specific, so physical, and so intense that it stayed with them for decades. Even now, when my dad talks about it, you can tell it's not a fun, scary story for him. It's something he still carries. One of the first big stories in our family is about one of my dad's brothers. This happened on a day when no one was home except the kids. My dad's brother was taking a shower. The house was set up in a way that matters for this story. It was a one-level house, kind of like a ranch style, and the basement wasn't accessible from inside like most basements. If you wanted to go down there, you had to go outside and use a separate entry. So if someone was going to the basement, you would normally hear them go out the front or back door first. It wasn't something you could do quietly without anyone noticing. While my uncle was in the shower, he heard the front door open. That sound by itself could have been normal. If a parent came home early, or if one of his brothers came in, that would explain it. But he didn't just hear the door. He heard footsteps, clearly, moving across the house. Not 1 or 2 steps. The sound of someone walking with intention, like they were heading somewhere, crossing rooms and hallways. He couldn't see much because he was behind the shower curtain, but he could hear everything. Water was running, but the noises were still loud enough to cut through it. He listened, expecting to hear someone call out his name, or at least make some normal "I'm home" sound. Instead, he noticed something else. Through the bottom gap under the bathroom door, he saw a shadow. It looked like a person's shadow moving past the door, the way you'd see feet and legs pass by in that thin strip of light under the door. The shadow moved from one side to the other, like someone walked by the bathroom and kept going. My uncle stayed quiet, listening closely. Then it got even stranger, because the footsteps didn't stop at the bathroom. It sounded like they kept going, like they were moving through the house toward the direction that would eventually lead outside. Because, again, to go to the basement you had to leave the house. My uncle heard what sounded like someone going out, and then, soon after, he heard arguing. Not a single voice. Not a TV. Not music. Arguing, like two or more people were having a heated conversation. The tone felt angry and tense. He couldn't make out every word, but he could tell it wasn't friendly. Imagine being a kid in the shower, wet, vulnerable, shampoo in your hair, hearing your front door open and footsteps cross your house, seeing a shadow pass by your bathroom door, then hearing what sounds like a group of people arguing near the basement area, when you were sure no one else was supposed to be home. That kind of thing makes your stomach drop fast. When my uncle finally finished his shower, he didn't feel calm. He didn't feel safe. But he still did what most people would do. He went to check what was going on. He got dressed quickly and went outside, heading toward where the basement entrance was. Nobody was there. No parents. No neighbors. No friends. No group of people. No one arguing. Nothing. The yard was empty. The air was still. The house looked normal again, like the sounds had never happened. He went back inside, confused and unsettled, trying to figure out if he imagined it. Maybe he heard something from outside. Maybe it was the plumbing. Maybe it was a car door. But the shadow under the bathroom door didn't fit those explanations. The footsteps didn't fit either. And the arguing that stopped as soon as he went to look, didn't make sense. That was not the only thing that happened that day. Another one of my dad's brothers, David, had his own experience around the same time. He was sitting in his room, just minding his business. Nothing dramatic. No ghost hunting. No talking about spirits. He was just sitting there like a normal kid. In his room, there was a recliner. While he sat there, he saw the recliner start to move, like it was going back by itself. Anyone who has used a recliner knows it doesn't usually do that on its own. You have to lean back with weight, or push it with your legs, or at least touch it. But according to David, it started to go back without anyone touching it. That alone would be enough to scare most people, but it didn't stop there. He said he suddenly felt a heaviness on his chest. Not just anxiety. Not a vague fear. A physical pressure, like something was pressing down on him. Like the air was thick and heavy, and he couldn't take a full breath. It felt like he was being pinned in place. David got scared, and he did the only thing he could think to do in that moment. He yelled, "Leave!" He didn't whisper it. He didn't say it politely. He yelled it like a command, like he meant it, like he was fighting for his space. And the second he yelled, the pressure lifted. Just like that. The heaviness was gone. The feeling in the room changed. Whatever was there, if something was there, was gone too. When my dad tells these stories, he doesn't tell them like someone trying to entertain you. He tells them like someone remembering something he wishes never happened. And what makes it even more believable to me is that it wasn't only my dad saying these things. His brothers had their own experiences, and their stories didn't feel like copies of each other. They felt like different events happening in the same place, over and over, to different people. My dad himself has two stories that stand out the most in my mind. One of them is unsettling in a quiet way, and the other is the kind of thing that still makes him uncomfortable to even describe. The first story happened when my dad was older, old enough to have a girlfriend who would spend the night sometimes. One night, his girlfriend slept over at the house. Everything was normal when they went to bed. They fell asleep like any other couple. The house was quiet. In the middle of the night, his girlfriend woke up and needed to use the bathroom. She got up, half asleep, still tired and not fully thinking. She went to the bathroom and did what she needed to do. Nothing strange happened in there. But when she walked back toward my dad's room, she stopped. Right in front of the door to my dad's room, she saw an old woman and an old man standing there. Not blurry shadows. Not a, "maybe I saw something." She saw them standing there like they belonged there, like they were waiting. It startled her, but because she was sleepy and confused, her first thought wasn't ghost. Her first thought was that it must be my dad's parents. So she tried to make sense of it the normal way. She assumed she was in someone else's way. She assumed maybe my dad's parents had gotten up too, maybe to check something, maybe because they heard her walking around. She didn't want to be rude, and she didn't want to make a big deal out of it in the middle of the night. She basically brushed it off, thinking, "It's just his parents," and went back to bed. She didn't scream. She didn't run. She didn't turn on every light in the house. She just went back into the room, got into bed, and tried to sleep again. But the next morning, she mentioned it to my dad. She told him she had seen an old lady and an old man standing right in front of his bedroom door during the night. She described them like they were real people, like they were physically there in the hallway. My dad looked at her and told her, very calmly but very seriously, that it couldn't have been his parents. Because his parents weren't that old at the time. They were adults, sure. They were his mom and dad. But they were not. Old man and old lady. Old. They were not the age his girlfriend described. And more importantly, even if you ignore the age, my dad said his parents were not the type to silently stand in front of his bedroom door in the middle of the night like that. That conversation shook his girlfriend. It shook my dad too, even if he tried to act like it wasn't a big deal. Because once you remove the "it was just his parents" explanation, you're left with only the creepy ones. The second story is the one my dad hates talking about. If you ask him about the house, he might tell you the other stories. He might mention the weird noises, or the feeling of being watched, or the things his brothers experienced. But this one makes him shut down. His face changes. His voice gets tight. And you can tell that even thinking about it brings him back to that night. He was sleeping one night, and something woke him up suddenly. He describes it as a loud bang. Not a gentle creak. Not the normal settling sounds of a house. A loud bang that snapped him out of sleep instantly, the way a crash would. The kind of sound that makes your heart jump before you even know what's happening. He woke up fast and looked toward the end of the bed. And that's when he saw it. He said there was a face hovering over the footboard of his bed. Not a full body. Not a person standing there. A face, close enough to see clearly, and high enough that it seemed to float. He described it as what he could only call a demon's face. He said it was bright, so bright it lit up the room. That detail always stuck with me, because people usually describe dark figures, shadow people, things that blend into the night. But my dad said this was bright, like it had its own light, and the light was strong enough that it made the room visible. He struggled to describe exactly what it looked like, and even now he can't give neat details like eye color or exact features. He just says it had a beast face. Something not human. Something twisted and wrong. Something that felt evil in a way he could feel in his body, not just see with his eyes. He doesn't like to talk about it, and he never has. He's not someone who enjoys scary attention. He's not someone who would casually make up something like that and keep repeating it for years. If anything, he avoids the topic because he doesn't want to remember it. And I know some people would say, he must have been dreaming. Or, it was sleep paralysis. Or, he was half awake and imagined it. I understand why people reach for those explanations, because they're safer. They make the world feel normal again. But here's the part that makes the story even worse, and harder for me to dismiss. My dad wasn't the only one who saw it. My grandmother saw the same thing. And my grandmother was a very religious woman. She was not the type to play around with ghost stories. She didn't watch horror movies to get herself worked up. She didn't mess with Ouija boards. She wasn't someone who wanted to believe in demons just for the drama of it. If anything, she was the kind of person who would rather not believe in that kind of evil at all. But she saw it too, and she took it seriously. What is chilling about her story is not just that she saw it, but what happened when she did. According to her, when she saw that thing, it spoke. It said, "I want you." Just those 3 words. Not a long speech. Not a complicated message. A direct statement that felt like a threat, like a claim, like something trying to scare her or own her. And coming from something she believed was evil, it terrified her in a way that pushed her to take action immediately. After that, she had the house blessed. She did what she believed was the right protection. She brought in someone to bless the home, to pray over it, to try to push whatever it was out. It made her feel like she was fighting back in the only way she knew how. But even then, the question stayed in the air. Can that really keep the evil away? Some people believe a blessing solves it. Some people believe it helps but doesn't fully stop it. Some people believe nothing like that exists at all. In my family, we don't pretend to have a perfect answer, because we weren't the ones controlling what happened in that house. We were just the ones living there, reacting to it, trying to get through the nights and wake up in the morning like normal. Eventually, the house was sold. Time passed. People moved on, like families do. My dad grew up, left, built his life somewhere else. The house became part of the past, part of those stories that come up now and then, usually late at night, usually when someone asks, "Did anything weird ever happen to you?" You would think selling the house would be the end of it. New owners, new lives, new energy. You would think whatever happened there would stay with the old family and fade away. But it didn't end so neatly. The neighbors have said they have had very similar things happen to them. That part has always bothered me, because it suggests it wasn't just one person's imagination or one family's fear. It suggests it was something tied to that land, or that area, or that history. Similar strange events. Similar feelings. Similar moments that make you stop and question what you just heard or saw. I don't know what the truth is behind it all. I can't prove the burial ground story the way you can prove a deed or a photograph. I can't go back in time and stand in that hallway with my dad's girlfriend. I can't recreate the loud bang that woke my dad up. I can't make someone else see what my grandmother saw. All I have is what my dad and his family lived through, and the way they still react when the subject comes up. The way my dad avoids talking about that bright, beast-like face. The way the stories from different people line up around the same house. The way the experiences stretch across years, from childhood to adulthood, like the house had a long memory. And I know one thing for sure, whatever was in that place, whether it was spirits, something darker, or something we don't have a good name for, it left enough fear behind that even now, decades later, it still feels close when my dad tells the stories. I'm 41 years old now, and I've had more than a few strange experiences in my life, but this one has always stood out. It's one of those moments that never really fades. I can still picture it clearly, and I can still remember exactly how it felt in my body, even though I didn't fully understand what was happening at the time. This happened when I was still in high school, back in 1984, in Houston, Texas. It was a normal afternoon, the kind of day where you're thinking about school, friends, plans for later, and nothing more. My girlfriend and I were walking together, and we decided to take a shortcut across a wooded field that sat between an apartment complex and a city park. We weren't doing anything exciting. We were just trying to get from one place to another a little faster. It was around 4 p.m., still plenty of daylight. The sun was up, and even though it was Houston and the air had that warm, heavy feel it often has, it wasn't nighttime, it wasn't scary dark, and we weren't somewhere far away from people. That's one reason this memory sticks with me so much. It happened in broad daylight, in a place that was close to regular life. The wooded field wasn't dense like a deep forest. It was more like a patch of trees and shrubs that had grown up between the apartments and the park. You could see through it in places. There were gaps between trunks and brush where you could glimpse the park, or see the apartment parking lot, or even catch a quick view of a road if you looked the right way. You didn't feel trapped in there. It wasn't the kind of place where you'd expect something paranormal to happen. It was just a shortcut that plenty of people probably used. There was a clearing in the center of it, like an open spot where the trees pulled back. The grass in that clearing was a little over ankle height, not tall enough to hide anything, just the kind of wild grass you get when an area isn't mowed often. A narrow path ran right through that clearing, then dipped back into the trees again, leading toward the road we were trying to reach. We stepped out of the trees and into the clearing, walking along that path, talking the way couples do, half paying attention to where they're going and half paying attention to each other. Everything felt normal at first. Then, as we crossed the clearing, I felt something I had never felt before. It's hard to describe, because it wasn't a sound or a sight. It was more like running into a change in the air. I felt a resistance building in front of me, almost like I was walking into a space where the air had suddenly become thicker for a short distance. Not like a strong wind pushing me back, and not like humidity, because Houston humidity is everywhere and it's consistent. This was more focused, like an invisible patch you could step into and then step out of. The best comparison I can give is walking into a room where the air pressure is different, or stepping too close to something that's giving off heat, where you can feel the change before you can explain it. It wasn't painful. It wasn't shocking. It was just odd enough to make me notice. I remember thinking, "That's strange." But I didn't stop. I kept walking, because why wouldn't I? There was no reason to think anything was wrong. The clearing was open. It was bright outside. I could see the trees, the path, the grass moving a little. No danger signs, no weird noises. A couple steps later, I felt it again. This time it wasn't directly in front of me. It was only on my left side, like I had brushed up against the edge of that thick airspace. It felt like my left shoulder and left arm had passed through something different, like a boundary line I couldn't see. That second time made me slow down. I turned my head, ready to say something to my girlfriend, ready to ask if she felt it too, because it was now too specific to ignore. And that's when I noticed she wasn't right beside me anymore. She had stopped at the edge of the clearing. She was standing there very still, not walking, not talking, just staring at something in front of her. Not staring in a casual way either. It was that fixed look people get when they're trying to understand what they're seeing, like their brain is stuck between, "This is real," and "This can't be real." I walked a step back toward her and asked, "What's wrong?" Or something close to that. I know my voice had that confused tone, because I didn't understand why she had stopped. She didn't answer right away. She kept looking forward, then looked at me like she was trying to figure out if I was messing with her. Finally she asked me, very seriously, if I could see the house. I remember pausing, because her question made no sense to me. A house? In the middle of that clearing? There was nothing there but grass and trees. I looked in the direction she was looking and saw exactly what I had been seeing the entire time. An open clearing, sunlight, and the line of trees around it. I told her I couldn't see anything like that. I said something like, "What house?" Because that's honestly how confused I was. She stared at me for another second, and then she said something that has stayed in my head all these years. "You can't see the wall you just walked through?" The way she said it wasn't joking. It wasn't playful. She wasn't trying to scare me. She sounded genuinely shocked, like she couldn't believe I had walked straight through something that was clearly in front of her. I must have looked at her like she was crazy, because I didn't understand how that was possible. I hadn't felt myself bump into anything solid. I hadn't heard any sound like wood or glass. I hadn't seen any structure. I had just felt that thicker resistance. So I walked back toward her, trying to retrace my steps and prove to myself that there was nothing there. And as I walked back, I felt it again in the exact same spot. That strange change in air pressure. That invisible boundary. It was right where I had felt it the first 2 times. It was so consistent that I couldn't brush it off anymore. It wasn't random. It wasn't my imagination drifting. It was like a line in space. When I got back beside her, I stood where she was standing and tried to see what she was seeing. And at first, I still saw the empty clearing. Trees. Grass. Path. Nothing else. I didn't feel fear right away. I felt curiosity. I felt the urge to test it. I wanted to understand what she meant. I also wanted to prove her wrong in the most gentle way possible, because the idea of an invisible wall in the middle of a clearing sounded ridiculous. So I stepped forward slowly, and I extended my right hand out in front of me, like I was feeling for something in the dark even though it was broad daylight. As my hand moved forward, I felt that change in air pressure again, stronger now that I was paying attention. It was like putting your hand close to a surface that isn't there, like you can feel the space behaving differently even if you can't see why. My fingers tingled slightly, not painful, just aware. My girlfriend's voice came instantly, sharp and certain. "You're touching the wall." I froze. Not because my hand hit something hard, but because I could feel it. My palm wasn't pressing against wood, but it was pressing against something. It felt like pushing against the thickest part of air you can imagine, like a firm resistance with a clear edge. The line was clean, like the surface of something flat. I pulled my hand back, then pushed forward again. Same result. I moved my hand up and down, left and right, as if I could trace the surface. I couldn't see it, but I could tell exactly where it was because my hand met resistance in one spot and moved freely in the next. I looked at my girlfriend, and she looked at me like she was relieved I finally understood what she meant. We stood there for a minute, the two of us staring at empty space like idiots, except we weren't imagining it. She was seeing something I couldn't see, and I was feeling something I couldn't see. That's the part that still messes with my head. If it was only her seeing it, you could claim it was her eyes playing tricks. If it was only me feeling it, you could say it was nerves or a weird breeze. But it was both of us, at the same time, reacting to the same invisible structure. I asked her what she was seeing, and she started describing it, pointing to places in the air as if she were standing in front of a real building. She said it looked like a house. Not an apartment building, not a shed, but a real house with walls and windows. She acted like it was solid, like it was obviously there, like it should have been impossible to miss. And the more she talked, the more serious her face became, because she couldn't understand how I couldn't see it. I stepped forward and back again, and I realized something else that confused me even more. I had walked through it earlier without stopping. That meant the wall wasn't solid in the normal way. Or maybe I had stepped through a doorway without knowing it. Or maybe it wasn't fully physical. I didn't know. I still don't know. We decided to experiment. Not in a scientific way, because we were teenagers. We didn't have measuring tape or cameras or any plan. But we did what curious people do when something impossible is sitting right in front of them. We started exploring it. I moved slowly along the invisible surface, sliding my hand through the air, feeling where it resisted and where it didn't. My girlfriend stayed near me, telling me what she saw, guiding me like I was blindfolded in a room full of furniture. "Window," she would say, and I would feel a change in the surface, like an opening or an edge. I could feel where that glass would be, or where the frame might be, not because my hand hit glass, but because the resistance shifted in a way that felt shaped. I know that sounds crazy, but it was real in the moment. The best way I can explain it is that the invisible house had contours, and my body could detect them the way you can detect the edge of a wall in the dark if you move carefully. We found what she said was a corner. When I reached it with my hand, the flat resistance ended and turned, like the surface changed direction. I could move around it. That corner felt as clear as the corner of a real building. Once we found the corner, she started walking beside me, describing what she saw as if we were walking along the outside of a normal home. "There's the front," she said at one point, and I traced along the front wall, feeling what she called windows. I could feel the spaces where the windows were supposed to be, like wider areas with a different kind of resistance. I could also feel what seemed like the edge of a frame. I remember laughing once, not because it was funny, but because my brain didn't know what else to do. It was nervous laughter mixed with excitement. My girlfriend wasn't laughing. She was fascinated, but also a little unsettled. There were moments when she would stop and just stare, like she was trying to understand how a house could be there when the clearing was empty. We kept going. Eventually she guided me toward what she said was an entry area. I reached forward and felt another flat surface, then an opening that felt different, like the resistance dropped away in a rectangle. She said it was a doorway. I stepped forward carefully, half expecting to slam into something, but instead it felt like stepping into a space that existed without being visible. The air pressure changed again, thicker around me, like I had moved from outside to inside. It wasn't a temperature change exactly, more like a shift in how the air felt against my skin. Once I was inside, my girlfriend started giving me directions like I was walking through rooms. A few times I stopped and turned my head, trying to force my eyes to see what she was seeing. I squinted. I blinked. I stared at the spot where she said the wall was. All I saw was grass and trees through the spaces between branches. But my body kept confirming something else. When I reached out, the wall was there. That's when we found the stairs. This is one of the clearest parts of the memory for me, because it was so physical and so impossible. We were in the middle of a flat clearing. The ground under my feet was uneven grass and dirt like any other field. There was no actual staircase. But as I walked forward, I felt steps pushing against my legs. The first step hit around ankle height. I lifted my foot like I was stepping onto something, and my foot landed back on grass, but my body felt like it had moved up. It was confusing, like my senses didn't match. I took another step forward and felt the next rise, about 8 inches higher. Then another, also about 8 inches higher than the last. I was basically climbing stairs that weren't there. My girlfriend stood nearby, watching me, and she said, "You're at the staircase." In that same certain voice, like she was watching me climb a perfectly normal set of steps inside a house. I kept going, step by step, and it felt like my body was moving upward even though my eyes still showed a flat field. Once I reached the top of the stairs, she said I was on a landing. I moved my hand around, feeling for the shape of the space. I could feel a boundary on one side and open space on another, like a hallway or an upstairs area. It was surreal. I could hear normal outdoor sounds too, distant traffic, maybe faint sounds from the park, the kind of noises you'd expect in a city area. But at the same time, my body was reacting as if I were inside something enclosed. We explored for hours. I'm not exaggerating. We spent from around 4 p.m. until it was getting dark walking around that clearing, touching the air, stepping around furniture, and trying to understand what we were dealing with. At some point, my girlfriend guided me toward what she said was a room with furniture. "Careful," she told me, and I reached forward and felt something like a table edge. My hand met resistance at about waist height, and when I moved my hand along it, it felt long and flat, like a tabletop. I tapped it lightly with my fingers. It didn't sound like wood, because there was no wood, but the resistance felt firm enough that my brain interpreted it as a solid surface. She told me there were chairs around it. I stepped sideways, and sure enough, I bumped into something at knee level, then another shape at a different angle, like chair legs or the side of a chair. I moved carefully, not wanting to trip, and she kept describing everything as if she were watching me move through a normal furnished room. She said there were bookcases too. I walked toward where she pointed, reached out, and felt a tall, flat resistance, then smaller raised lines, like shelves. My fingers moved across those shelves, and I could feel the divisions. It felt like running your hand across something that has structure and edges, even though nothing was visible. The strangest part was how normal it began to feel while we were doing it. Not normal in the sense of, "this makes sense," but normal in the sense that after an hour of exploring, you start accepting the rules of the moment. My girlfriend was seeing a house. I wasn't. But I could feel it. She would say, "There's a window," and I would find it. She would say, "There's a staircase," and I would step onto it. She would say, "There's a chair right there," and I would bump into it. Every once in a while we would stop and look around, and it would hit us again how crazy it was. We were standing in an open patch of grass with trees around us, in the middle of Houston, with daylight fading slowly, and yet we were acting like we were walking through someone's home. We didn't see other people out there, and that was another odd detail. You'd think someone would cut across the field while we were there, especially if it was a known shortcut. But during those hours, it felt like we had the clearing to ourselves. We could hear the city in the distance, but the spot we were in seemed strangely private, like the world had stepped back just enough for this to happen. I remember checking the view through the trees at one point, looking toward the park and the apartment complex, just to confirm to myself that we were still in the same place. I could still see gaps leading to the parking lot. I could still see hints of the park. Everything around us was normal. It was only that invisible structure in the middle of it that didn't belong. My girlfriend, for her part, acted like the house was as real as any other house. She didn't just say wall or shape. She described it like she could see details and placement. She'd tell me where the windows were, where the rooms were, where the stairs went, and she guided me like she was helping someone move through a dark room with the lights off. And the whole time, I kept testing it, because I couldn't stop myself. I'd walk away from the house, a few steps, then walk back into it again, feeling that pressure change at the boundary. I'd hold my hand out and move it slowly until the resistance started, then pull back, then push in again. The edge stayed consistent. It didn't drift. It didn't vanish when I looked away. It stayed there hour after hour. As it got later, the light began to change. The sun got lower. The shadows under the trees stretched longer. The clearing looked darker around the edges, and the path we had been following looked less clear. The air cooled a little the way it does in late afternoon. We kept exploring, but you could feel the day ending. Eventually, as it started to get close to dusk, we both started to feel tired, and the whole thing began to feel heavier in a way I can't fully explain. Not evil, not threatening, just intense. Like we had been focused so hard for so long that our minds and bodies were worn out. We were also teenagers, and at some point, practicality kicks in. We knew we had to leave before it got too dark to navigate the wooded area safely. Before we left, I remember standing near that boundary again, my hand hovering in front of where the wall should have been, still not seeing it, but feeling it as clearly as ever. My girlfriend stood beside me, looking at it like she was looking at a real building that had no business being there. Then we finally backed away and walked out of the clearing, back onto the path, back into the trees, and toward the road we were aiming for in the first place. When we got out of that wooded area and closer to normal streets again, the world felt louder and more solid. Cars, voices, street noise, regular life. We didn't talk much at first. It's like we both needed time to let our brains catch up. Even now, I still don't know what we experienced that day. I don't have a clean explanation that makes it all make sense. I only know what happened. I felt a change in air pressure, like a boundary I could touch, and my girlfriend could see a house and a wall that I could not see at all. For hours, we explored something that acted like a real structure: windows, stairs, furniture, tables, chairs, bookcases, while we stood in an empty clearing. That girlfriend eventually became my wife. Later she became my ex-wife. We got married after I joined the Navy, and we divorced 6 years later. But even after all that, we stayed on good terms, and today we're still great friends. What happened in that clearing is one of those shared memories that doesn't disappear just because life changes. It happened to both of us. It's part of our history in a way that's hard to explain to anyone who wasn't there. My wife and I took a road trip in May of this year, the kind of trip where you don't rush too much and you let yourself stop in places you normally just pass through. We had a loose plan, but we also left room for random choices: small towns, scenic detours, and places with a bit of history. At some point we decided to spend a night in Natchez, Mississippi. We both heard about it before: old homes, river history, and that. Time stands still. Feeling some southern towns have. Neither of us was expecting anything paranormal. We just wanted a nice stop, a good dinner, and a comfortable bed. We ended up staying at a former plantation house called Monmouth Plantation. The name itself sounded a little strange to me at first, because you don't hear Monmouth and immediately think Mississippi, but that was the place. When we arrived, it looked like what you'd imagine: a grand old property, big trees, and that calm, quiet atmosphere you only get when a building has been standing for a long time. The main house had that classic southern look, elegant, well-kept, and heavy with history even if you didn't know the details. After we checked in, we were shown to our room by the bellman. He was one of those people who could talk to anyone and make the whole experience feel personal. He had a lot of energy, the kind where you can tell he's done this job 1,000 times but still enjoys it. He wasn't fake or bored. He seemed like he truly liked meeting guests, explaining things, and making sure people felt welcome. He talked as we walked, pointing out little things about the building and the property, and he had that friendly southern style where he made you feel like you weren't just a room number. At one point, after he brought us to our room and we had a moment to settle in, my wife and I asked him where we should go for dinner that night. We wanted something local, something that felt like part of Natchez and not just another chain restaurant. The bellman didn't hesitate. First, he suggested the dining room in the main house at Monmouth itself. He spoke highly of it, like it was something he was proud of. We told him we already had reservations there for the following night. That was true. We'd booked it because we'd heard good things and figured a plantation house dining room was part of the experience. The bellman nodded like that was a great plan and said something along the lines of us not missing it. He really emphasized it, and the way he said it made me more excited for the next evening. Then he suggested another place, the King's Tavern, in town, about a mile or so away. He made it sound like one of those restaurants that wasn't just about food, but also about atmosphere and story. He said it like locals and visitors both went there, and like it was exactly the kind of place we'd remember. We cleaned up a bit, got ready, and drove into town. We arrived around 6 p.m. I remember noticing right away that the restaurant looked quiet from the outside. Not closed, not abandoned, but quiet. When we went in, it felt almost deserted. I don't mean empty like there were absolutely no people, but it was far from busy. There were not many voices. Not much movement. You know that feeling when a restaurant is supposed to have energy. People talking, silverware clinking, servers walking around, but instead it feels still, like the sound is being absorbed by the walls. The dining room itself was dark and somber. I remember stone walls, or at least walls that looked like stone, which gave it that heavy, old-world feeling. The lighting was low. Not romantic low in a modern way, but old building low, like the room was built before bright lighting was normal. The shadows sat in corners, and the whole place felt like it had stories. We were seated at a table and given menus. Along with the menus, we also received a printout that had the history of the building, and a photocopied newspaper article. The article looked like it came from one of those tabloids or sensational papers, something like the National Enquirer, the type of thing that mixes real places with dramatic ghost claims. It had that spooky tourism vibe to it, like it was designed to be half entertainment, half warning. The printout said the building was haunted by a ghost named Madeline. I wish I could remember all the details they included about her. At the time, I read it, nodded, and kind of filed it away under local legend. The basic idea was that Madeline was known to haunt the building, and guests were invited to go up to what was described as her bedroom on the 3rd floor. It had that classic haunted inn setup. Here's the story, here's the place, go look if you want. It was presented in a way that didn't feel threatening. It felt like a come take a peek kind of thing. The article included a story from the writer, some woman who claimed she had been dining there, and while she was eating, a heavy iron chain hanging on the wall near her table began to swing back and forth on its own. The writer described it like it was undeniable, like there was no draft, no touch, no reason for it to move. There was even a photo of her sitting at the table, pointing toward the chain, as if to prove she had been right there when it happened. When I looked up and scanned the wall near our table, the chain was there. It was not hidden away in a corner. It wasn't in another room. It was right beside us, close enough that I could reach out and touch it if I wanted. It looked old and heavy, the kind of chain you don't casually move without effort. Seeing it so close made the story feel more real in an annoying way, because now I couldn't just roll my eyes at the idea. The chain was right there, like it was waiting for someone to pay attention to it. My wife read the printout too, and I could tell she was interested but cautious. She's not the type who loves being scared. She'll listen to ghost stories, but she doesn't enjoy feeling like something might actually happen. Meanwhile, I'm the kind of person who, when I'm in a place like that, starts joking around and pushing buttons. Not because I truly want something to happen, but because it feels like part of the fun. You're in a historic tavern, you're given a ghost story, there's an iron chain on the wall, and the article basically dares you to believe it. It's hard not to play along a little. So as dinner went on, I started messing with my wife in that playful way husbands do. I teased her, trying to scare her just a bit. I said things like, "Madeline, if you're here, give us a sign," and, "Go ahead, make the chain move." I didn't say it in a loud, disrespectful tone. I said it more like I was talking to the room, half joking, half curious, and mostly trying to see my wife roll her eyes. Nothing happened. The chain didn't move. There was no cold spot. No whisper. No strange shadow. The restaurant stayed quiet and normal. My wife looked at me like, "See? It's just a story." I laughed and kept eating. The food was good. I remember that much. The place felt like it took itself seriously as a restaurant, not just as a haunted attraction. That made it easier to relax. For a while, we just enjoyed the meal and talked like normal, but the story was still in the back of my mind because the chain was always right there in my side vision. Every time I looked up, I saw it hanging on the wall, still, heavy, and completely unmoved. When we got to dessert and coffee, the atmosphere in the dining room felt even quieter, partly because there were so few people. Our voices sounded louder than they should have. That kind of quiet can make you more aware of small things: footsteps from another room, a chair moving, the sound of a door far away. It also makes you more aware of your own imagination. While we were finishing up, I asked my wife if she wanted to go up to the third floor with me to see Madeline's bedroom. The printout had basically invited us to do it, and part of me was curious. I wasn't expecting to see a ghost. I just wanted to look around an old building and see what they were talking about. My wife declined. She didn't make a big deal out of it. She just said no, like she didn't feel like walking around the upper floors of an old tavern at night looking for a ghost. I don't blame her. She was comfortable where she was, sitting at the table, dessert finished, coffee in front of her. She wasn't trying to invite weirdness into our evening. So I went alone. I walked upstairs and looked around. The stairway and upper floors felt older than the dining room. The air was a little different up there, and the lighting was even dimmer. It wasn't like a modern hotel hallway. It felt like you were stepping into a part of the building that had been kept mostly the same for the sake of history. I remember moving slower, partly because I didn't want to trip in the low light, and partly because walking alone in a quiet old building naturally makes you more cautious. I found the room they said was Madeline's. It was set up like a bedroom, and the story claimed that sometimes the bed felt warm, as if someone had just gotten out of it. That's the kind of detail that sounds creepy when you read it, but also the kind of detail you want to test when you're standing there. So I touched the bed. It felt like a normal bed. Not warm. Not cold. Just a bed. I pressed my hand into the blanket and the mattress, waiting for some strange feeling, but there was nothing. I stood there for a moment and looked around, taking in the room, noticing the furniture and the old-fashioned style. I tried to imagine what the building must have been like in another era, with different people walking those same floors. And yes, I asked Madeline to make an appearance. I didn't shout it. I didn't demand it. I just spoke out loud, kind of softly, more like a challenge to the story than a serious invitation. I said something like, "If you're here, show yourself." Or, "Let me know you're here." I listened. I waited. I watched for any movement in the shadows or any change in the air. Nothing. No sound. No movement. No feeling. Just quiet. After a bit, I went back downstairs and returned to our table. I told my wife she hadn't missed anything. I said it in that casual tone you use when you want to move on, like, "Yep, I checked it out, it's nothing." My wife seemed relieved, like she was glad I got it out of my system without bringing back a ghost. Then I took a sip of my coffee, and it tasted and smelled like perfume. It was immediate. Not a faint hint. Not something I had to search for. The smell hit me right away, like someone had poured perfume into the cup. It was such a strange contrast to the normal smell of coffee, rich, bitter, warm. This wasn't that. This was floral and sharp and sweet in a way coffee simply isn't. The first thing I did was stare at the cup like it had betrayed me. Then I looked at my wife. I asked her if she was messing with me. I didn't accuse her in a mean way, but I genuinely thought maybe she had found a way to prank me while I was upstairs. Maybe she had done something to scare me back for all my teasing. It would have been a fair move. She insisted she was not messing with me. She reminded me of something that made the situation even stranger. She never wears perfume. Not rarely, but never. The reason is simple. Sometimes I have allergic reactions. Strong scents can set me off. So perfume isn't part of her routine at all. She was very clear about that, like she wanted me to understand that this wasn't coming from her. She also said the waitress hadn't been by the table while I was upstairs. No one had hovered near the cup. No one had refilled it. No one had done anything that would explain a sudden perfume smell coming from the coffee. And I believed her, because my wife isn't someone who lies about small stuff like that, and because the whole table setup looked exactly the same as when I left. I took another careful sniff and sip, thinking maybe I was imagining it, or maybe I had gotten some dessert flavor mixed in somehow. But no, it was still there. It was like the coffee had turned into something else. It didn't make me feel sick. It didn't burn. It just smelled and tasted like perfume, and it was so out of place that it made my skin prickle. I didn't know what to do with it, so when we were leaving, I mentioned it to the hostess. I told her, pretty much exactly what happened, that my coffee suddenly smelled like perfume when I returned from upstairs, and that my wife didn't wear perfume and hadn't touched the cup, and that it was strange. The hostess didn't look surprised. She didn't act like I was crazy. She just smiled in a way that felt a little too knowing, like she'd heard similar things before. Then she said very calmly, "Madeline likes you." It was such a simple sentence, and she said it like it was obvious, like it was the most normal explanation in the world. Not, "Maybe someone sprayed something." Not, "Sometimes the kitchen has scents." But, "Madeline likes you." My wife and I walked out after that, and I remember feeling a mix of amusement and unease. Part of me wanted to laugh at the whole thing. It's easy to laugh when you're outside, under normal streetlights, surrounded by the regular night air of a town. But another part of me kept thinking about how sharp that perfume smell was, and how it appeared right after I went upstairs asking for a ghost to show herself. We drove back to Monmouth Plantation and returned to our room. The whole property was quiet at night, the way historic places often are. Even though it's a hotel and there are guests, the atmosphere still feels hushed. The building itself seems to hold sound differently, like the walls have absorbed decades of footsteps and conversations. You're aware of the age of the place even when everything looks clean and comfortable. We got ready for bed a few hours later and went to sleep. I wasn't thinking about Madeline anymore in any intense way. I wasn't lying there waiting for something to happen. The evening had been strange, yes, but we were tired from traveling, and the bed felt good. Sometime during the night I woke up. The first thing I realized, immediately, was that I couldn't move. It wasn't like being sleepy and not wanting to move. It wasn't like being sore. It was like my body was locked in place. I could open my eyes. I could look around. I was awake enough to understand what was happening, but I could not move my arms or legs. I could not sit up. I couldn't even roll over. That alone is terrifying when it happens, even if you've heard about it before. Your mind starts racing, trying to figure out what's wrong. Are you sick? Is something pressing on you? Are you having some kind of medical emergency? Your brain tries to grab any explanation it can find, and none of them feel comforting. I looked to my right, and there was a white apparition standing, or floating, right beside me. I want to be careful about how I describe it, because it wasn't a solid person standing there in a nightgown like a movie. It was more like a figure made of pale light, a shape that had the outline of a woman. It wasn't bright like a lamp, but it was clearly visible. The strangest part was that I could see through it. I could see the painting on the wall behind it through the figure, which made it look both present and not present at the same time. I couldn't make out facial features clearly. It wasn't like I could see eyes, nose, and mouth in sharp detail. But it was definitely a female form. The shape of the head, the shoulders, the way it stood, it read as woman, instantly, even without clear details. What surprised me most was my emotional reaction. I didn't feel threatened. I didn't feel that rush of terror you'd expect when you see something like that. I felt more calm, or maybe numb is a better word. I was aware something unusual was happening. I was aware I couldn't move. I was aware there was something beside me that shouldn't have been there. But I didn't feel like it was there to harm me. There was no rage in it. No aggressive movement. No feeling of danger pouring off it. It just was. I lay there, unable to move, staring at this figure. Time became hard to measure. I honestly can't tell you if it lasted 1 minute or 10. It could have been a short moment that felt long, or a long moment that felt short. That's how those experiences are. Your sense of time breaks down because your brain is too focused on what it's seeing. Then, without any sudden motion, the image simply faded away. It didn't run. It didn't vanish in a flash. It didn't lunge or change shape. It just faded, like fog thinning out, like a reflection disappearing when the light changes. One moment it was there, and then it was less and less until it wasn't there at all. After that, I was able to fall back asleep. And once I did, I slept peacefully for the rest of the night, like nothing else happened. No more waking. No more strange smells. No footsteps. No whispering. Just normal sleep. In the morning, when we were both awake and the daylight made everything feel ordinary again, I told my wife what had happened. I told her about waking up unable to move, and about the white female figure beside the bed, and how I could see through it to the painting behind it, and how it faded away. My wife listened without interrupting. She didn't laugh. She didn't freak out either. When I finished, she just looked at me and said, very simply, "Well, you did ask her to make an appearance." And that was the thing that stuck with me most afterward. I had been joking earlier at dinner, calling out to Madeline, telling her to show herself, asking her to make the chain move. Then I went upstairs and asked again. And the only two things that happened the entire night, things I still can't explain in a normal way, were the perfume smell and my coffee right after I came back from the 3rd floor, and then waking up in the middle of the night unable to move while seeing what looked like a female apparition beside me. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe it was my mind connecting dots that weren't really connected. Maybe there's a logical explanation for the coffee smell and the nighttime experience, even if I don't know what it is. But it's hard not to think about the hostess's smile when she said, "Madeline likes you," and the way my wife calmly reminded me the next morning that I had, in fact, asked for it. I went through a really dark stretch after September 11, 2001. A lot of people did, in different ways. For me, everything started falling apart in a way that felt slow at first, then suddenly all at once. I lost my job, and when you lose your job, you don't just lose money. You lose routine. You lose confidence. You lose that feeling that you're steering your own life. Days blur together because there's nowhere you're required to be, and at the same time you're stressed every minute because you know bills are stacking up whether you have a paycheck or not. I got behind on rent and a few other bills. I tried to catch up, but it felt like running in place. Every time I thought I was close to getting my head above water, another letter would come in the mail, another late fee would hit, another expense would pop up that I couldn't ignore. It's hard to explain to people who haven't lived it, but when money problems pile up, they don't just sit in your bank account. They sit in your chest. They sit in your stomach. You wake up with anxiety before you even open your eyes, because your brain is already doing the math of what you owe and what you don't have. Eventually, I ended up sharing a small apartment with my sister. She was struggling too. She was trying to catch up, trying to keep things together, but she was behind just like I was. We weren't living together because it was fun. We were living together because it was the only way we could afford to keep a roof over our heads. The apartment was small enough that we were always in each other's space, always hearing each other move around, always stepping over each other's lives. But at least we weren't alone. At least we could split costs and try to survive. Still, even with that, life felt heavy. We were both worn out, emotionally and mentally. Some days we could talk and encourage each other, but other days the stress made us short-tempered, exhausted, and numb. And when you feel numb, you start making choices you normally wouldn't make. We started doing drugs. I'm not proud of it. I don't tell this story because I want sympathy, and I definitely don't tell it like it was cool or exciting. It wasn't. It was us trying to escape our own thoughts. It was us trying to turn off the fear and shame for a few hours. We were doing other things we had no business doing too, just living like we didn't care if we ruined ourselves. Looking back, I can admit we were sliding down a slope, and we were sliding fast. At the time, though, it didn't feel dramatic. That's the scary part. It felt normal in a bad way. It felt like, well, this is what life is now. You start accepting things you never thought you'd accept. You start thinking, we'll clean it up later. Even when you know deep down you're not cleaning anything up, you're just making the mess bigger. We were definitely heading down the wrong path. Then Halloween night of 2003 happened. I still remember it clearly because it wasn't just a creepy moment. It felt like a line in our lives, like there was before that night, and after that night. Even now, years later, when I think about it, I can feel the cold in my chest that I felt on that street. I can remember the way the world looked under the streetlights. I can remember the silence that seemed to come out of nowhere. I can remember the sense of dread before I even understood what I was looking at. That night started out normal. It was Halloween, and the neighborhood had been busy earlier. Kids in costumes had been out trick-or-treating. You could hear laughter and footsteps and the excited voices of children. People had porch lights on. Some houses had decorations, fake cobwebs, carved pumpkins, plastic skeletons, stuff like that. Even if you weren't into Halloween, you couldn't avoid it. The whole area had that seasonal energy, that feeling of people being out a little later than usual and acting a little more playful. But by the time my sister and I decided to leave the apartment, the evening had settled down. Trick-or-treating was basically over. The kids were inside. Porch lights were turning off. The street was getting quiet in that way it does when the fun part of the night is done and real nighttime is taking over. The air had that late October bite to it, not necessarily freezing, but cold enough that you wanted a coat. My sister and I realized we didn't have anything in the house to drink. Not water or soda, but the kind of drinks we were buying back then, the kind that went along with the way we were living at the time. We looked around the kitchen, opened the fridge, checked cabinets, and basically came up with nothing. So we decided we'd just walk down to the corner store. It was a simple plan. It wasn't far. We knew the route. We had done it before. We put our coats on, grabbed what little cash we had, and stepped out. As soon as we started walking down the street, we started talking. Not small talk either. We were talking about the real stuff, the stuff you usually avoid because it makes you feel sick. We talked about where our lives were headed. We talked about how things were getting worse, not better. We talked about the choices we'd been making and how it was starting to feel like we were trapped in them. We talked about needing to change. I remember that conversation because it felt honest. It didn't feel like us joking around or pretending things were fine. It felt like two people who were scared, who were tired of being scared, trying to say out loud what they both knew. My sister said things like, "We can't keep doing this," and "We're going to end up dead or in jail if we don't stop." I remember nodding and agreeing, saying things like, "We need to get our lives together," and "We need to do something different." We were talking about getting back to work, getting stable, paying bills, being normal again. The sad part is, we had talked like that before. We had promised ourselves we'd change before. But that night, the conversation had a different feeling to it, like the words were heavier. Before we knew it, we were at the store. It was one of those small corner stores that always feels a little too bright inside because of the fluorescent lights. You step in from the dark street, and suddenly everything is harshly lit. You can hear the hum of the coolers, the beep of the register, maybe a radio playing quietly, maybe a TV on in the corner. We grabbed what we needed, paid, and left. Nothing unusual happened there. It was just a quick in and out. Then we started walking back home. We kept talking the same way we had been talking on the way there. We weren't laughing. We weren't distracted. We were focused on that conversation about changing our lives. We walked at a steady pace, our hands probably buried in our pockets because of the cold. The street was quiet, and our voices sounded louder than they normally would. We got about 2 blocks from the store when the atmosphere shifted. That's the only way I can put it. One moment it was just a normal walk back to the apartment. The next moment both of us got this eerie feeling, like we had stepped into the wrong place at the wrong time. It wasn't just, "I'm a little uneasy." It was a sudden, sharp feeling like something bad was close. I could feel it in my skin. I could feel it in my stomach. It was the kind of instinct that makes you look up without thinking. Like your body reacts before your mind can. I looked up the street ahead of us, and I saw something coming toward us. At first, I thought it was a man. That's what my brain tried to label it as, because that's what it looked like from a distance, a tall figure moving in our direction. But almost immediately I noticed it didn't look right. It was tall, about 6.5 feet, maybe even a little taller. It stood out partly because of the way it was dressed. It was wearing a large top hat. Not a small hat, not a baseball cap, but a tall, old-fashioned top hat that made it look even taller and more out of place. And it was wearing a long black trench coat, the kind that fell low and straight, like something you'd see in an old movie. The first thing that popped into my mind was Jack the Ripper, because that's the kind of outfit people imagine when they think of that era, dark coat, top hat, walking through the night. Now, it was Halloween, so for a split second I tried to tell myself it was just someone in costume. That would have been the normal explanation. People dress up, people walk around, maybe some adults are going to a party, maybe someone is trying to be creepy on purpose. But the feeling I got didn't match that explanation. Even from a distance, the figure seemed wrong. Not just scary wrong like a guy trying to look spooky. Wrong in a deeper way, like the street itself didn't want it there. My sister and I both slowed down slightly. We didn't stop, but our strides got more cautious. Our conversation trailed off. As it got closer, more detail came into focus, and that's when my fear turned real. The hair was long and white, wiry, almost stringy, not like someone wearing a nice wig. It looked like thin white strands hanging down from under the hat. And the body proportions were off. The arms and legs seemed too long for the torso, like the limbs belonged to something stretched. The coat hung on it, but the shape under the coat still looked wrong, like the shoulders and arms were longer than they should be. Then I saw its hands. I wish I hadn't. The hands were extra long and thin, and the fingers were long and bony, like they went on too far. The fingers didn't look like normal fingers, even in low light. They had that sharp, skeletal look, like you'd see in a nightmare or a creepy drawing. The hands hung in a way that didn't seem natural, like they had weight and length that didn't match the rest of the body. I tried to look at its face, but I couldn't. The top hat shaded its face so heavily that the face stayed hidden. The night and the hat's brim worked together like a curtain. No matter how hard I stared, I couldn't make out eyes or a mouth. I couldn't see expressions. I could only see darkness where the face should have been. And that made it even worse, because when you can't see someone's face, you can't read them. You can't tell if they're drunk, smiling, angry, lost, or just minding their business. You can't judge intent. You can only feel it. And what I felt coming off that thing was pure evil. That's the phrase that fits best, even if it sounds dramatic. It wasn't just, "This is creepy." It was a heavy sense of malice, like it carried something dark inside it, like the air around it was poisoned. It made my skin crawl in a way I can't fully explain. It felt like it didn't belong in the same world as the rest of the street. Like it was wearing the shape of a person but wasn't a person. My sister and I were now truly freaked out. I could tell by her grip on the bag, by the way her posture changed, by the way she kept looking at it, and then looking away like she couldn't stand to stare too long. I felt my heart start to pound. My mouth went dry. I remember thinking, very clearly, we are not going to make it home before that thing reaches us. We were still a short distance from the gate of our apartment complex. The fence ran along the property, and the only way in or out was through the entrance gates. That's how it had always been. If you were outside the fence, you had to go to the gate. There wasn't another opening. There wasn't a shortcut. The fence was there to keep people out, and it did its job. But the distance between us and the gate suddenly felt huge. The being's pace seemed to quicken as we got closer to it. Or maybe it wasn't that it sped up. Maybe it was just moving in a way that made it seem like it was covering ground too fast. The movement didn't look like normal walking. It almost looked like it was gliding over the ground, like its feet weren't fully touching the pavement the way ours were. It had this unearthly gait, and the coat moved with it in a strange way, like the coat didn't flap naturally in the air but still flowed as it moved. I remember looking around for other people, for cars, for anything. But the street was quiet. Too quiet. There were no neighbors outside. No one walking a dog. No cars passing right then. No sudden headlights to break up the darkness. It was just us, the dim streetlights, and that thing coming toward us. We didn't have time to cross the street and go another way. We didn't have time to run to the gate. We didn't even have time to make a plan. We were seconds away from being right in front of it. My body tensed like I was ready to run, but where would we run? If we turned around, it would be behind us. If we ran forward, we'd have to pass it. The fence was to our side, and it was solid. Then my sister did something that still feels impossible to me. She grabbed my shoulder hard and pulled me sideways toward the fence. It wasn't a gentle tug. It was a move now, kind of pull, like she had just spotted our only chance. I stumbled a bit because I wasn't expecting it, and I looked at her like she'd lost her mind, because there was a fence there. A fence you couldn't get through. But she didn't hesitate. She dragged me toward a gap. A gap in the fence that I swear was not supposed to exist. It wasn't a wide open section like someone had removed a whole panel. It wasn't a normal entrance. It was just enough space for us to squeeze through if we turned our bodies the right way. My sister pushed herself through first, and I followed right behind her, scraping my coat, catching a sleeve for a second, forcing my shoulder through. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. As soon as we were on the other side, inside the complex, we turned around and looked back toward the sidewalk. The being was there. It had reached the spot where we had been just moments ago. It moved past the gap area with almost no reaction, like it wasn't surprised, like it didn't need to stop and look around confused. But it did make one small movement that made my stomach turn. It slightly moved its head. Not a full turn. Not a slow look. Just a subtle tilt or shift, like it acknowledged us, like it knew we had slipped away, and it didn't like it. That tiny motion felt like discontent, like irritation, like a quiet, "You got away this time." Then it kept going. It passed by with almost no acknowledgement beyond that slight head movement, and it disappeared into the night beyond the streetlight glow. It didn't say anything. If it breathed, I didn't hear it. If it had footsteps, they didn't sound normal. It was just there and then gone. My sister and I didn't stand there long. We were shaken, and once the immediate danger, whatever that danger was, seemed to pass, survival mode kicked in. We started moving quickly through the complex toward our building. We didn't run full speed, but we moved with an eager pace, like we couldn't get to our door fast enough. The bags in our hands felt heavier. The cold air felt sharper. Every shadow felt suspicious. We got inside the apartment and locked the door. We stood there for a moment in the small entry area, breathing hard, staring at each other like we needed confirmation that we had both just seen the same thing. My sister's face was pale, and I knew mine was too. I asked her, "Did you see that?" Even though I already knew the answer, because I needed to hear it out loud. She said yes. We talked about it for a while, going over the details again and again. The top hat, the coat, the hair, the hands, the way it moved, the feeling it gave us. We kept trying to make it normal. We kept trying to turn it into just a guy, or just a costume. But the more we described it, the less that explanation fit. At some point, we stopped talking because we were tired and emotionally drained. We were still scared, but there was nothing we could do about it now. We tried to distract ourselves, tried to calm down, tried to get through the night. Eventually we went to sleep, but the sleep didn't feel normal. I remember falling asleep with my thoughts still racing, waking up once or twice, listening to the building sounds, trying to convince myself we were safe. The next morning, I woke up and the first thing that hit me was how vivid the memory still was. Sometimes you have a strange night, and then you wake up and it feels distant, like a dream. But this didn't feel like a dream. It felt sharp and real. I remembered the exact street, the exact feeling, the exact moment my sister pulled me, the way the being's head moved slightly as it passed. As I lay there, I started thinking about the fence. The more I thought about it, the more confused I got. Because I did not remember there ever being a gap in that fence before. That wasn't something you'd forget, especially if you lived there. I had walked around that complex plenty of times. I had walked the perimeter. I knew the layout. The only openings in that fence were the entrance gates. That was it. That's how it had always been. But last night, we squeezed through a gap. So I told myself there had to be a normal reason. Maybe maintenance. Maybe they had been repairing something and left a section open. Maybe a panel had come loose. Maybe someone had damaged it, and it hadn't been fixed yet. That seemed like the only logical explanation for how we got through. So later that morning, I went outside to check. I walked along the fence line, looking for the spot. I tried to find where my sister had pulled me through. I expected to see a broken section, maybe a bent piece of metal, maybe some sign that a panel had been removed and was waiting to be repaired. But I couldn't find it. There wasn't any opening large enough for an adult to squeeze through. Not even close. The fence was continuous. The panels lined up. The bottom was close enough to the ground that you couldn't crawl under easily. There were no missing sections. No loose parts. No gap that matched what we used the night before. I kept walking, thinking maybe I was looking in the wrong spot. Maybe in the panic I had lost track of where exactly we were. So I walked more of the fence. I checked corners and stretches I normally wouldn't bother with. I looked for anything that could be used as an exit. Nothing. I went back inside feeling uneasy, then decided to go to the office. I thought maybe the apartments had done maintenance on the fence and had already fixed it, and maybe I just missed the evidence. Or maybe there had been a gap for a short time and someone had closed it up quickly. So I went to the office and asked them. I tried to keep it simple. I didn't mention the being. I didn't mention Halloween or top hats or evil. I just asked if there had been any maintenance done on the fence, or if there had been an opening in the fence recently that might have been repaired. They looked at me like I was crazy. Not like they were being rude on purpose, just like they didn't understand why I was asking something so random. Then they told me they hadn't done any maintenance on the fence in at least 6 months. No repairs. No replacement panels. No work orders. Nothing. I walked out of the office with this cold, sinking feeling in my stomach. Because if there was no maintenance, and if there was no gap that morning, then what did we squeeze through the night before? I kept going over it in my mind. I kept seeing my sister's hand on my shoulder. I kept feeling the fence scrape my coat. I kept remembering the relief of being on the other side. It was too clear to be a mistake. We didn't imagine squeezing through a fence. We physically did it. But the gap wasn't there. That's when I started thinking about it in a different way. Not like a simple scary story, but like something bigger. Like something had intervened. I'm not saying I have all the answers. I don't. I'm just telling you what it felt like from the inside. That night, we were living wrong. We knew it. We were literally walking down the street talking about how we needed to change our lives. We were admitting out loud that we were on a bad path. And then, out of nowhere, we encountered something that felt like evil itself. And when we had no escape, when we were trapped between it and a fence we couldn't get through, a way out appeared. A gap that had never been there before. A gap that wasn't there the next day. So yes, I thank God for giving us an out and not allowing that thing to overtake my sister and me. I don't say that lightly. I don't say it like a slogan. I say it because that is honestly how it feels when I look back. It feels like we were spared. Like we were protected in the last second. And what happened after that is another reason I believe it mattered. Shortly after that Halloween night, my sister and I quit doing drugs and turned our lives around. It wasn't instant perfection. It wasn't like we woke up the next morning and everything was fixed. We still had bills. We still had problems. We still had the hard work of rebuilding our lives. But something shifted in us. That night shook us awake in a way nothing else had. It didn't just scare us. It made us face what we were becoming. We stopped pretending we could keep living like that and somehow be okay. We stopped telling ourselves we had time. We stopped acting like consequences were just something that happened to other people. I truly believe the events of that night were our wake-up call. To me, it felt like a divine warning, a clear message that we were heading somewhere we didn't want to go, and that if we didn't change, something terrible was waiting for us down the road. Some people might read this and say it was just a tall guy in a costume, and we got spooked because we were already stressed and not living right. I understand that reaction. I've tried to tell myself that too, because the idea of something truly evil walking toward you on a quiet street is not an easy thing to accept. But the details don't leave me alone. The way it moved like it glided. The arms and legs that didn't match right. The long, bony fingers. The face hidden in shadow no matter how close it got. The feeling it gave off, like the air itself was warning us. And most of all, that gap in the fence that saved us, then vanished like it was never there. I don't claim to know exactly what it was. I just know that my sister and I both felt the same dread at the same time. We both saw the same thing coming toward us, and we both escaped in a way that still doesn't make sense. And I know that after that night, we finally did what we had been talking about doing. We changed. We got off that path. I'm 19 years old, and until very recently I never had anything happen to me personally that I couldn't explain. I had heard stories. I had been in rooms where other people swore something weird happened. But I always had a little distance from it, like, that's creepy, but it's not my life. Then about 6 weeks ago, everything changed. Within a single month, I had around 3 experiences that were not secondhand. They happened to me. I was fully involved. I wasn't hearing about it later from someone else. And on top of that, there were other things that happened around me during that same month where I was right there in the room when it was happening to someone else. I'm not saying I have the perfect label for any of it. Some people would call it sleep paralysis. Some people would call it ghost stuff. All I know is that it felt real in the moment, and it all started shortly after I moved into my college dorm. Back in high school, my friend JD told me a story that I thought was strange, but at the time it didn't really stick in my head. We were just kids back then, and kids tell each other all kinds of stories. JD told me that one night he was sleeping, and he woke up feeling like something was pushing him down. He said he couldn't move at all, like his body was locked. He said he could talk, but what came out of his mouth wasn't English. He described it like he was speaking some kind of out-of-this-world language, something robotic and wrong. Not like Spanish or French or anything real. More like sounds that didn't belong to him. He said he could hear himself doing it, but he couldn't stop. Like whatever was happening had control over his body but not his awareness. I remember listening to him and feeling that uncomfortable curiosity you get when you want to believe your friend, but you also don't want the story to be true. I believed that he believed it, if that makes sense. But I didn't take it personally. It was his story, not mine. I didn't think it had anything to do with me. That changed once we got to college. JD and I ended up going to the same college and moving into the dorms at the same time. We arrived in August of 2008, ready for the whole college life thing, moving boxes, meeting people in the hallway, trying to learn a new routine, and pretending we weren't nervous about living away from home. Our dorm room was typical. 2 beds, 2 desks, the usual cramped space, a window that looked out over part of campus. You could hear everything through the walls, people laughing, doors slamming, someone's music playing too loud, showers running in the bathroom down the hall. At night it was never completely silent, but it still had that strange dorm feeling where you're surrounded by people and still feel alone at the same time. The first couple of weeks were fine. Nothing weird. We were busy with orientation stuff, classes, figuring out where things were, meeting new friends. We were tired in the normal way that comes from being in a new environment. When we slept hard. Then one day JD told me he had something to say about the night before. He didn't say it jokingly. He didn't say it like he was trying to scare me. He brought it up carefully, like he wasn't sure how I'd react. He said that during the night he had felt something over him. Not necessarily sitting on him, but close, like a presence leaning over him. He said it in a way that made the hair on my arms rise, because I had seen something too. The night before, I had woken up and looked over at JD's bed. I didn't want to say anything to him right away because I didn't want to freak him out and make him start imagining stuff. I also wasn't sure what I had seen. I kept telling myself I was half asleep, that maybe I was dreaming, that maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me in the dark. But I remembered it clearly. I told JD that I had seen something. The moment I said that, his face got serious, like he was relieved that he wasn't the only one feeling weird. What I saw was human-like, but not fully normal. It was dressed in white, and the white seemed to glow, like it wasn't just clothing reflecting light. It looked like it had its own brightness. The strangest part was that I only saw the lower half. I didn't see a face. I didn't see hands. I saw legs and part of a body moving, passing by him. It didn't touch him. It didn't grab him. It wasn't like it attacked him. It was more like it stood over him for a moment, like it was looking at him, and then it walked away. The movement didn't seem rushed. It seemed calm, like it had all the time in the world. When I told JD that, he went quiet. For a second we just looked at each other in that small dorm room, both trying to decide what it meant. Then we did what people usually do when something doesn't make sense. We talked around it. We tried to keep it light. We said things like, maybe it was just a dream. Or, maybe it was someone's headlights through the window. Or, maybe we're just stressed. But the truth is, either of us sounded convinced. The next night is when things got worse for me. I remember not being able to fall asleep. I was tired, but my mind kept running. Sometimes in a dorm you can hear little sounds that keep you awake. A door down the hall, someone laughing outside, the elevator, footsteps above you. But that night it wasn't normal dorm noise that kept me alert. It was the feeling of waiting for something. At some point while I was lying there, I heard a noise from one corner of the room. It sounded like, ha! Not a laugh, not like, ha ha. More like the sound you make when you breathe warm air into your hands because they're cold. A short, breathy, ha! It was quiet, but it was clear enough that I sat up slightly in bed and listened. I told myself it was probably nothing. A vent. The building settling. JD shifting in his sleep. Anything. Then, about 30 minutes later, I heard it again, this time from a different corner of the room. Same sound. Same breathy. Ha! Like something was letting me know it was there. Or like it was testing whether I was paying attention. That was when I started feeling scared. Not horror movie scared, like I expected a demon to jump out. More like that deep nervous fear where you don't want to look, because looking makes it more real. I turned onto my side facing the wall on my side of the room. I pulled the blanket up higher, not completely over my head, but enough that I felt covered. It's a childish instinct, but when you're scared at night you do what you can to feel protected. I tried to force myself to relax. I tried to slow my breathing down. I told myself that if I just stayed still and quiet, it would pass. I remember staring at the wall and watching the shadows shift slightly as cars passed outside. I remember listening for JD's breathing, using that normal sound to ground myself. About 30 minutes after the last "ha" noise, I felt something touch me. It started as pressure on my leg and my arm, like something pushed down on me from above. Not gently. Not like someone brushing past. It was enough that my body reacted instantly. My muscles tensed, my heart started pounding, and my mind screamed, "Move!" But I didn't move. I didn't move because I was terrified, and I didn't move because I felt like I couldn't. I can't explain the difference between choosing not to move and not being able to move, but in that moment it was like both were true at the same time. I wanted to move, but my body didn't respond the way it normally would. It was like my fear locked me in place. Then something leaned close to my ear and made that same sound. Ha! It was right in my ear, not across the room. It was close enough that I felt breath, or at least the idea of breath. It felt personal, like it was aimed at me. I didn't see anything because I was facing the wall, and I didn't have the courage to turn around. I didn't try to fight. I didn't try to sit up. I just lay there, frozen, waiting for whatever it was to be finished. The pressure and the whispering passed quickly, almost like it got what it wanted and then stopped. The moment it stopped talking, the feeling changed. The heaviness eased. The air felt normal again. And I could breathe without feeling like something was on top of me. I stayed still for a while after it ended. I didn't want to move too soon, like movement would bring it back. I listened to the room. I listened for corners. I listened for footsteps or anything. After around 20 minutes, I finally forced myself to speak. I called out to JD to wake him up and tell him what had happened. But the second I spoke, JD answered. He was already awake. He told me he had gotten chills around the same time I had felt the pressure on my body. He said it was like his whole body had suddenly gone cold, like something was wrong, even though he couldn't explain why. He didn't see what I felt, but he knew something had happened in the room at the same time. That made it worse in a way, because it meant it wasn't just me having a weird moment in my head. Something about that timing was too exact. A couple of days later, after we had talked about it over and over and didn't know what else to do, I told the dorm staff. I didn't walk in acting dramatic. I just said we'd been having disturbing experiences in the room, and we weren't sleeping right. I'm sure I looked exhausted, because I was. To my surprise, they took it seriously. They didn't laugh at me. They didn't tell me to stop watching scary movies. They moved fast. Not long after that, they had a priest come in. I didn't know what to expect. I grew up knowing what prayer was, but I had never been in a situation where someone came into a room specifically to pray for peace and quiet while you slept. The priest was calm. He didn't try to scare us with big speeches. He prayed over the room, spoke quietly, and asked for protection. He didn't act like he was performing for an audience. He acted like he truly believed what he was doing mattered. Before he left, he gave us holy water. I know some people will laugh at that, but in that moment I was grateful for anything that made me feel safer. I kept that holy water close. I still sleep with it, because after what happened, I didn't want to go back to feeling helpless in my own bed. For a little while after that, things felt calmer. The room didn't feel as heavy. I started sleeping better again, at least for a few nights. I thought maybe the priest had fixed whatever the problem was. Or maybe the fear had just faded and my mind was relaxing again. Then about a week later, something else happened. I woke up early in the morning because the sun was just starting to come up. The light was coming through the window, but it was still that in-between time where the room isn't fully bright yet. Everything looks gray and soft, and shadows are still there. It's not full daylight, but it's not deep night either. I remember thinking, if the sun is coming up, nothing weird is going to happen. I don't know why I thought that, but I did. It made me feel safer, like morning light was some kind of protection. So I tried to go back to sleep. I put my head down again, and not even a minute later, I smelled something strong. It was like a mix of perfume and cologne, not one specific scent but many. The best comparison I can give is those magazine pages that have perfume samples. When you open the page and rub it, the smell hits you hard and it's overly sweet and sharp. That's what it felt like someone had shoved a handful of scented magazine pages right under my nose. It was so strong that I couldn't ignore it. I was facing the wall again, like I had been the night I got pushed down. That position had become a habit without me meaning it to. So I turned over, wanting to see if something in the room could explain the smell. Maybe someone sprayed something in the hallway. Maybe someone's body spray drifted in. Maybe JD had put something on. I just needed a reason. But before my head could fully face up toward the ceiling, I heard that same sound again. Ha! And at the same moment, something pushed my head back down so I was facing the wall again. It wasn't like a gentle shove. It was forceful enough that it felt like someone wanted to control where I was looking. Like it didn't want me turning over. Like it wanted me facing the wall. I tried again, stubbornly, to lift my head and turn. Again, the same thing happened. The ha sound, and my head being forced back down. It kept happening repeatedly. Over and over, like a cruel game. I would try to turn, and it would push me back. Each time I heard that sound, my whole body would tense. I tried to call out to JD. I tried to yell his name like I did the first time. But this time, only a faint noise came out of my mouth. It wasn't words. It wasn't English. It was like gibberish. And that terrified me more than the pushing did, because it instantly reminded me of that old story JD told me in high school. How he said he could talk but it came out as a strange, robotic, otherworldly language. In that moment, it felt like I was living his story. I could feel myself trying to speak. I could hear the sounds coming out. But it didn't sound like me. It didn't sound like language I knew. It sounded broken and wrong, like my voice had been scrambled. JD finally woke up. When he sat up, he looked over and saw me moving. He later described it as twitching, because from his side it looked like my head was jerking back and forth like I was fighting something. He saw me trying to turn and getting pushed back down. He saw my body tense and release, like I was trapped in a loop. He yelled my name, loud and sharp. That shout seemed to snap something. The pushing stopped. The pressure was gone. The smell faded. And suddenly I could move normally again. I could breathe normally again. I turned onto my back and looked up at the ceiling, my heart racing, but my body finally under my control. The most important detail for me was that I wasn't asleep during it. My eyes were open the entire time. I was aware of the room. I was aware of JD. As soon as it stopped, I was able to talk to him clearly, and we had a full conversation right then, in that early morning light. I wasn't confused like I had just woken from a dream. I was angry and alert. And weirdly, I wasn't even as scared as I had been the first time. This time I felt something else. I felt like whatever it was had been playing with me. Like it enjoyed pushing my head down and making that sound. Like it enjoyed hearing me struggle to speak. It didn't feel like it was trying to kill me. It felt like it wanted to mess with me and show me that it could. That might sound like a small difference, but emotionally it's huge. The first time, I felt preyed on. The second time, I felt mocked. A couple of weeks later, something happened again, but it wasn't exactly the same. It was like a mix between the first and second incidents. I remember waking up with that familiar dread, and for a moment I thought it was happening again. But this time, the moment passed in a way that made me realize it had been a dream. I don't remember every detail, but the important part was that I could tell the difference. I could tell what it felt like to be asleep and dreaming versus being awake and trapped in my body with something happening around me. That mattered to me, because it meant I wasn't just confusing nightmares with real events. I knew the difference. I could feel it. Around that same time, a couple of our friends ended up spending the night in our room. It wasn't unusual in dorm life. People hang out late, crash on the floor, and leave in the morning like it's nothing. That night, Kat and Mia were both in our room. They slept on the floor between our two beds. Mia was closer to JD's bed, and Kat was closer to mine. We all went to sleep like normal. There was no big spooky conversation beforehand. Nobody was telling ghost stories and winding each other up. We were just tired, and everyone laid down where they could. At some point in the night, JD woke up and saw something near Mia's feet. He described it as a figure dressed in black. The reason he didn't react right away was because Mia was also dressed in black. So in the low light, his sleepy brain tried to make the simplest explanation. Maybe Mia had gotten up and was kneeling for some reason. It would have been weird, but not impossible. He remembered thinking, why would she be kneeling right now? But he didn't say anything. He didn't want to be the guy who wakes everyone up over something dumb. So he tried to ignore it and let himself fall back asleep. A couple of minutes later, he heard a noise outside the window. That noise was sharp enough to get his attention fully, like something had tapped the glass or made a sound that didn't fit the normal night noises outside. He called out my name because he was suddenly on edge and wanted me awake too. At the exact same time, Kat yelled my name. It wasn't planned. It wasn't like they were joking. It was like they both hit the same moment of fear and reacted instinctively by calling for me. Then Mia spoke up too, telling me to turn on the lights. I sat up fast and reached for the switch. The moment the lights came on, the room looked normal. Blank walls, dorm furniture, everyone's blankets on the floor, our beds, our desks. Nothing standing near Mia's feet. Nothing by the window. But Kat was clearly shaken. She told us she had just experienced something. She said she felt like she was being stepped on, like multiple people, or multiple feet, were walking over her. Not just one pressure point, but several, like a bunch of footsteps. And she said she couldn't move. She couldn't yell. She couldn't fight it. She was stuck, just like I had been stuck. Kat also said she had never had anything like that happen before. She wasn't someone with a history of weird experiences. She wasn't the type to make up scary stories for attention. She looked genuinely upset, like she was trying not to cry because she didn't understand what happened to her. We asked Mia directly if she had been kneeling during the night, because JD's whole first explanation was that maybe Mia had moved and he saw her in the dark. Mia said no. She said she never got up and never knelt down. She had been lying there asleep. So now we had another layer. JD seeing a black figure near Mia's feet, Kat feeling stepped on and unable to move, a noise at the window, everyone waking up at once, and the room returning to normal, the second the lights came on. After that night, it felt like whatever was happening wasn't only happening to me. It was touching the people around us too. And that's what made it hard to brush off. If it had only been me, I could have told myself I was stressed, or that dorm life was messing with my sleep. But when other people in the same room start having their own moments, especially people who weren't expecting it, then it becomes harder to pretend it's nothing. To this day, what bothers me most is the pattern. The ha sound from the corners. The ha whispered right in my ear. The smell that came out of nowhere in the early morning. The way my head got pushed down as if something wanted to control what I could see. The way my voice turned into gibberish when I tried to call for help, matching the exact type of thing JD described years earlier in high school. And then the way JD woke up and shouted my name, and the whole thing stopped like a switch was flipped. It all happened within about a month, and it all happened shortly after we moved into that dorm room. And even though I can't give you a perfect explanation, I can say this. Those nights changed the way I think about sleep. And they change the way I think about what can happen in a room when the lights are off and you think you're safe. I'm really confused, and I'm also more curious than I want to be. I've never been the kind of person who automatically believes in ghosts or paranormal activity. Honestly, I've always been the opposite. I don't judge people who believe in that stuff, but I've never been able to fully get there myself. My attitude has always been, if it's real, it will happen to me, and then I'll believe it. Until recently, that felt like a safe thing to say, because I didn't actually think it would ever happen. For the last 6 months, though, I've been feeling like I'm losing my mind. Not in a dramatic way where I think something is chasing me or moving furniture around. It's nothing like a horror movie. It's not even a story that sounds exciting when I try to tell someone. That's part of why it's so frustrating. It's subtle enough that I second-guess myself, but real enough that I can't fully dismiss it. It sits in that uncomfortable space where you keep asking, did that really just happen? And the more you ask, the more ridiculous you start to feel. It started at my boyfriend's house. At the time, I wasn't living with him, but I stayed over a lot. His house felt normal to me. It wasn't creepy, it wasn't old in a spooky way, and it didn't have that bad vibe people talk about. It was just his place. I was comfortable there. I slept there without thinking twice. I didn't go around looking for strange noises or shadows. I wasn't reading ghost stories before bed or watching scary movies and getting myself worked up. I was just living my regular life and spending time with him. I'm also not the type of woman who gets spooked easily. If a house creaks, I assume it's the wood and the temperature changing. If I hear a noise outside, I assume it's a neighbor, a cat, the wind, a car door. I'm not jumpy. I don't panic. I'm not religious either, so I don't have that mindset of constantly thinking about spirits or demons or anything like that. I don't even know how to pray properly, and it's not something I reach for when I'm scared. So when I tell you I was freaked out, I mean it in a very honest way, because it takes a lot to push me there. One night, my boyfriend was gone working. He worked late sometimes, so it wasn't unusual for me to be at his house alone. I remember it being around 11 p.m. The house was very quiet in that way. It gets late at night when the TV is off, your phone isn't making noise, and you can hear the small sounds you normally ignore. You can hear the hum of the fridge. You can hear the faint sound of air moving through vents. You can hear your own breathing. Everything feels still. I was already in his bed, trying to fall asleep. I had the lights off. I was comfortable, tired, and my mind was starting to drift the way it does right before sleep. Then I got this feeling like someone was there. It wasn't a sound. It wasn't a shadow I saw in the corner. It was just a feeling, like the air changed. Like the room wasn't empty anymore. It's hard to describe without sounding silly, but it was that strong sense of presence you get when someone is standing behind you and you somehow know it before you even turn around. At first I told myself it was nothing. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that my brain was just overreacting because I was alone and it was quiet. I tried to ignore it. I pulled the blanket up a little higher and tried to focus on relaxing. But the feeling kept building. It didn't fade. It got stronger, almost like the longer I tried to pretend nothing was wrong, the more my body insisted that something was wrong. I started to feel tense. My skin felt prickly, like goosebumps without the cold. My stomach had that sinking feeling you get before bad news. Finally I got up. I didn't jump out of bed screaming or anything. I just got up, turned on a light, and checked the house. I walked through the rooms, trying to be practical, trying to prove to myself that there was nothing there. I checked the hallway, the living room, the kitchen. I looked at the front door, the back door. I looked out the windows. I checked the driveway. His car wasn't there. He wasn't home yet. There was no one else in the driveway. No strange car. No neighbor standing around. Nothing. The house was empty. I remember feeling a little embarrassed even though no one was watching me. I thought, okay, you're fine. You're just tired. Go back to bed. So I turned off the lights again and went back into the bedroom. I lay down and tried to settle my mind. A little while later, it came back, only this time it was worse. It wasn't just a vague, someone is here, feeling. It was an intense feeling of being watched. Like someone was focusing on me. Like eyes were on me in the dark. I even opened my eyes and stared into the room, trying to see something, any shape, any movement. There was nothing. No outline of a person. No shifting shadow. No sound of footsteps. No door opening. Just my boyfriend's quiet bedroom and me lying there. I lay there for a long time, battling with myself. One part of my brain kept repeating logical explanations. You're anxious. You're alone. The dark plays tricks. Your imagination is running. Another part of my brain kept insisting. No, this is different. Pay attention. It felt like my instincts were trying to warn me, but they didn't have a clear reason for it. Eventually, I fell asleep anyway. Not because I felt safe, but because my body finally gave in. Then I woke up. I woke up because something touched my lower left leg. It wasn't a twitch. It wasn't that falling sensation you get sometimes when you're half asleep. It was a soft touch, like fingers. It wasn't hard pressure, but it was distinct. It was the kind of touch that makes you instantly aware that something made contact with your skin. My first thought was my boyfriend. He likes to play little tricks sometimes. He'll sneak up quietly, or poke me, or do something silly to startle me, just to laugh and then hug me. So my immediate reaction wasn't ghost. It was, oh, he's messing with me. I even remember thinking, half annoyed and half amused. Seriously? You're home and instead of saying hello, you're doing this? But then I realized something. He was still gone. I knew he was gone because the house didn't sound like someone had come in. There was no car outside. No front door. No footstep pattern that matched him. The room didn't have that shift in energy you normally feel when someone else enters, even if you're half asleep. It was still quiet in the same lonely way it had been all night. I sat up, suddenly wide awake. I looked around the room. I stared toward the doorway. I checked the side of the bed. Nothing. No one. The air felt cold on my skin in that way it does when you're suddenly alert and afraid. I lay back down because I didn't know what else to do. I kept my eyes open. I told myself it was probably nothing. I told myself maybe I imagined it in that half-awake state. Then it happened again later. This time it wasn't my leg. It was my shoulder. Again, it was soft. Again, it felt like fingertips, like two fingers gently touching me. Not a grab. Not a shake. Just a slight touch, as if someone was trying to get my attention without scaring me. And that is what made it worse. If it had been a hard shove, I might have been able to blame it on muscle spasms or a weird dream. But this felt careful. It felt intentional. Like something wanted to make sure I noticed it. I shot up in bed, heart racing, and turned all the lights on. I checked the whole house again, more thoroughly this time. I opened closets. I checked behind doors. I checked windows. I checked locks. Everything was exactly as I left it. Doors locked. No signs of anyone being inside. Nothing out of place. No noise. No movement. My boyfriend was still not home. I remember standing in the hallway, lights on, feeling stupid and unsettled at the same time. Stupid because what adult woman is standing there like she's afraid of an empty house? Unsettled because I knew what I felt. I know the difference between a dream sensation and a real touch. I know when my body is reacting to a real stimulus. Still, I told myself I must be imagining things. I told myself I was tired, stressed, maybe a little lonely that night, and my mind was creating sensations. That explanation didn't feel satisfying, but it was the only one that didn't make me feel crazy. So I went back to bed and tried to sleep. After that night, the touches didn't stop. They didn't happen every single night, but over the next months it happened probably 5 times total. And it was always at his house. That detail became important to me, because if it was just my own nerves or my own sleep issues, why would it only happen there? Why wouldn't it happen at my place too? Why wouldn't it happen in other beds, in other rooms? It always happened when I was there, at night, either falling asleep or already asleep. Always a soft touch, leg, shoulder, sometimes a feeling like someone was close enough that the air shifted. Sometimes I'd wake up with that same intense, being watched, feeling. Each time, I'd go through the same routine: wake up, sit up, look around, turn lights on, check the house, find nothing, feel foolish, then crawl back into bed and try to convince myself I was overreacting. I never saw anything. No figure. No face. No shadow standing in a corner. Just sensation. Touch. Presence. The kind of thing that makes you question your senses because it's not dramatic enough to prove to anyone else, but it's too personal to ignore. And it wasn't like I was going around telling everyone. I didn't want to. I didn't want to be that person who talks about ghosts. I didn't want my friends to laugh or tell me I was just stressed. I didn't want my boyfriend to think I was making something up for attention. So I mostly kept it to myself, or I would mention it lightly and then drop it, like I was joking, because that felt safer. The weirdest part was that I wasn't terrified at first. I was mainly confused. It made me uncomfortable, yes, but it didn't feel violent. It didn't feel like something was trying to hurt me. It felt like something was there and wanted me to know it. That's almost worse in a way, because it's so pointless. Why touch someone's leg? Why touch a shoulder? Why make someone feel watched? For months, I tried to not focus on it. I kept living my normal life. I kept going to work, doing errands, seeing people, being practical. During the day, I felt completely normal. I didn't walk around thinking I was haunted. It was only at night, only in his house, only in those quiet moments where you're alone with your thoughts and your body is relaxed enough to notice things. Then 2 days ago, something happened that shook me much more deeply. I was in my new house. I had only been there for about 2 weeks. New house, new routine, new sounds. You know how it is when you move somewhere new. At night, the house makes unfamiliar noises, and you have to learn what's normal. Pipes, air vents, a fridge that clicks on and off, the way a floorboard creaks in a certain spot. At first you notice everything, then after a while it becomes background sound. I wasn't thinking about the touches at my boyfriend's house that night. I wasn't lying there expecting anything. In fact, part of me felt relieved to be in a different place because I assumed whatever had been happening there wouldn't follow me. I went to bed like normal. I fell asleep deeply. I remember dreaming, which is why I'm so sure I was truly asleep and not just half awake. It was one of those nights where you feel heavy with sleep, like you could sleep through anything. And then I was moved. I don't mean I shifted in my sleep. I don't mean the mattress bounced. I mean I was physically moved about 1.5 inches, like someone grabbed me by my upper torso and shook me once. Just one strong, clear jolt. It wasn't a long shaking. It was quick, like a single hard motion meant to wake me up immediately. It was enough to snap me out of dreaming instantly. My eyes opened wide. My heart jumped. My whole body went tight. My first thought was my daughter. I thought maybe she was in the room, maybe she had gotten scared or had a bad dream, maybe she had climbed into bed and bumped me. That would have made sense. Kids do that. Even if you don't hear them come in, sometimes they manage to be quiet and suddenly they're there. So I sat up fast and looked around, expecting to see a small shape near the bed, or hear her whisper my name, or see her standing by the doorway. But the room looked empty. I listened. I waited for a second, thinking maybe she had run back out. I heard nothing. No footsteps in the hall. No door creak. No soft breathing. No rustling. Nothing. I got out of bed and went down the hall to check on both of my kids. I don't know if I was fully calm while doing it. I was trying to act calm, but inside I felt that strange unsettled feeling spreading through me, like cold water in my chest. Both of them were sound asleep. They were in their beds. Covers on. Faces relaxed. The kind of sleep where you can tell they haven't moved in a while. Not the kind of sleep someone has right after walking down a hallway and sneaking into someone's room. They were completely out. I stood there for a minute, just watching them breathe, trying to process what that meant. If it wasn't them, then what moved me? I went back to my room and stood in the doorway, looking around again, almost expecting to see something now that I was fully awake. But there was nothing. The room was the same. The furniture was the same. The air felt normal on my skin. And yet I felt something else too, something I can't fully put into words. It wasn't a sound. It wasn't a smell. It wasn't a clear presence like the being watched feeling from my boyfriend's house. It was more like an after feeling, like the room held a strange tension for a few minutes after it happened. Like something had been there, and then wasn't. Like my body was still reacting even though my eyes couldn't find a reason to react. After a while I got back into bed, but I didn't fall asleep right away. I lay there thinking, replaying it, trying to make it make sense. I tried to blame it on my own body, like maybe I had jerked awake, and it felt like a shake. But it didn't feel like that. It felt external. It felt like someone else did it to me. That's when I realized something that really bothered me. Up until then, the touches had only happened at my boyfriend's house. And now something happened in my new house. That made it feel less like something about his house, and more like something is happening to me. And that is a much scarier thought, because you can't just avoid your own life. You can't just say, "I'll stop staying there." You can't run from your own bedroom. Since all this started, there's another detail that has been happening too, and I've been trying not to talk about it because it makes me feel ridiculous. Sometimes I hear my name. It's not loud. It's not someone yelling from another room. It's very soft, very close, almost like someone is sitting next to me and saying it under their breath. It's clear, though. Clear enough that I've turned my head expecting to see someone right there. Clear enough that I've answered out loud once or twice without thinking, like, "Yeah?" or "What?" And then I realize I'm alone. It hasn't happened as often as the touches, but when it does happen, it stays with me longer because it feels so personal. A touch could be random. Hearing your name feels targeted, like something is trying to get your attention directly. And again, I'm not religious. I'm not someone who believes in spirits, so I don't have a belief system that makes this easy to file away. I honestly don't know what to think anymore. I keep going back and forth between feeling sure about what I experienced and then doubting myself. I'll tell myself, "You were asleep, you were dreaming, maybe your brain created it." Then I'll think, "No, you were awake. You checked the house. You turned lights on. You felt fingers. You were moved." It's like my mind is fighting itself because one side wants to keep the world logical and simple, and the other side keeps handing me these moments that don't fit. I also feel embarrassed by my own fear. I'm not a timid person. I handle life. I deal with hard things. But lately I've started feeling uneasy when I'm alone, especially at night. I find myself keeping a light on longer than I used to. I find myself listening too hard to normal sounds. I find myself checking the locks twice even though I know they're locked. Sometimes I'll be in a quiet room and suddenly feel uncomfortable, like I'm waiting for something. It makes me feel silly, but the fear is still there. More than anything, I guess I'm hoping someone else has experienced something similar. Not because I want to be right about ghosts, and not because I want to prove anything. I just want to know I'm not losing it. I want to know I'm not the only person who has felt a soft touch when no one was there, or heard their name whispered in an empty room, or been jolted awake by something that felt like a real physical movement. I never believed in this kind of thing. I really didn't. I've always been hard to convince when it comes to ghost stories and paranormal talk. But lately I've been questioning my own beliefs, not because I want to, but because I don't know what else to do with what's been happening. And as much as I hate admitting it, I'm starting to feel a little afraid when I'm alone. Ever since I was a kid, I've had this strong sense that I can tell when someone is there, even when I can't see them. I don't mean I'm always paranoid or jumpy, because I'm not. I mean there's a certain feeling that hits me, like a change in the air, like the room has a new weight to it. When that happens, my body knows before my brain catches up. It's like an instinct I've had for as long as I can remember. I'm in my mid-30s now. I'm a pretty normal guy. I'm reasonably intelligent, I work, I pay bills, I do all the regular adult things. I'm not devoted to any specific religion. I grew up in a Christian home, and even though I'm not overly religious, I still live with a lot of the values I was taught back then. The biggest thing is that I'm not the type to believe every story I hear. I've always been one of those people who has to see it to believe it, or in my case, feel it to believe it. That's why this whole thing is so confusing. Because I don't go looking for spirits. I don't go trying to summon anything. I don't sit around watching ghost videos and convincing myself everything is haunted. I'm not trying to be special. I'm not trying to be creepy. This sense has just always been there, and when it happens, it doesn't feel like imagination. It feels like something real is in the room with me. When I first moved into the house I live in now, everything seemed fine. I liked the place. It felt peaceful enough. I remember being excited in that normal way you are when you move, unpacking, figuring out where things should go, making the house feel like yours. There was one thing about the property that a lot of people would probably mention right away, though. There's a cemetery just behind my backyard. I knew that before I bought the house. It wasn't a secret. You could see the edge of it from the yard. If you stand in the right spot, you can see the headstones through the trees and over the fence line. Some people would never buy a home like that, because they'd feel uneasy. But it didn't bother me. I've lived near a cemetery before. A cemetery, to me, is a quiet place. It's sad, sure, but it's not automatically scary. Honestly, most cemeteries are calmer than a lot of neighborhoods. So I didn't let it get in my head. I didn't move in thinking, this place is going to be haunted. I moved in thinking, this is my home. Not long after I settled in, though, it started again. I say, again, because it wasn't the first time in my life I'd felt these things. There were moments as a kid, moments as a teenager, moments as an adult, where I would get that same strong awareness that I wasn't alone even when I should have been. Sometimes it would happen in a friend's house. Sometimes it would happen in a place that felt completely normal to everyone else. It wasn't constant. It wasn't every day. But it happened enough over the years that I knew the feeling well, the way you know a certain smell or a certain sound. Still, I had hoped that maybe it would fade as I got older. Or maybe I just moved somewhere that felt quiet in every way. But after moving into this house, those happenings, as I call them, started up again. And there were many of them. Some were small. Some were intense. Some happened once and never repeated. Some would show up over and over for several nights, like something was hanging around and didn't want to leave. What I'm going to describe here is just one of those happenings. It's not the only one, but it's one that stuck with me because it felt more aggressive than most. It happened one night when I fell asleep on the couch. I was tired in that normal end of day way. I think I had been watching TV, maybe half paying attention, just letting the day drain out of me. The couch was comfortable. The house was quiet. I must have dozed off without even meaning to, because the next thing I knew I was about an hour into sleep, that deep sleep where you're not really dreaming clearly but you're not fully unconscious either. You're just heavy and out. Then I felt it. That's always how it starts for me. A feeling. A presence. It was like the room changed without making a sound. Like the air got thicker. Like someone had stepped into the space beside me, except there was no door opening, no footsteps, nothing that would explain it. It was just there, and I knew it. In my head, I didn't even think, is something here? I thought, it's here. That's how certain the feeling was. I knew it was close enough that if I opened my eyes, I might see something. And that thought alone was enough to make my body tense, even though I was still lying there, still pretending to sleep. Over the years, I developed a habit when this happens. I act like I'm ignoring it. I act like I'm asleep, even if I'm not. I keep my eyes shut. I control my breathing the best I can. I try not to react, because I've learned that reacting sometimes makes it worse. It's like the moment it knows I'm aware, it pushes harder. Sometimes, when I feel something in a room, I'll roll over to my side and face it, still with my eyes shut. That might sound strange, but in my mind it's a way of saying, I know you're there, but I'm not going to give you what you want. It's also a way for me to track the feeling without looking. I used to roll the other way, like turning away from it, but I noticed something over time. Turning away seems to make the presence more fired up, like it gets more intense, more pushy. Facing it, without looking, seems to calm it sometimes, or at least keep it from escalating as quickly. The hardest part is that the simplest solution would be to just open my eyes. But that is easier said than done when every part of you is screaming not to. It's not just fear of seeing something scary. It's fear of confirming something you can't unsee. If I open my eyes and I see an apparition, then I can never go back to pretending this is all in my head. That would change something in me permanently. I've always had this feeling that one day I will open my eyes. One day I'll be brave enough, or angry enough, or tired of it enough. And if I do, I might actually see what's been standing in the dark around me all these years. Sometimes I can even sense whether the presence feels male or female. It's not like I hear a voice telling me. It's more like a vibe, a pattern, a kind of energy that gives off a masculine or feminine feeling. Not always, though. Some of them don't feel like either. Some of them just feel like something. This one didn't feel like male or female. It just felt close, focused, and determined. I lay on the couch, my eyes closed, my body pretending to be asleep, and I could feel it moving nearer. There were no footsteps. No floor creaks. No shifting of furniture. It didn't come into the room like a person would. It just approached. Like a pressure sliding through the air. The feeling of it coming closer was one of the strangest parts. It wasn't like I could hear it walking. It was like the space between us was shrinking in a way I could sense in my skin. My neck tightened. My shoulders felt stiff. My stomach felt hollow. It felt like being hunted, even though nothing physical was happening. Then it got very close to my face. So close that my first thought was, if this thing had hair, it would be touching mine. That's how near it felt. Like it had leaned in on purpose, trying to make me flinch. Trying to force a reaction. I could feel it right there, almost hovering, almost pressing into my personal space the way a bully does when they want to intimidate you. I fought the urge to jerk away. I fought the urge to open my eyes and swing my arm out like I could hit it. I didn't do any of that. I stayed still, because I knew that's what it wanted, proof that I was aware, proof that it could get to me. It moved slowly from the space near my face toward my ear. It didn't rush. It didn't lunge. It moved with a slow patience, like it knew I wasn't going anywhere. Like it had time. Then I felt it breathe. Not a strong breath, not a warm gust like a person breathing hard. A very light breath, the faintest movement of air, so close that it felt like it brushed my ear. The breath alone made me feel sick with fear, because breath is intimate. Breath is alive. Breath is what something living does. And yet this didn't feel like a living person standing over me. I was almost freaking out inside, but I didn't move. This was the most aggressive and persistent any of these presences had ever been with me. Most of the time, they hover at a distance, like they're watching, testing, or passing through. This one felt like it was trying to push me, like it was determined to break my rule of keeping my eyes shut. And the truth is, I knew what it wanted. It wanted me to look. It wanted me to open my eyes and see it. That's what it felt like. Like the whole point of the closeness and the breath was to trigger that moment. I decided I wasn't going to do it. I kept my eyes shut so tight that my eyelids almost hurt. I focused on keeping my breathing steady, because fear changes your breathing, and I didn't want it to sense that I was panicking. I tried to keep my face relaxed, but I could feel the tension anyway. My jaw felt clenched. My neck felt like stone. Then it made a sound. The sound was so light that I can't even tell you what it truly was. It was mixed with the breath, and it vibrated my ear in a way I can still remember. The sound wasn't loud enough to echo. It wasn't loud enough to be a voice in the normal sense. It was more like a whisper made of air and vibration. I only know it was repeated 3 times quickly. 3 short sounds in a row, almost identical, like it was saying something or trying to say something. The problem is, I couldn't understand it. I couldn't even be sure what the sound was supposed to be. It was so soft my brain couldn't lock onto it. The closest I can come to describing it is something like beady beady beady, or peedy peedy peedy. Not exactly those words, but that kind of quick repeating sound. Something light, breathy, and rapid. I lay there thinking, what is that? And why is it doing that? But my confusion didn't help me. If anything, it made it worse, because it made the moment feel more real. If my brain had been inventing this, why would it invent a sound I couldn't even understand? Why would it choose something so specific and strange? That was the breaking point for me. I couldn't lay there anymore pretending everything was fine. I didn't want to open my eyes while it was still right there, but I also couldn't keep enduring that closeness and that sound. I needed to end it. So I did what I've done before. I tried to make it look like I was just startled awake. Still keeping my head pointed away from where I felt it, I sat up quickly, like someone wakes up suddenly from a bad dream. I brushed my hair with my hands. I wiped at my eyes like I was groggy, like I needed to clear sleep from my face. I did all that on purpose. It was partly for me, partly for whatever was there. I wanted to give it time to back away. Time to disappear. Time to move out of my immediate space. I didn't want to sit up and instantly stare right at it. Then I reached for the light. And when I turned the light on, it was gone. The strangest thing is that I knew it was gone before I even turned the light on. The feeling left first. The pressure in the room lifted. The air felt normal again. The sense of being watched vanished like a switch had been flipped. That's always how I know it's over. It's not the light itself that makes it go away. It's the disappearance of that presence, that not alone feeling. The room feels like it belongs to me again. That was the first and last time I felt anything from that particular one. That's another part of this that confuses me. Sometimes it's one time. One strange night, one intense moment, then nothing ever again. Other times it lasts for days. Sometimes it hangs around for over a week, showing up night after night, like it's on a schedule. Like it's waiting for something from me. When it hasn't happened for a while, I get frustrated in a weird way. I know that sounds backward. Most people would be relieved when nothing happens. But when you live with something like this gift, or curse, or ability, whatever you want to call it, you get used to it being part of you. When it goes quiet for a long time, part of me starts wondering if I lost it. Like maybe it was never real, like maybe I was just sensitive as a kid and I grew out of it, and now I'm just normal like everyone else. And there's a part of me that doesn't want it to go away completely, because it makes me feel like I can do something unusual. Like I can sense something other people can't. It's hard not to feel that way when you've had experiences that don't fit normal explanations. But then, when it happens again, I usually regret ever wishing for it. Because in the moment, it's not cool. It's not exciting. It's stressful. It's uncomfortable. And more often than not, I immediately want it gone. It's almost like I think, come back later when I feel more powerful than you. And what I mean by that is, come back when I'm not half asleep. Come back when I'm fully awake and standing up. Come back when I have clothes on and I'm not vulnerable in bed. Come back when someone else is around, when I'm not alone. Come back when I feel like I'm in control of the space. Because when I'm lying there in the dark, eyes shut, aware of something close to me, I don't feel powerful at all. I feel exposed. I've tried to provoke these presences at times too, even though it's probably a stupid thing to do. There have been nights when I'm walking from one room to another, or I'm in the middle of doing something like washing dishes or folding laundry, and I get that sudden hit. Every hair on my neck stands up, chills rush over my arms and back, and I know something is nearby. When that happens while I'm awake and moving, I sometimes try to confront it. Not with anger, but with a kind of stubborn bravery. I'll stop what I'm doing. I'll stand still. I'll close my eyes. And I'll try to communicate. I've tried speaking calmly, saying things like, I know you're here. I've tried being firm, like, talk to me. I've tried being direct, like, touch me. Move something. Do something so I know what you want. I've even tried being the aggressor, the one setting the rules, like I'm daring it to do something. But I've never been successful in the way I want to be. It never responds the way you'd expect in a movie, like a clear voice answering back, or something dramatic moving across the room. I don't get a clean message. I don't get a clear sign. What I do get is a feeling. I can feel them moving around me. I can feel a shift from one side of the room to the other, like something gliding in a circle. I can feel that focused attention, like I'm being watched from different angles. Sometimes it feels like whatever it is studying me, almost curious. Sometimes it feels annoyed, like I'm in its way. Sometimes it feels like it's waiting for me to do something, but I don't know what. And that's what drives me crazy. I don't know what they want. I don't know if it's something I'm doing that they don't like. I don't know if it's something I'm not doing. I don't know if it's connected to the cemetery behind my yard, or if it has nothing to do with that, and it's just coincidence. I don't know if these things are tied to the land, tied to the house, or tied to me. I've asked myself a lot of questions I never thought I'd ask. Is it possible I'm bringing this on somehow? Is it possible I'm more open to sensing things than most people? Is it possible that once you start noticing it, you notice it more? Or is it possible something actually follows me, the way people sometimes say spirits attached to certain people? The strange part is that I don't talk about this with anyone. Neither my friends nor my family know. I'm not hiding it because I want to be mysterious. I'm hiding it because I know exactly how it sounds. I can picture the looks I'd get. Some people would laugh. Some would get uncomfortable and not want to be around me. Some would insist I need therapy, or medication, or religion, or all three. Some would turn it into a joke and call me haunted every time a light flickered. And I don't want that. I want to stay normal in people's eyes. I want to keep my life simple. I don't want to be the guy telling ghost stories at a barbecue and having people roll their eyes. The only person who knows some of the history is my ex-wife. And she only knows because some things were happening back when we were married. She experienced enough of it herself that I couldn't keep pretending it was nothing. There were moments when she felt uneasy too, moments when she asked, "Did you feel that?" Moments where she'd wake up and say the room felt wrong. At the time, I told her, half joking and half serious, that whatever it was must be following me. It was easier to say it like that than to admit I had felt this since childhood. It was easier to label it as something attached to me than to describe the full truth, that I've always had this sense, and I don't know why. After we divorced, years later, and for the record we're still good friends, I asked her about it. I brought it up carefully, because I didn't want to reopen something that scared her, and I didn't want her to think I was trying to be dramatic. I asked if she had experienced anything else after I left. She thought about it for a moment, and admitted she hadn't even thought about it in a long time. Then she said something that stuck with me. After I moved out, the problems seemed to stop. Hearing that was both a relief and a punch in the gut. It was a relief because it suggested she didn't have to keep dealing with whatever was happening. It was a punch in the gut because it suggested the problem really might be connected to me. It made me feel like I was the one carrying it around, the one bringing it into spaces, the one who couldn't leave it behind. But later, after thinking about it more, I started realizing something else. It's not the same thing every time. They feel different. The presence on the couch that night, the one that got right up to my face and breathed into my ear and made that strange three-part sound, didn't feel like the same presence I've felt other nights. Some feel curious. Some feel angry. Some feel distant. Some feel heavy. Some feel like they're just passing through. Some feel like they're watching me the way a stranger watches. And some feel like they're watching me the way someone familiar watches. I don't know how else to explain it except that they don't feel like one single ghost that follows me everywhere. They feel like different presences, different energies, different personalities. Like I'm sensitive to something that can show up in different forms, at different times. And that thought is unsettling in its own way, because it means I'm not dealing with one predictable thing. I'm dealing with an unknown number of unknown things, and I don't understand the rules. The cemetery behind my backyard still doesn't bother me in a normal sense. I can look out the window during the day and feel fine. I can mow my lawn, grill outside, have friends over, and not think about it at all. But sometimes at night, when the world is quiet and the house is dark and I'm alone with my own senses, I can't help wondering if the cemetery is part of why I keep feeling what I feel. Or maybe it has nothing to do with it. Maybe I'm the common factor, not the location. That's what makes this feel like a gift and a curse at the same time. It's like having a sense that is sharper than most people's, but it doesn't come with an instruction manual. It doesn't come with control. It doesn't come with a clear purpose. It's just there, appearing when it wants to appear, fading when it wants to fade, sometimes leaving me frustrated when it's gone, and sometimes leaving me shaken when it comes back. And no matter how many times it happens, the moment I feel that presence close to me, especially when I'm lying in bed or on the couch in the dark, there's still that part of me that wants to open my eyes and see it, just to end the mystery. Then there's the other part of me that is terrified of what I might see if I finally do. Based on the things I've been through before, including the 2 experiences I already shared and a lot of other smaller happenings over the years, I've come to believe that I can sense entities. I know how that sounds, and I'm not saying it like I'm proud of it or like it makes me special. It's more like something I've had to accept, because it keeps happening whether I want it to or not. I can't always explain what I'm sensing, and I don't pretend I have all the answers, but I know the difference between a normal feeling and that sudden, heavy awareness that something is near me. I've been living in my current apartment for almost 2 years. When I first moved in, I honestly didn't think there was anything wrong with the place at all. It seemed normal. It wasn't some old, falling apart building with creepy corners and strange smells. It was just an apartment. So I let my guard down. I stopped being as alert as I usually am, because I truly believed I finally had a place where I could relax. I am a Christian, and I'm not superstitious. I don't walk around afraid of every shadow or every noise. I don't blame every bad day on demons. I don't believe in spooky rituals or charms or anything like that. My faith is real, but it's not based on fear. If anything, I try to live with peace. I read my Bible, I pray, I try to do what's right. That's the kind of life I want. But the experiences I'm about to describe have all felt negative, and they've left me with the strong feeling that whatever is in my home is not neutral, and it is not friendly. Over time, I've started to feel like my faith, along with my ability to sense these things, has made me a target. I don't say that lightly. I say it because the way these experiences happen, especially the ones that come in my sleep, feel like attacks. They don't feel like random bumps in the night. They feel personal, like something is trying to mess with me, weaken me, or frighten me. The first thing I noticed about this apartment was a particular room. It's the back bedroom. I don't even like calling it the back bedroom, because it makes it sound normal, like it's just another room. But in my mind, it's always been different from the rest of the apartment. The apartment is one story. From the living room there's a hallway that runs back toward the bedrooms. My bedroom is off to one side of that hallway, and the back bedroom is at the end. That back room sits there like the last door at the end of a long tunnel, and for some reason it has always carried a feeling that makes me uncomfortable. It isn't just me, either. Certain members of my family, especially my 2 younger brothers, are uneasy about that room too. They don't talk about it constantly, and they don't act dramatic, but I can tell when they're in the apartment that they don't like being near it. If they have to go in there, they do it quickly. They don't linger. They don't casually stand in the doorway the way people do with normal rooms. They'll step inside, grab what they need, and come out like they don't want to give the room a chance to notice them. As for me, whenever I'm in that room alone, I get a strong, eerie sensation that something is in there with me. It's similar to the feeling you get when someone is standing too close behind you, when you can almost feel their body heat or their eyes on the back of your neck. But this is stronger than that, and it doesn't feel human. It feels darker, more sinister, like it has a bad intention behind it. And the strangest part is that the feeling in that room seems to have a center point. I don't know how else to describe it. The source of it, for lack of a better word, feels like it's coming from the closet in that back bedroom. When I stand in that room, my eyes don't want to look at the closet door. It's like my body tries to avoid it. The closet feels like a spot where the air is heavier, or where the presence hides, or where it gathers. I want to be clear. I'm not saying I see things standing in the closet every day. I'm saying the closet feels wrong. It feels like the place where the presence is strongest, like if something is there, that's where it's most concentrated. Because of that, I will not sleep in that room. Under no circumstances. I've learned the hard way that when I sleep in that room, I'm usually attacked in my sleep by whatever is connected to it. I don't mean I have a bad dream once in a while. I mean I wake up with the feeling of being oppressed, terrified, and sometimes paralyzed, like something is right there with me and doesn't want me to rest. I've come to trust my senses when it comes to evil presences. I don't like having to live that way, but ignoring it has never helped. The hardest part is feeling like I'm the only one who can fully sense it. I know my brothers are uneasy about that room, which makes me feel less alone, but they don't experience it the way I do. They don't talk about it the way I feel it. Sometimes I wish someone else could feel exactly what I feel, just so I didn't feel crazy. But at the same time, I wouldn't want anyone else to have to carry this. One incident connected to that room happened in a dream, and even though it was just a dream, it shook me deeply. It didn't feel like a normal nightmare where your brain makes up random scary images. It felt like a warning. One day I fell asleep on the couch in the living room. The living room is at the front of the apartment, and from the couch you can see the entrance to the hallway that leads back toward the bedrooms. If you look down that hallway, you can see the door of the back bedroom at the end. In the dream, I was standing beside the couch, almost like I had gotten up but stayed in the same area. I remember looking down the hallway toward the back bedroom. The door was slightly open, just ajar. The inside of the room looked dark. It wasn't lit by a lamp or light from the window. It was dark in a way that felt deep, like the darkness was thicker inside that room than it should have been. As I stared at that door in the dream, I suddenly felt one of the most horrifying waves of terror I've ever felt in my life. It hit me all at once, like a physical force. I didn't have time to think through it. I didn't have time to ask myself why I was afraid. I just felt it instantly, and it was overwhelming. The terror wasn't only fear. It felt like something worse, like I was standing in front of something truly evil and truly powerful. It felt like the kind of fear that makes your body freeze, like your heart is trying to climb up into your throat. It felt like my entire body understood that something in that room was not just scary, but dangerous. In the dream, the fact that the door was slightly open felt symbolic, like it meant the presence could get out. It felt like the open door meant I was exposed and vulnerable. It was as if the room was a cage, and the door being ajar meant the cage was open. I remember feeling, with total certainty in the dream, that whatever was in that room could get me. So I ran. In the dream, I shot out the front door so fast it felt like I wasn't even touching the floor. I ran outside and stood in the grass in front of the apartment, like I was trying to put distance between myself and that hallway. The air outside felt like relief, like I could breathe again. Then I woke up. When I woke up, I was still shaken. My heart was racing the way it races when you've been truly terrified. For a while I just lay there on the couch, staring, listening to the apartment. Everything looked normal in the light of day, but the feeling the dream left in me was not normal. It stayed with me like a warning sign. After that, I became more convinced than ever that this presence was not just some harmless spirit. I became convinced it was hellish, and I became convinced it was targeting me. Not too long after that, I had another experience, but this time I was fully awake. That's one reason it stayed with me so strongly. It was a Saturday morning, and I was home alone getting ready for work. I remember it clearly because mornings usually feel safer. There's daylight. You can hear the world outside waking up. It's not like the quiet middle of the night when everything feels uncertain. It was also a day where I was trying to keep my mind focused on normal things, getting dressed, eating something quick, checking the time. I was in my bedroom, and I had a DVD playing on my computer. It was a recording of my pastor preaching. That's something I sometimes do when I'm alone, put on something uplifting while I'm getting ready, especially if my mind feels heavy. It helps me feel grounded. My bedroom is on the left side of the hallway, and at the time my door was closed. I was listening to the sermon and doing my normal morning routine. I got up because I needed to go into the living room to finish getting ready, maybe to grab something, maybe to get my keys or whatever I had left out there. I walked to my bedroom door, reached toward the knob, and right before I opened it, I got an urgent feeling that I should not open the door. It was one of the strongest "don't do it" feelings I've ever had. It didn't feel like nervousness or imagination. It felt like a warning that came from outside my own thoughts, like something was telling me, "Not yet." I truly believe it was the Lord warning me not to go into a hallway at that moment. As soon as I stopped with my hand on the door, I felt that familiar terror. I sensed that something was in the hallway, right outside my bedroom door, waiting. It was the same kind of feeling I get when the back bedroom is involved, heavy, sinister, wrong. It felt like if I opened the door, I would be stepping into it, like I'd be giving it access to me. I'm getting goosebumps even now just remembering it, and honestly I'm close to tears writing about it. That's how real it felt to me. That's how deep the fear went. So I obeyed the warning. I didn't open the door. I kept the door shut, and I backed away from it. I went back to my computer and turned the volume up, like I needed the sound of my pastor's voice to fill the room and keep me steady. I kept listening to the preaching and tried to focus on the words instead of focusing on whatever I felt in the hallway. For a while, I stayed there, checking the time, thinking about work, trying to calm down. At the same time, I was trapped in a practical problem. I couldn't just stay in my bedroom forever. I had to go to work. I couldn't call my boss and say, "I can't come in because I feel something evil in my hallway." That would sound insane to most people. And even if they believed I was scared, they wouldn't understand why. So when it got close to the time I needed to leave, I decided I had to move. I prayed. I asked for protection. I asked for peace. I asked God to remove anything that didn't belong in my home. I asked for courage because I could feel how afraid I was. Then I opened my bedroom door. To my relief, whatever presence had been there seemed to be gone. The hallway felt normal again. The air didn't feel heavy. That intense feeling of being watched had lifted. I didn't waste time. I grabbed my things quickly and left the apartment. I moved fast, like I didn't want to give whatever it was a chance to come back. I locked the door behind me and felt a wave of relief as soon as I was outside. After that, nothing dramatic happened for a while. There were still moments where the back bedroom felt wrong, moments where I'd get that "someone is there" feeling, but nothing like the hallway incident. I started to relax a little again, even though I never fully let my guard down. Then recently, things started up again in a way that made me feel like the calm was only temporary. One night, about a week ago, I was asleep in my bedroom. I woke up suddenly with the exact same feelings I had experienced before. Feelings I had talked about in another experience I referred to as the presence. It felt like my body was paralyzed. I couldn't move. It was like my muscles wouldn't respond. Along with that, my vision filled with static, like visual noise, the way a TV looks when it's not getting a signal. I don't mean I just woke up groggy. I mean it was like my senses were being attacked at the same time, my body locked, my vision distorted, and over everything there was that overwhelming sense of evil nearby. The moment it happened, I knew what it meant. I knew I was not just half asleep. I knew that if I stayed there, whatever was in the room would press closer. That's how it has felt in the past. So as soon as I could move, I got up and ran. I didn't walk calmly. I ran out of my bedroom and into the living room, like a person escaping something that was right behind him. I stayed in the living room for the rest of the night. I didn't want to go back into my room. I didn't trust the dark. I didn't trust that I'd be safe if I laid down again. I tried to distract myself. I prayed. I sat with lights on. I waited for morning. That alone was enough to make me feel like I needed to talk to someone, but I still didn't. I kept it to myself like I always do, because I didn't want to be judged or laughed at. I didn't want people to think I was unstable. But then last night happened, and it pushed me to the point where I couldn't keep it inside anymore. Last night I had an experience that truly frightened me. I was asleep, and suddenly I felt that strong paralysis again. It was like I woke up inside my body, but my body wasn't mine. I couldn't move my arms. I couldn't move my legs. I couldn't sit up. The room was dark, and in that darkness the paralysis felt even worse because I couldn't do anything to protect myself. Then I heard a voice. To this day I don't know if it was the presence in my room or something even worse, but in that moment it felt like the devil himself. The voice was deep, evil, and satanic. It didn't sound like a normal person talking. It didn't sound like a voice from outside the window or from the hallway. It sounded like it was coming from the darkness itself, like it was inside the room with me. The voice was taunting me. It laughed at me. It spoke to me in a mocking way, like it enjoyed seeing me helpless. I can't remember exactly what it said, which frustrates me, because I remember the tone clearly and I remember how it made me feel. But the actual words didn't stick. It was like the fear was so intense that my mind couldn't hold on to details, only the terror. I couldn't see anything. There was no figure standing over me that I could describe. It was just paralysis, darkness, and that voice. And I was terrified. I started pleading the blood of Jesus as much as I could. I tried to pray, even though my mouth and body felt locked. I tried to speak the name of Jesus. I tried to hold on to my faith because I felt like that was the only weapon I had in that moment. The entire time I was doing that, the voice kept taunting me, like it didn't care. Like it wanted me to feel powerless. Like it wanted me to doubt. At the same time, I was trying to wake up. I don't know how to fully describe that state. It's like you're trapped between sleep and waking, and you can feel yourself fighting your way out, but it's slow. It feels like pushing through thick mud. Your mind is screaming at your body to move, and your body just won't respond. It's one of the most helpless feelings a person can have. It felt like nothing was working for a while. I remember feeling like I might cry. Not normal crying, but that desperate, overwhelmed feeling you get when you're scared and you can't escape. I remember feeling like my prayers were coming out weak, like I couldn't get the words out the way I needed to. And the voice kept laughing, like it enjoyed every second of it. Then, while all this was happening, I felt my fingers move. It was small, but it was something. And once I could move even a little bit, I focused on that. I concentrated on moving anything I could, fingers, a hand, a toe, because I've noticed something about these paralysis moments. If I can move one small part of my body, I can sometimes use that movement to pull myself awake. So I kept pushing. I kept trying. I kept praying. I kept fighting to move. Finally, it was like something broke. I snapped awake fully, like I crossed the line back into normal waking life. The paralysis ended. The voice was gone. The darkness was just darkness again, not a place where something was speaking from. My body belonged to me again. I lay there breathing hard, listening to the apartment, trying to convince myself I was safe. My heart was pounding. My skin felt cold. My mind was racing. I've constantly felt presences before. I've even seen things before. But I had never heard a voice like that before. Not like that. That's what shook me so much. A presence is terrifying, but a voice that taunts you, something that seems to enjoy your fear, feels like another level of evil. I've dealt with these things alone for a long time because I don't think people would believe me. I don't have the kind of family or friend group where I can casually say, I think something evil is attacking me in my sleep, and expect them to take it seriously. People either laugh, or they get uncomfortable, or they immediately assume you're exaggerating or losing your mind. But I'm not making this up. These things are real to me. My fear is real. The way my body reacts is real. The paralysis is real. This sense of evil is real. And the fact that it keeps happening, keeps coming back, makes it impossible for me to just shrug it off. I'm getting scared, and I don't know who to talk to. It's getting to the point where I'm almost afraid to fall asleep at night. And that's not a small thing. Sleep is supposed to be the one time you can rest. It's supposed to be the time your body heals and your mind resets. When you start fearing sleep, life becomes exhausting. You start dreading bedtime. You start keeping lights on. You start staying up later than you should just because you don't want to close your eyes. You start waking up tired and going through the day already drained. That's where I'm at. I want people to understand something about me. I'm intelligent. I'm sensible. I'm not the type to waste my time, or anyone else's time, by making up stories. I'm not doing this for attention. I'm not trying to entertain strangers online with spooky fiction. I'm a devout Christian, and I would not lie about something like this. My faith matters to me. Truth matters to me. My experiences are real. My fear is real. And my plea for help is real. I just don't know what to do anymore when night comes and the apartment goes quiet, and I'm left wondering if I'm going to be able to sleep in peace, or if something is going to come for me again in the dark. We have only told a few people about this, because most people either don't believe it or they get uncomfortable fast, but we honestly feel certain that we live in a haunted house. The strange part is that this isn't some old, falling down farmhouse that has been standing for 100 years. We built this house ourselves. We chose the land, we planned it, we watched it go up piece by piece, and we moved in with that proud feeling people have when a dream becomes real. We love the house. We still do. It's beautiful from the outside, it's well taken care of, and most of the time it feels calm and normal. But at the same time, I can't ignore what I've felt, and what I've seen. It's hard to explain to someone who hasn't lived it. The yard looks healthy. The trees are green and full. Flowers bloom like they should. The grass is usually thick and bright. Birds show up all the time. If you drove by, you would probably think it looked like a peaceful place. And in some ways it is peaceful. But there is also this other layer that I can't quite put into perfect words. Something in the air doesn't feel right to me. Sometimes I'll be standing in a room with sunlight coming in, and nothing is happening, and I'll still get this uneasy feeling, like the house is watching me back. I'm not saying I feel terrified every moment. I'm not saying we live in constant chaos. It's more like we live in a house that is mostly normal, but it has pockets of wrongness, certain rooms, certain times of night, certain moments where the energy shifts, and you can feel the change in your body before you can explain it with your mind. Over time, I've started to accept a fact that I once would have laughed at. I have seen ghosts. I don't mean maybe, or out of the corner of my eye. I mean I have seen things clearly enough that my brain didn't have to guess what I was looking at. I've tried to talk myself out of it, and I've tried to blame it on stress, or lack of sleep, or imagination. But it keeps happening, and there are too many details that don't fit normal explanations. One of the first things that made me feel like this wasn't just a bad vibe or anxiety was the dogs. We had a dog in the past who was deeply loved. The kind of dog that becomes part of your family in the most real way. After he passed, I started noticing something outside that I can only describe as his ghost. And the reason I say that is because what I saw wasn't a shadow or a blur. It was in full color. I would look out into the yard and see him sitting there in a very familiar way, like he used to sit when he was waiting for someone. He looked solid and real, not see-through, not glowing, just normal, except for the fact that he wasn't supposed to be there. The strangest part is that he will not come inside. He stays outside, like he's guarding the house or like he doesn't want to cross the threshold. I've watched him from a window, and it feels both comforting and heartbreaking at the same time. Comforting, because it makes me feel like love doesn't always vanish. Heartbreaking, because it also makes me realize I'm looking at something that belongs to another side of life, something I can't reach or touch. But that isn't the only dog I've seen. There is also another dog presence, and this one is completely different. This one is not in full color. This one is like a dark shadow, almost like a shape that moves low to the ground. When it appears, it doesn't feel loving or calm. It feels sneaky. It feels like it's slinking. And unlike the former dog I see outside, this dark shadowed dog has entered the house. It has come in a few times over the past couple years, always in a way that makes my skin tighten. I'll see it at the edge of my vision, or I'll look down a hallway and catch the movement. It moves like an animal, not like a person. Low, quick, smooth, like it knows the layout, and it doesn't want to be noticed. This week, the dark shadow dog came in twice. Twice in the same week, and each time it happened I felt that same cold discomfort in my chest, like the house had opened its mouth and something crawled in. We also have our current family dog, a living, breathing dog, and the way he behaves in this house has been one of the biggest signs that something is wrong. Animals notice things we don't. I used to roll my eyes when people said that, but now I can't. I've watched it too many times. Recently, we started sleeping in a new room. We didn't switch rooms because of the haunting exactly, at least not officially. But part of it was that some rooms just didn't feel good, and we were trying to find a space that felt calmer. We thought maybe if we changed our routine and moved where we slept, things would settle down. Instead, the dog started doing something that is hard to ignore. Almost every night, before he falls asleep, he barks up at the ceiling. Not at the door. Not at a noise outside. Not at a person walking by. He plants himself and stares upward like something is moving above him. His eyes track across the ceiling as if he's following something that's traveling from one side to the other. Then he barks. Over and over, sometimes in short bursts, sometimes in a way that sounds angry and alarmed. And it doesn't only happen when we first go to bed. It happens when he wakes up in the middle of the night too. He'll lift his head, stare at the ceiling again like he sees something returning, and start barking. Sometimes he'll whine first, like he's anxious. Sometimes his body stiffens like he wants to run but doesn't know where to go. It feels like whatever it isn't just a random sound in the house. It feels like something is actually present in a spot above us. It's not only the dog either. The cat sees something too, but in a different room. There are moments when the cat will stare upward in that intense, locked-on way cats do, the way they stare when they see a bug or a moving shadow. But there's no bug. There's no moving light. There's nothing that should catch his attention. And yet the cat's eyes will follow something across the ceiling, sometimes slowly, sometimes quickly, like the cat is tracking movement that isn't visible to us. Over time, we've started to believe that 2 bedrooms are the main problem areas. Those 2 rooms feel active. The rest of the house feels fine most of the time. It's strange, because it's not like the entire house feels cursed. There are rooms where I can relax. There are rooms where I can sit and read and feel normal. Oddly enough, the bathrooms feel very clear. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. When I'm frightened, when the air feels wrong in a bedroom or hallway, I can go into a bathroom and feel safe. Something about the bathroom space feels calm, like the bad energy doesn't settle there. I've noticed that pattern enough times that I actually use it. If I'm overwhelmed, I'll go into a bathroom, close the door, and breathe until my body relaxes again. And then there are the moments that feel more direct. Last fall, I saw something that I can't dismiss as a shadowed dog or an animal reacting. I saw a very tall hooded figure. It wasn't a small shape. It wasn't a normal-sized person standing in the house. It was tall in a way that felt unnatural, like it took up too much vertical space. It stood on the stairs, silent, just watching. I couldn't see a normal face, but I could see its eyes. The eyes were an intense, bright green. Not pale green. Not a reflection. Not a trick of light. Bright, clear green, like they had their own light. That detail is burned into my memory because it felt so wrong. The figure didn't speak. It didn't move toward me. It just stood there on the stairs, and the entire staircase felt like it was blocked by its presence. What made it even worse is that nobody wanted to go upstairs, including the dog. The dog wouldn't step onto the stairs. He didn't just hesitate. He refused. He stood at the bottom like the stairs were dangerous. He didn't bark like he does at the ceiling. He just stayed back and stared, stiff and tense, as if he knew something was there that he couldn't fight. In that moment, I didn't know what else to do, so I prayed out loud. I didn't whisper it. I didn't just think it in my head. I said it out loud, right there in the house, because I felt like I needed to claim the space. I needed to remind myself that I had some kind of power too, even if the only power I knew how to reach was faith. As I prayed, the figure left. It didn't run. It didn't vanish in a flash. It was more like it withdrew, like the air shifted and then it wasn't there anymore. But once it was gone, the stairs felt like stairs again. The dog relaxed a little. The pressure in my chest eased. And I was left standing there shaking, trying to understand what I had just seen. After that, I started paying more attention to everything else in the house, and the more I paid attention, the more odd things I noticed. Some of it sounds small when you say it out loud, but when it keeps happening again and again, it starts to feel like a pattern. We joke sometimes about the technology in the house, because it's become almost ridiculous. TVs stop working after about a month. It's not just one TV. It's been several. And these are TVs that worked perfectly in our old place. Nothing was wrong with them before we moved. But after being in this house for a short time, the picture starts going unclear, like the TV can't hold a stable image. The sound might be fine, the power might be fine, but the picture becomes distorted or unreliable. We are now on TV number 4. 4. That's not normal. And it's not like we're buying the cheapest, worst options and expecting miracles. These are normal TVs that should last. In our old home, we didn't have this problem. Here, it's like the house rejects them. It's gotten to the point where we almost laugh when we set up a new one because part of us is thinking, how long will this one survive? The radio has also turned on and off by itself. Not once, not in a way that could be easily blamed on someone bumping a switch. It has turned on when no one was touching it and turned off again like it was being controlled. The first time it happened, I tried to be logical. I thought maybe it was a loose connection or a bad outlet. But then it happened again, and it didn't feel random. It felt like someone was playing with it. The internet does odd things too. It regularly connects by itself, even when we're not using it, even when everything should be quiet. And it's not just that it connects, it's that I can hear it connecting. I can see the connection. I can see how long it connects before it drops again. It's almost like something is waking up in the house and using the system, then letting it go quiet again. It often connects between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the morning. I've noticed that because I've been awake during those hours, either because something woke me or because I couldn't sleep. I'll be lying there, and I'll hear that familiar sound of the internet connection engaging. I'll look and see that it's connected. Then it disconnects later. It's happened enough that I started wondering if that time has significance. I've heard people talk about 3 a.m. being a strange hour, a witching hour, but I don't know if I believe that. I don't want to feed into superstition. Still, it's hard not to notice the pattern when it keeps happening in that same window of time. Then there are other oddities, more physical ones, that make the house feel like it's constantly slightly out of balance. We have an ant problem. And I don't mean a couple ants in the kitchen once in a while. I mean ants inside and outside, like the property is a magnet for them. We've put out many ant traps. We've tried cleaning more. We've tried the normal solutions. And they still show up. They come back. It's like the house is always fighting them. We also get flies. They show up in spring, summer, and fall. Not just one fly. Often 4, 5, or 6 at a time, like they enter in groups. You'll walk into a room and suddenly there they are, buzzing around like they've claimed the space. You can swat them, you can trap them, you can get rid of them, and then later another group appears. It sounds like a simple pest problem when you say it that way, but paired with everything else, it starts to feel like another sign that the house draws and things you don't want inside. Outside on the deck, we've seen black widow spiders. 2 large females. If you've ever seen a big black widow up close, you know it's not something you forget. Just the sight of one makes your skin crawl, because you know what it is. Seeing two large females in the same area felt like the deck had become their territory. Then last week, something else happened that almost felt like the house was putting on a display. Huge, chunky spiders appeared on 3 walls outside. They weren't small. They were big enough that you could see their bodies clearly, their legs, the thickness of them. And they built enormous webs, thick and wide, the kind of webs that look strong even from a distance. The spiders looked like a variety I had never seen before. They weren't just the common spiders you expect near lights. They looked different, heavier, more serious. I know it sounds strange, but even though they were creepy, I had this odd feeling that maybe they were protecting the house. It's not a logical thought, and I know that. But I stood there looking at those webs and I couldn't shake the feeling that the webs were like barriers, like something was being caught, or something was being kept out. One spider in particular built a web directly in front of the door. It was at face level. I walked out and almost stepped straight into it. The web was so perfectly placed that it felt like it was intentional, like it was meant to stop someone. I froze, because if I had walked one more step, I would have had it across my face. I stood there staring at the spider, and I remember thinking, "Why here?" Because it wasn't tucked up in a corner. It was right in front of the door, like a warning. Inside the house, we've had other strange things too. Dishes break frequently. I don't mean once in a while because someone dropped a plate. I mean dishes seem to break in a way that feels excessive. Sometimes something will slip out of your hands in a way that doesn't feel normal. Sometimes something will fall when you swear you set it down safely. It's like the house makes it harder to keep things intact. Over time you start bracing yourself, like, what's going to break next? People have also commented on an odor that comes and goes. That's one of the hardest things to describe because smells are hard to prove. One person smells something, another person doesn't. One day it's there, the next day it's gone. But enough people have noticed it that I know it's not just my imagination. It's not a simple, garbage needs to go out smell. It's a strange odor that doesn't fit anything obvious. It shows up, then disappears. We'll look for the source and find nothing. One of the most dramatic incidents in the house involved a large mirror. The mirror fell off the wall for no reason. It wasn't loosely hung. It wasn't bumped. It wasn't shaken by a slammed door. It just fell. The strange part is that it didn't break. You'd expect a large mirror hitting the floor to shatter. But it didn't. Instead, the curios in front of it smashed. There were items placed in front of the mirror, decorative pieces that had been sitting there. When the mirror fell, those items hit the floor and broke into pieces. It was like the mirror survived, but the things around it were destroyed. We stood there afterwards staring at the mess, trying to make sense of how it happened. It didn't feel like an accident. It felt like an event. Even outside, the yard does weird things sometimes. Patches of the lawn have died overnight. Usually the yard is lush. Usually it looks healthy. But there have been times when a section that looked perfectly fine the day before suddenly looks dead the next morning, like it burned out. And it's not the whole yard, just patches, like someone poured something in that spot or like the ground under it suddenly changed. Mushrooms will also spring up. Sometimes you'll wake up and see mushrooms where there weren't any the day before. I know mushrooms can grow quickly under the right conditions, but again, paired with everything else, it feels like the yard is constantly shifting, constantly producing signs of decay even when the rest of it looks alive. There are also positive things, and I want to be fair about that, because the house isn't just darkness all the time. The yard is full of birds. We get all kinds of birds. They land in the trees, they move around the yard, they sing, they bring the place to life. Sometimes it feels like the birds are the best part of the property. It makes the yard feel active and bright, especially early in the morning. Birds have also flown into the house. Not just once. It's happened enough to make us notice. A bird will come in, flutter around, sometimes tap at a window like it's trying to get out or like it's trying to get our attention. When it happens, it's chaotic for a moment, but then we manage to guide the bird out and everything settles again. Still, it's strange. Most houses don't have birds flying in and tapping at windows as if they're delivering messages. And while there has been a lot of illness in the house, no one has died. I'm aware of the superstition people have about death following haunted houses, and I don't want to make it sound like we're waiting for something awful. But I can't ignore that we've dealt with a lot of health issues since being here. A lot of sickness, fatigue, weird problems that come and go. And yet, no one has died. If superstition says death comes, then in that one way, we've been spared. Still, the overall feeling remains. I feel bad energy in this house, and other people feel it too. I'm not the only one. At least 2 people have flat out told me they believe the house is haunted. Others may not say it in those words, but they'll say things like, "This place feels weird," or, "I don't like that room," or, "Something feels off." And then they'll laugh like they're trying to make it sound like a joke, but you can tell they mean it. For a while, we tried to just live with it. We told ourselves that every house has quirks. Every home has weird noises and odd problems. We told ourselves we were being sensitive. We told ourselves we were stressed. We tried to stay logical, because the alternative, accepting that something is in your home, is not a comfortable thing to accept. But eventually, we started packing up the house to move. We didn't decide to move on a whim. We love the house. We built it. We have memories here. But the feeling became too heavy, and the events became too frequent. The idea of staying started to feel like choosing discomfort every day for no reason. So we began packing, thinking, we're going to leave, and we'll feel better somewhere else. That's when another pattern emerged. Every time we actually start making real progress toward moving out, something happens. Not small things. Big, unexpected things. Illness. Relationship problems. House problems. Something that throws us off track. Something that drains our energy and makes us stop packing and focus on the new crisis. It's like the moment we start to leave for real, the house fights back. I know how that sounds. I know a skeptic would say, moving is stressful, of course you have problems. And yes, moving is stressful. But this has happened enough times, with enough odd timing, that it feels like a pattern we can't ignore. One time, I heard a voice. I don't mean I heard a vague sound that could be the TV or the wind. I mean I heard something that sounded like a voice saying something along the lines of, "See what happens if you leave." It wasn't a long conversation. It wasn't a clear face-to-face moment. It was a sentence, a threat-like statement, and it hit me in a way that made my blood run cold. After that, the odd events kept happening whenever we tried to pack. Then, when we stopped packing, things calmed down. That's the strangest part. It's like the house settles when it senses we're staying. The energy eases. The chaos slows. It doesn't fully disappear, but it becomes quieter. It's as if something is satisfied when we stop trying to leave. I kept going back and forth in my mind, trying to decide what I believed. Was it bad luck? Was it stress? Was it coincidence? Or was there truly something in this house that didn't want us to go? Finally, I did something I never thought I would do. I called a psychic. I didn't call because I'm a huge believer in psychics. I called because I felt desperate for some kind of explanation. I felt like I was living inside a puzzle with no answers. I felt like I needed someone, anyone, to tell me whether what I was sensing was real or whether I had completely lost my mind. The psychic told me the house was haunted. She said she detected Civil War deaths. She said there were body parts of soldiers in the yard. That statement shook me, but it also confused me. The Civil War was fought in our region, but not right on this exact spot, as far as I know. The battle sites are about 45 to 60 minutes away. The land our house sits on used to be woodland before the house was built. It wasn't farmland that had been plowed for generations, at least not in the history we were aware of. It was trees and brush and undeveloped land. So when she said there were body parts of soldiers in the yard, my first reaction was, how would that be possible? But then another part of me wondered if I actually knew the land's history as well as I thought I did. People assume they know, but unless you've dug into records, talked to historians, or done real research, you might not know what happened on a piece of land 150 years ago. Land holds secrets. People bury things. People hide things. History doesn't always leave a clear paper trail. The psychic's words left me with even more questions than I started with. Now I feel stuck between different explanations people have offered me. Some people say it's bad feng shui. That maybe the layout is wrong, the energy flow is wrong, and it's creating problems. Some people say it's ghosts. Some people say spirits. Some people say it's something darker, something evil, even the devil. And the truth is, I don't know what label fits. I just know what has happened in my house and what I have seen with my own eyes. I know I've seen the former dog sitting outside in full color, like he refuses to cross into the house. I know I've seen the shadow dog slink into the house, and this week it came in twice. I know our living dog barks at the ceiling and tracks something with his eyes night after night, and the cat does the same in a different room. I know there are 2 bedrooms that feel haunted, while other rooms feel fine, and the bathrooms feel clear and safe. I know I saw a tall hooded figure with bright green eyes standing on the stairs, and that nobody, not even the dog, wanted to go up until I prayed out loud and it left. I know the TVs keep failing, the radio turns on and off by itself, and the internet connects on its own, often between 3 and 4 in the morning, and I can hear it and see it when it happens. I know we have waves of ants and groups of flies, and spiders building massive webs, including one web directly in front of the door at face level like a barrier. I know dishes break far too often, a strange odor comes and goes, and a large mirror fell for no reason while the objects in front of it shattered. I know parts of the lawn can die overnight, and mushrooms can suddenly appear, even when the yard is mostly lush and alive. I know birds fill the yard and sometimes fly into the house and tap at windows as if they're trying to get our attention. I know we've had illness in the house but no one has died. I know more than one person has felt the bad energy here, and at least 2 people believe the house is haunted. And I know that whenever we start packing to leave, it's like the house pushes back through unexpected problems, and when we stop, things calm down again. I've even heard a voice that seemed to warn me about leaving, and that is something I can't forget no matter how hard I try. I'm saying all of this because I don't feel like I can keep it locked inside anymore. We built this house. We love it. We should feel safe here. And sometimes we do. But too often, something happens that makes me feel like I'm living with an unseen roommate that doesn't want to be challenged. We've only told a few people because I know how easy it is for someone to dismiss this. I know how quickly people judge. But I also know what I've experienced. Even when the sun is shining and the trees are green and flowers bloom, I can still feel that something in this house is not right. And at this point, I don't know what it is, I don't know what it wants, and I don't know which explanation is true. I just know that it's been happening long enough, and often enough, that I can't pretend it's nothing anymore. I'm 19 years old, and until recently I never thought I would be writing something like this. I've had about 3 personal experiences that could be sleep paralysis, or could be something paranormal, and they all happened within about a month. The weird part is that all of it started only about 6 weeks ago. Before that, I had never experienced anything like this in my life. On top of my own experiences, there were other things that happened during that same month that weren't directly happening to me, but I was in the room when they happened to other people. I'm going to explain those too, because I feel like they matter. It's not like I was alone and imagining things in the dark. Other people were involved, and the timing of some of it lines up in a way that still doesn't sit right with me. Back in high school, I had a friend who told me a story that sounded scary, but at the time it didn't really get to me. It was one of those things you hear and think, "That's weird," and then you move on with your life. He told me he was sleeping one night, and suddenly woke up feeling like something was pushing him down. He said he couldn't move at all. He could talk, but when he tried, it wasn't English coming out of his mouth. He described it like a language that was completely unknown, almost robotic, like the sounds didn't belong to him. He said he could hear himself doing it, but he couldn't control it. When he told me that story, I believed that he believed it, but I didn't really let it sink in. I didn't have any personal reason to. I never thought something like that would happen to me, and honestly, I didn't want to think too much about it. It was easier to label it as a strange sleep thing and leave it alone. Then I went to college. I moved into the dorms, and I'm still living in the dorms now because all of this happened only a couple weeks ago. The same friend who had that high school story also came to college with me. We got there in August of 2008, started settling in, meeting people, and trying to get used to dorm life. The first couple weeks were completely normal. No weird feelings, no strange events, nothing. It was the usual college routine, new schedules, late nights, people in and out of rooms, noise in the halls, and the normal stress of being in a new place. Then one day my friend told me he had something to tell me about the night before. He didn't come at me like he was joking around. He seemed serious, and he seemed a little uncomfortable even bringing it up. He said that during the night he felt something over him, like a presence hovering above him while he was trying to sleep. He didn't say he saw a clear face. He didn't say it spoke. He just said he felt it, and it freaked him out enough that it stuck with him into the next day. When he said that, I froze, because I had seen something the night before too. The reason I hadn't said anything was because I didn't want to scare him, and I wasn't sure what I had seen. I didn't want to be the guy who starts a ghost story, and then everyone gets paranoid. Dorms are already weird at night, and people can get inside each other's heads fast. But since he brought it up first, I told him my side. I told him that I saw something pass by him while he was in bed. It looked human-shaped, but it didn't look like a normal person walking around in a dorm room. It was dressed in white, and the white seemed to glow. Not like a bright flashlight glow, but enough that I could see it clearly in the dark. The strange thing is I only saw the lower half of its body. I didn't see a face or upper body details. I saw what looked like legs and a lower torso moving past his bed. I tried to be honest about what I could and couldn't tell. I didn't want to exaggerate, but I also didn't want to leave out details. Based on where the waist area looked compared to the bed, I estimated the figure was about our height, around 5'9". It didn't look extremely tall, but it didn't look short either. It looked like it moved calmly, like it wasn't rushing or panicking. And as far as I could tell, it didn't touch him. It didn't grab him. It didn't do anything dramatic. It just passed by and then it was gone. My friend listened and got quiet. I could tell he was trying to process it. We both tried to play it off a little, like maybe it was a dream, maybe it was a weird reflection, maybe it was just our eyes adjusting in the dark. But neither of us felt totally convinced by those explanations. There was a tension in the room after that conversation, like we had both admitted something we normally wouldn't admit out loud. The next night, I couldn't sleep. Sometimes you can't sleep in the dorms for normal reasons. People are loud in the hallway, someone's talking, someone's music is on, doors keep opening and closing. But that wasn't what kept me awake. It was my own mind. Once you see something strange, your brain starts replaying it. You start listening harder than usual. You start noticing every small sound. You start thinking, what if it happens again? Even if you tell yourself you're not scared, your body is still on alert. That night, while I was lying in bed awake, I heard a sound from one corner of the room. It was a ha sound. Not a laugh, not a ha-ha kind of sound, but more like the sound you make when you warm your hands with your breath. A short, breathy ha. It wasn't loud, but it was clear enough that I knew I heard it. I stayed still, listening, trying to figure out what it could be. Maybe the air vent. Maybe someone outside the door. Maybe something from the hallway. But it sounded like it came from inside our room. Then, about 30 minutes later, I heard it again. This time it seemed to come from the other corner of the room. Same exact type of ha sound. It wasn't like a cough. It wasn't like someone sneezing. It sounded intentional, like a short breath sound meant to be noticed. The timing made it feel even stranger. It wasn't constant. It wasn't random. It happened, then stopped, then happened again much later. After the second one, I started to feel scared. Not the kind of fear where you scream and run. More like that quiet fear that makes your whole body tense up. I turned onto my side facing the wall, away from my friend. I pulled the blanket up, not completely covering my head, but enough that I felt hidden. I know that sounds childish, but in that moment it felt like the only thing I could do. I didn't want to look around the room. I didn't want to give whatever it was the satisfaction of seeing me react. Then, about 30 minutes after the last ha sound, I felt pressure on my body. It wasn't a gentle weight like a blanket shifting. It felt like something pushed down on my leg and my arm. It wasn't violent, but it was enough that I instantly knew it wasn't normal. It felt like someone pressed me down to keep me still, like they wanted me to know they could. And then, right near my ear, I felt something whisper. It wasn't a full sentence. It wasn't clear words. It was that same ha sound, but this time it was right in my ear, like something leaned close and breathed against me. I didn't try to move. I didn't try to turn around. I didn't try to fight it. I was terrified, and I felt like if I moved it would get worse. So I froze and waited. The pressure and the whispering didn't last long. It was quick, like it did what it wanted to do and then backed off. When it stopped, the feeling changed fast. The pressure was gone. The sense of something being right there was gone. I could still feel my heart racing, but the room felt empty again. I knew I was awake the entire time. My eyes were open. I was staring at the wall. I wasn't drifting in and out of sleep. I remember thinking clearly. I remember hearing my own breathing. I remember hearing my friends breathing too. That's one reason I still can't brush it off as just a dream. After it was over, I yelled to my friend to wake him up and tell him what had happened. But he was already awake. He told me he had been awake for about the same amount of time, and he said he got chills around the same time I felt the pressure. He didn't say he felt the push the way I did, but he said something felt wrong to him too, like his body suddenly reacted even though he didn't know why. That made me feel a little less crazy, but it also made me feel worse, because it meant it wasn't just me having a private experience. Something about that moment affected both of us. About a week later, another experience happened to me, and this one felt even more disturbing because of how specific it was. I woke up early in the morning when the sun was just coming up. The light was starting to creep into the room, but it was still kind of dark. It was that in-between time where you can tell it's morning, but the room still has shadows. I remember thinking that if the sun was out, nothing weird would happen. I don't know why I believed that, but I did. Morning feels safer than night. So I tried to go back to sleep. I put my head down, facing the wall again, and not even a minute later I smelled something really strong. It was a perfume and cologne mix, like a bunch of different scents all at once. The best way I can describe it is like someone shoved a magazine with those scented perfume pages right up to my nose. That exact strong chemical floral smell, except it wasn't just one scent. It felt like multiple scents mixed together. It was strong enough that I couldn't ignore it. It wasn't faint. It wasn't like a smell drifting in from the hallway. It was right there, like it was being pushed into my face. I turned over because I wanted to see what it was. I was still facing the wall, so I started to roll onto my back, trying to get my head facing up toward the ceiling. Before I could even fully turn, I heard that same ha sound again. And at the exact same time, something pushed my head back down, forcing me to face the wall again. It didn't happen once and stop. It happened repeatedly. I would try to lift my head and turn, and it would push me back down. Each time I heard that same sound, like it was part of the push, like the sound and the force were connected. It felt like it was controlling me, like it didn't want me to look around, like it wanted me pinned facing the wall. I tried to call my friend's name over and over again. I tried to yell, because I needed him to wake up. I needed someone else to see what was happening. But when I tried to speak, only gibberish came out. It didn't sound like words. It didn't sound like English at all. It sounded like my mouth was trying to form language, but nothing real came out. That terrified me in a different way, because it brought me right back to that story my friend told in high school, the one about speaking a strange, robotic language when he was pinned down and couldn't move. I never expected to experience something like that myself, And yet there I was, trying to call for help, and hearing nonsense sounds leave my mouth. My friend finally woke up. He later described what he saw as me twitching. He said it looked like I was fighting something, like my head was moving back and forth in quick motions. From his point of view, I probably looked like I was having some kind of seizure or nightmare. But I wasn't asleep. My eyes were open the whole time. He didn't just sit there quietly. He yelled out. I don't even remember exactly what he yelled, but I remember the moment his voice filled the room. It felt like something snapped. The pushing stopped. The smell faded. The ha sound stopped. And suddenly I was fully in control of my body again. I sat up and looked around, breathing hard, and my friend was staring at me like he didn't know what to say. We talked right away. We had a full conversation, and I was completely awake and clear. I wasn't confused or groggy like I had just woken from a dream. I could explain exactly what happened as it happened. The weird part is that I wasn't as scared this time. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt angry and curious. It felt like whatever it was had been playing with me. The way it pushed my head back down over and over felt like a game to it. Like it wanted to prove it could do it and see me struggle. It didn't feel like it was trying to kill me. It didn't feel like it was trying to harm me physically in a serious way. It felt like it wanted control and reaction. That's why my fear turned into something else. I felt more confused than anything. I remember sitting there thinking, what is this? And why is it doing that? And what does it want? After that, something similar happened again. This time it was like a mix between the first and the second experience. It had some of the same feelings, that trapped feeling, that sense of presence, that strange state where I wasn't fully in normal waking control. But this time there was one important difference. I woke up and realized I had been dreaming. I don't remember much of what happened during that episode, but I remember the main point. I knew I was asleep. I knew it wasn't the same as the other times when my eyes were open and I was clearly awake. In this one, I remembered having a full conversation with the ghost, like it was talking to me and I was answering back. I can't remember what we said. I can't remember the topic or the words. I just remember the feeling of communicating. Then I snapped awake and had that clear realization, this one was a dream. That mattered to me because it helped me understand the difference between what I think is sleep and what I think is something happening while I'm awake. It's hard to explain, but the first two felt like I was awake and trapped. This one felt like I was in a dream state even though it felt real in the moment. Waking up and realizing it was a dream actually made me feel a little more grounded, because it reminded me that not every strange thing is automatically a haunting. Sometimes your brain really does create something intense. But still, even with that one being a dream, the other ones didn't feel like dreams. That's what keeps me stuck. Around that same time, a couple friends spent the night in our room, and that's when it started feeling like it wasn't only happening to me. 2 girls, Kat and Mia, stayed over. They were sleeping on the floor between our 2 beds. Mia was on the side closer to my roommate JD's bed, and Kat was on the side closer to mine. It wasn't a weird setup for dorm life. People hang out, stay late, crash on the floor, and you think nothing of it. That night, around 4 a.m., my roommate JD woke up and saw a figure near Mia's feet. The room was dark, and Mia was dressed in black. The figure was also dark. At first, JD thought Mia was kneeling. It was the only explanation his sleepy brain could make sense of. He even thought to himself, why would she be kneeling right now? But he didn't want to wake everyone up over something that might be nothing. So he tried to ignore it. A couple minutes later, JD heard a noise outside the window. That noise startled him enough that he called out my name. And at the exact same moment, Kat yelled my name too. It wasn't planned. It wasn't like they were playing around. They both sounded alarmed, like they had been hit by fear at the same time. Right after that, Mia told me to turn on the lights. I jumped up and turned the lights on, and the room looked normal. No kneeling figure. No dark shape near Mia's feet. Just Mia lying on the floor like she had been sleeping, Kat looking shaken, and JD sitting up in bed looking confused and tense. Then we found out what happened to Kat. Kat said she felt like she was being stepped on by multiple people, or multiple feet. Not a single pressure point, but several, like she was being walked on. And she said she couldn't move. She couldn't speak. She couldn't yell. She felt trapped in her body, just like I had felt trapped. She told us she had never experienced anything like that before in her life. She wasn't someone who had a history of sleep paralysis or ghost stories. That night was the first time anything like that had ever happened to her. We also asked Mia if she had been kneeling, because that's what JD thought he saw. Mia said no. She said she was lying down the whole time and never got up. She didn't kneel. She didn't move to JD's side. She didn't do anything that would explain a dark figure near her feet. So now we had several things stacked together. JD seeing a dark figure near Mia, a noise at the window, Kat feeling stepped on and unable to move, everyone calling out at the same moment, and then the room looking completely normal once the lights came on. After that night, I stopped feeling like this was only inside my head. I'm not saying that proves ghosts. I'm not saying it proves demons. I'm not saying it proves anything scientific either. I'm just saying it made it harder to dismiss when other people around us, people who weren't expecting it, started experiencing similar trapped, pinned down sensations. What confuses me most is that I don't really have experience with ghosts or the paranormal. I'm not someone who grew up learning about this stuff. I'm not an expert. I don't know what the rules are, if there even are rules. I don't know if there are multiple spirits in our dorm room, or if it's one thing that shows up in different ways. I don't know if one presence looks like an adult and another looks like a kid, or if that's just my mind trying to make categories. I don't know if there's a good one and a bad one. I've thought about that because of the black and white appearance. White glowing figure one time, dark figure another time, but I honestly don't know if color means anything at all. For all I know, the glowing white figure could be just as negative as the dark one, or the dark one could be something harmless that simply looks scary. I don't know. What I do know is that whatever it is, it hasn't seriously harmed me. It has pushed me down. It has forced my head back toward the wall. It has made strange sounds. It has made me smell things that shouldn't be there. It has messed with my ability to speak clearly in the moment. But it hasn't choked me. It hasn't physically injured me. It hasn't left marks. It hasn't made me bleed. It hasn't done the kinds of things people describe in extreme stories. That's part of why I'm so confused. If something is evil, why is it playing instead of attacking? And if it's not evil, why does it feel so threatening when it happens? Why does it come with fear and paralysis? The biggest thing is that none of this had ever happened to me before up until about a month and a half ago. I had normal sleep, normal dreams, normal nights. Then suddenly, within a short stretch of time, all this happened. The last thing I want to add is that I haven't had any experiences for about 2 weeks now. I don't know if that means it stopped. I don't know if it means it moved on. I don't know if it will come back. But those weeks when it was happening changed the way I think about sleep, and changed the way I feel when the lights go out. Even when nothing happens, I sometimes find myself listening too hard, waiting for that ha sound or that heavy feeling again. And even though I'm trying to stay calm about it, I still can't fully explain what happened in our dorm room, why it started so suddenly, or what it wanted from me. This happened about 9 years ago, when I was 15. I'm older now, and when I look back at it, I can honestly say my cousins and I were young, reckless, and pretty stupid. I don't mean stupid, like we weren't smart. I mean stupid in the way teenagers can be when they think rules don't apply to them, when they're bored, curious, and they want to feel powerful or different. At the time, we decided we were going to dabble in witchcraft. Not in a casual way either. We went all out. We went to the store and bought a spell book. We bought candles. We bought things we thought we needed for rituals. We even set up what we called an altar. We were treating it like a real practice, even though we didn't actually know what we were doing. We were basically copying what we'd seen in movies and what we read in books, thinking it was just an edgy, exciting thing to mess with. The main tool we used was an old mirror. We took this old mirror and drew a pentagram on the back of it, and that became the center of everything. That mirror was where we would sit, light candles, read from the spell book, and cast spells. It felt dramatic to us. It felt like we were doing something secret and dangerous, which only made us want to do it more. The part that still makes my stomach turn is this: we drew the pentagram upside down. We didn't even realize it. We weren't experts. We were just kids drawing a symbol we didn't understand, acting like we were in control. Later, we came to believe that by doing that, by drawing it upside down and using it over and over, we basically created an open door for negative spirits to come through. I know some people will read that and immediately think it sounds ridiculous. I get it. If you had told me that before it happened, I probably would have laughed too. But what started happening after that mirror became part of our routine was not normal, and it didn't feel like imagination. It felt like we had stirred something up that we couldn't put back. For about 3 months, we kept messing with that pentagram and the spells. We treated it like a game. Sometimes it was just curiosity. Sometimes it was boredom. Sometimes it was us wanting to show off to each other. We did it often enough that it became a routine. Then things started happening in the house. I was at my cousin's house almost every weekend. I'd spend the night, we'd stay up late, talk, laugh, do dumb teenager stuff, and then crash. At first, it was small things. The kind of small things where you can tell yourself it's just the house settling, or you're half asleep, or you're seeing shadows. But one morning I woke up and went to brush my hair, and I saw a little girl in the mirror behind me. Not like a vague reflection. Not like I thought I saw something and then it was gone. I saw her clearly enough that I froze with the brush in my hand. She was behind me in the mirror, but when I turned around, nobody was there. I remember my whole body going cold for a second. Then I tried to laugh it off, because that's what you do when you don't want to be scared. I told myself I was sleepy. I told myself my eyes were playing tricks. I didn't want to admit what it felt like, that something had entered our space and wanted us to know it. And I want to make something clear. That house wasn't haunted before we started playing around with the mirror and spells. At least, nothing had ever happened there before that. My cousins had lived there. Their parents had lived there. It wasn't a ghost house in the family. There weren't old stories. There weren't warnings. It was just a house. After I saw the little girl, my cousin started telling me she'd been seeing things too. She said she had seen a young man, a little girl, a little boy, and a dog in the mirrors of the house. Not outside. Not in a hallway. In the mirrors. Like they were showing themselves through reflections. The way she described it was so casual at first, like she was trying to treat it like it was no big deal. And honestly, at the beginning, we didn't panic. We brushed it off with that stupid confidence teenagers have. We told ourselves, old houses are sometimes haunted. We told ourselves, maybe it's always been like this and nobody noticed. We told ourselves, if it's just kids and a dog, it can't be that bad. We didn't think any of it was harmful in the beginning, so we weren't fully afraid. If anything, it almost fed our curiosity for a while. We'd sit in her room and talk about it. We'd listen to her parents talking in the living room, and we'd stay in her room like we were in our own little world. Sometimes we'd start in her room, then end up wandering out into the living room quietly, just to see if we could feel anything. But most of the time, we stayed where we felt safest. Then the mood shifted. The feeling in the house started to change. What had felt like creepy but interesting started feeling darker, heavy, wrong. One of my cousins, I'll call her Lynn, started waking up with scratches on her back. At first, we tried to explain it. We said maybe she scratched herself in her sleep. Maybe her nails were sharp. Maybe the bedding was irritating her skin. But these weren't small red marks that could be explained away easily. She would wake up with gouges and scratches that looked like they had been dragged across her skin. And the weirdest part was that they would disappear. not slowly healing like a normal scratch. They would be there, clear and obvious, and then if we went to tell someone, if we approached one of the adults and said, "Look at this," it was like they would fade or vanish. By the time an adult came close enough to see, there would be nothing there, or it would look much lighter, like it was never that bad. That made us feel helpless and stupid, because how do you convince someone of something if it keeps disappearing the moment you try to show proof? At that stage, we still thought of these as minor occurrences, even though looking back, they were not minor. We just didn't realize how bad it was going to get. Then came the night that changed everything. One night we got home late from a friend's house. We walked in expecting the normal sounds of a house at night, maybe a TV on low, maybe my aunt and uncle in their room, maybe the hum of lights, something. Instead, the house felt empty. No voices. No movement. No normal "someone is home" vibe. It was like we had walked into a place that had been abandoned, even though it was their home. We assumed my aunt and uncle had gone out for the night. They sometimes did. So at first we didn't think too much of it. We thought, okay, they're out. We didn't call them. We didn't question it. But then we noticed something else. The house was freezing. And I don't mean a little chilly. I mean it was so cold it didn't make sense. It felt like the heat was off, and the air had been cold for hours. But it was the middle of summer. There was no reason the house should have felt like that, especially not suddenly. It was a deep cold that felt unnatural, like it wasn't coming from weather. It felt like it was coming from the house itself. The moment we realized that, the fear hit us hard. We all got that same feeling at once, dread. Like the house was not safe. Like we were not welcome in it. Like something was there, and it wanted us to know it was there. I'm not going to lie. We were terrified. The kind of terrified where your hands feel weak and you can't think clearly. We didn't even want to stay inside. We went out and sat on the porch, telling ourselves we'd wait until her parents came home. We didn't say it out loud, but I think we were all thinking the same thing. If the adults are here, it'll be okay. We wanted the house to feel normal again. We wanted the safety of other people's presence. After a while, her parents came outside and asked us what we were doing on the porch. We stared at them like we'd seen a ghost, because in that moment, we were sure they weren't home. But they were. They told us they had been home the whole time. That made no sense. We didn't hear the TV. We didn't hear them talking. We didn't hear footsteps. We didn't hear a door. We felt like we had walked into an empty, frozen house and then suddenly the parents appeared like they had been hidden. We all looked at each other like, "Did you hear them?" And the answer was no. None of us did. That was when the house started feeling like it was playing with us. It got worse from there. We went back inside, and that's when the things we had been seeing in the mirrors started changing. Before, it had been children, a young man, a dog, creepy shapes, but not openly evil. Now, when we looked into mirrors, the reflections showed something else. The eyes of the figures were glowing red. The forms started turning black, like the people we thought we were seeing weren't really people at all. It was like the mask had come off. Like whatever had been showing itself as a little girl, or a boy or a dog was now revealing something darker underneath. And it wasn't just one mirror. It was every mirror in the house. Bathroom mirrors. Bedroom mirrors. Any reflective surface. It felt like the entire house had become a place where these things could show themselves, and suddenly there was nowhere you could look without seeing something wrong looking back at you. That was the moment we finally admitted what we didn't want to admit. We realized that our dabbling had done something. We realized we had opened a door, and we didn't know how to close it. We realized we had possibly invited something into that house that was not just a ghost, and not just haunted history. Something that felt demonic. Something that felt like it wanted fear. I remember my aunt looking at us with this expression that wasn't only anger. It was shock, disbelief, and dread. And she asked us, "What did you do?" The way she said it made it clear that she felt something too, even if she didn't see everything we saw. She could tell the house felt wrong. She could tell something had changed. and she could tell we were involved. That's when we knew we were in over our heads. For the next 2 months, it continued. Those 2 months felt long. Every day felt tense. Every night felt worse. The house didn't feel like a home anymore. It felt like a place you had to survive. We tried to act normal during the day, but the fear would creep in, especially at night, especially when lights were low and mirrors were everywhere. We tried to get rid of everything we had bought for witchcraft. We were scared to even touch it. We were scared of what it might do. But we thought, if we remove the objects, maybe it will stop. So we gathered the spell book, the candles, the altar items, everything connected to what we had been doing. We abandoned the stuff, tried to throw it out, tried to get it away from the house. Then we found it again. It ended up back in the trunk of the car. To this day, I can't explain that part. I don't know if someone moved it, if we were so panicked we forgot what we did, or if something else happened. But at the time, it felt like the house was refusing to let us throw it away. Like the items were tied to the thing we had invited in, and it didn't want its door shut. So we decided the next step was to burn it. We gathered everything again and took it to burn. We prayed while we did it, because by then we were past curiosity and past denial. We were scared. We were sorry. We wanted our normal lives back. We asked God to forgive us for messing with something we had no business touching. When we burned it, the smoke that rose up was unbelievably black. Not normal paper and candle smoke. It was thick and dark in a way that felt wrong. It was so black you could barely see through it for a moment. I remember staring at it and thinking, that shouldn't be happening. It felt like the objects weren't just burning, they were releasing something. Like something was fighting to stay. We hoped that burning everything would fix it. And in a way, it did help. It felt like we had closed the main opening. Like we had shut the porthole, the doorway, the specific path we had created with the mirror and the upside-down pentagram. The activity around the mirror itself stopped. But the house still didn't feel clean. The presences still seemed to be there. That's when we realized something terrifying. Closing the door wasn't the same as clearing out what had already come in. We might have stopped more things from entering, but we hadn't gotten rid of what was already inside the house. We started thinking we needed something bigger, something serious. We started talking about an exorcism, or at least the blessing of the home. We didn't want to use the word exorcism, because it sounded extreme, but we were past pretending. We had seen too much. My cousin's house is right next to a cemetery, and one day we decided we needed to pray. Not a quick prayer. A real prayer. The kind where you don't worry about sounding silly. The kind where you're desperate. We went into the little chapel at the cemetery, and we prayed to God for help. We admitted we were wrong. We told Him we were sorry for what we had done. We asked for protection. We asked for peace. We asked Him to remove whatever had been allowed into that home because of our actions. We cried while we prayed. Not because we wanted drama, but because we were scared and ashamed, and the fear had been sitting in us for weeks. It was like our bodies finally let it out. When we walked out of the chapel, something happened that I still remember as one of the most intense moments of the entire experience. We noticed 2 angel figures guarding the doors. I'm not saying they stepped out and spoke. I'm saying that as we exited, we became aware of what looked like angels positioned at the entrance. Whether they were statues we had never noticed before or whether we saw something more, I can't fully explain. In that moment, it felt like a sign. It felt like we were being reminded that we weren't alone, and that protection was possible. We started crying even harder. It scared us, honestly. It scared the crap out of us. But at the same time, we felt calm. It was like a wave of relief mixed with fear. Like we finally believed, in our hearts, that everything was going to be okay, or at least that it could be okay. We went back to the house, and my aunt had bought the 3 of us gold crosses to wear. She also bought a Bible. That was when I could see how serious the adults were now. This wasn't kids being kids anymore. She wasn't treating it like a phase or a joke. She was protecting her home and her family. And she was trying to protect us too, even though we were the reason it happened. We got in touch with the priest. He happened to be a friend of my mom's, which made it easier because we weren't just calling a random person and trying to explain something that sounded crazy. He agreed to come bless the house. When he came, he didn't act like we were stupid kids telling ghost stories. He took it seriously. He prayed through the house. He blessed the rooms. He spoke with calm authority, like he had seen fear before and wasn't intimidated by it. He did what he came to do, and when he finished, the house felt different. It felt lighter. I don't mean it suddenly turned into a perfect place with no weird corners. I mean the heavy feeling eased. The intense mirror activity stopped. The sense of being watched decreased. It felt like the house could breathe again. After that, we didn't have any more experiences like the ones we had during those months. And we were grateful in a way I can't fully put into words. Grateful to feel safe. Grateful to sleep again without fear. Grateful that we hadn't caused something permanent. That whole situation changed me. I'm much more in touch with my faith now than I was back then. I don't treat spiritual things like toys anymore. I don't mess with anything like witchcraft, spells, or rituals. I don't even joke about it the way people sometimes do, because I learned, the hard way, that you can invite things into your life that you don't know how to remove. I look back at that 15-year-old version of myself and I feel embarrassed, guilty, and honestly lucky. Lucky that we realized we were in danger before it got worse. Lucky that we had adults who believed something was wrong and took action. Lucky that we found help. And I know for sure I won't ever look back toward that path again. It was only a few days ago, but it already feels like one of those memories that is going to stay stuck to me for the rest of my life. The strange part is that nothing about the night was supposed to be special. It wasn't storming. There wasn't a power outage. There wasn't even any drama in the apartment. It was just late, quiet, and ordinary, right up until it wasn't. It happened outside my bathroom door. I was sitting on the toilet. Yeah, I know how that sounds, and I'm not trying to make it funny. It's just the truth. I was in the bathroom with the door closed, alone in the apartment, doing something normal, and thinking the way people think when they're half awake and half drifting. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm still young, and I was off work the next day, so I'd stayed up late watching movies and messing around on my phone, letting time slide by. There's a certain kind of freedom to nights like that, when you know you don't have to wake up early, and you can just exist without a schedule pressing down on you. While I was sitting there, my thoughts were everywhere. They weren't dark thoughts or anything. Just random life thoughts. Planning. Imagining. The usual stuff that comes up when you're alone and quiet. I was thinking about starting over in a few ways, like how I could build a better routine, work harder at my job, get serious about some goals I keep postponing. I thought about reaching out to someone I hadn't spoken to in a long time, one of those people you tell yourself you'll call, soon, until weeks turn into months. I thought about small things too, stupid everyday things, like what I'd eat tomorrow, what I'd do if I woke up early, and whether I should take a drive somewhere just to clear my head. None of it was intense. It was just the normal mental wandering of a person who's awake when the world is supposed to be asleep. My eyes ended up zoning out on an old robe that hangs on a hook on the wall in front of me. It's not even a robe I wear much. It's just been there forever, kind of faded, kind of heavy, the sleeves hanging limp. In the daytime it looks harmless, like a piece of clothing. At 3 a.m., under weak light, anything hanging on a wall can look a little strange if you stare too long. I wasn't scared of it. I was just staring through it, the way you stare at an object when your brain isn't fully paying attention. Then I felt a slight chill run over me. That part didn't seem unusual at first. I get chills sometimes. People do. Sometimes it's a draft. Sometimes it's your body reacting to a thought you didn't even realize bothered you. Sometimes it's just your nerves firing off for no reason. It happens to me every so often, and I usually notice it for a second and then forget it. So I noticed it, and I didn't think much of it. I finished what I was doing, and even after I was done, I stayed sitting there for a few extra seconds. I don't know why. I think I was still caught in my thoughts, still drifting. I was calm enough that I wasn't in a hurry. The apartment was quiet. The world outside was quiet. It was the kind of late-night silence where you can hear your own breathing if you pay attention. That's when I heard movement down the hallway. At first it was just a sound, something subtle, like a shift or a light step. Not loud enough to instantly panic, but clear enough that I stopped thinking and started listening. The hallway outside the bathroom runs past a few rooms, and at night it can echo sounds in a weird way. I've heard my roommates move around before, heard the floor creak, heard a door close softly. But this didn't sound like normal. Someone is walking around the apartment. Movement. And then I heard a swift sound of wind. That part is hard to explain. It wasn't like a long gust, and it wasn't coming from a fan. It was like a quick rush of air, like something moved fast enough to push air along with it. Almost like the air itself got disturbed in the hall, a sudden whoosh that didn't belong in a closed apartment. My body reacted before my mind fully caught up. My shoulders tightened. My stomach did that hollow drop. I sat there still, listening, trying to figure out what could cause that sound. Then my doorknob started to move. And when I say move, I mean it in the exact way it happened, because it wasn't the way a person opens a door. It didn't jiggle back and forth like someone was trying to turn it. It didn't rattle like someone had bumped into it. It moved in and out, slowly, like the door itself was being pushed open from the other side without the knob being turned first. Like something was applying pressure, trying to ease the door inward, but couldn't fully open it because the latch was still holding. It was the creepiest kind of motion because it looked careful. Not frantic. Not confused. Controlled. I just sat there frozen, staring straight at the door like my eyes were glued to it. I could feel my face change, like my expression went blank, because my brain was trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The knob wasn't twisting. It wasn't behaving the way a hand would behave. It was just shifting as the door pressed in, then easing back, then pressing again, as if something was testing the door. In that moment, my first thought was my roommates. But that didn't make sense, and I knew it immediately. My roommates are newlyweds. They're the type of couple that likes to go out together, do their thing, come home together. About an hour earlier they had left the apartment. I watched them go. They told me they were going out to drink, and I had no reason to think they'd be back soon. I hadn't heard them come back in. I hadn't heard keys. I hadn't heard the front door open or close. The apartment was dead quiet. And on top of that, even if they had come home, why would either of them be standing outside the bathroom door trying to push it open in complete silence? It wasn't a joke. It didn't feel like a prank. It felt wrong. I didn't have much light on in the apartment. I like the dark when I'm watching movies late, it feels calmer. So I had only a small light on, nothing bright. There were no fans running. No white noise. No music. No TV playing anymore. Everything was still. There was nothing in the apartment that should have caused the door to press inward like that. I stopped breathing for a second without realizing it. And then I heard breathing on the other side of the door. Not normal breathing. Not someone quietly waiting, not a person trying not to laugh while doing a prank. This was heavy, damaged-sounding breathing. It was close, so close that it sounded like the mouth or nose was inches from the wood. It sounded like whatever was breathing had holes in its lungs. That's the only comparison that fits. Like the breath didn't flow smoothly, like it was broken up by something. It was huffing and wheezing, like it had to work too hard just to inhale and exhale. And there was something else mixed in, something that made my skin crawl. It sounded like it was smelling the air as it breathed. Like it was pulling in air the way an animal does when it's tracking something. The sound came out wet and harsh, but also weirdly quiet, like it didn't need to be loud. Like it was right there and didn't care if I heard it, because it knew I couldn't go anywhere. I remember thinking, in a flash of pure fear, that surely whatever this was could enter the bathroom if it wanted to. A simple wooden door isn't a real barrier if something isn't human. If it had the strength, it could break it. If it could move in ways we can't, it could pass through. So why was it outside the door breathing like that instead of just coming in? That question didn't comfort me. It made it worse, because it made the situation feel intentional. Like it didn't need to come in. Like it was choosing not to. Like it wanted me to sit there and listen. I could hear it huffing and wheezing, and I was staring at the door as if the wood might turn transparent so I could see what was on the other side. But nothing changed visually. The door stayed the same. The knob still moved slightly in and out, not enough to open, but enough to show pressure being applied. Then I felt something else, something I will never forget. I could sense its height. At first the breathing sounded like it was coming from higher up, like something tall was standing close to the door, leaning near where my head was. But then the sound changed position. I could feel it moving downward, like it lowered itself. It felt like the creature shifted from standing tall to crouching, then lowering even more until it was close to the bottom of the door, where the wood meets the floor. The breathing moved with it. The sound became lower, closer to the crack at the bottom, like it was trying to smell under the door, trying to get my scent, trying to locate me even more precisely. That moment made my stomach twist, because it made it feel animal-like. Predatory. Like something that hunts. I was terrified. I didn't want to admit it, but it wasn't just fear. It felt like being targeted. My heart started racing so hard that I could feel it in my throat. My head began to pulse with my heartbeat. I got hit with a huge adrenaline rush, the kind you get when you're about to run or fight, except I couldn't do either of those things because I was trapped in a bathroom with a door between me and whatever was out there. And the silence around the breathing made everything sharper. I could hear my heartbeat. I could hear the faint hum of electricity in the bathroom light. I could hear tiny sounds I never notice, like the slightest creak in the building or the faint sound of distant traffic outside. Everything got loud in that way it does when your body is in survival mode. I froze completely. I didn't speak. I didn't even swallow. I just stared at the door, wide-eyed, like a kid trying not to move so the monster won't notice him. The whole event lasted maybe 10 seconds. That doesn't sound like long, and in a normal situation it isn't long. But in that moment, 10 seconds felt stretched. It felt like it lasted forever. It was long enough for me to fully register what was happening. Long enough for me to feel the doorknob press in and out. Long enough for me to hear that breathing clearly and feel it change position down to the floor. Then it stopped. Not gradually. Just stopped. The doorknob stopped moving. The pressure stopped. The breathing stopped. The air outside the door went silent again, like it had never happened at all. I sat there for a second trying to decide if I was still alive, and then I slowly stood up. I didn't do it quickly, because I was afraid that moving would bring it back. I moved in slow motion, like I didn't trust the space around me. My legs felt weak. My hands felt strange, like they weren't fully connected to my brain. I pulled my pants up, still staring at the door the entire time, like if I looked away even for a second something might happen again. I remember doing something that even now I can't fully explain. I put my hands in my pockets. I think it was my brain trying to make me feel normal. Like if I stood there with my hands in my pockets, I'd look casual, like I wasn't afraid. As if whatever was out there would see me and decide I wasn't worth messing with. It was a stupid instinct, but fear makes you do weird things. I stood by the door and waited. I waited for several minutes, not moving, listening as hard as I could. I was listening for footsteps, for breathing, for any sign that it was still there. I wanted to hear something that proved it was gone before I opened the door. But the apartment stayed quiet. The quiet was almost worse because it made me feel like anything could be hiding in it. At least if I heard it breathing, I'd know where it was. Silence lets your mind fill in possibilities. Finally, after what felt like too long, I reached for the doorknob. My hand was shaking slightly even then. I turned it carefully and pulled the door open, ready to slam it shut again if I saw anything. The hallway was empty. No person. No shape. No shadow crouched by the door. No movement disappearing into another room. Nothing. Just the hallway, dimly lit, still and ordinary. The air looked normal too, like there was no distortion, no fog, nothing. I stepped out slowly, like I didn't trust the floor to hold me. And that's when the emotions hit me fully. I felt close to tears. Not because I wanted to cry, but because my body was overwhelmed. It honestly felt like I had just escaped something that was hunting me. Like I had been prey, trapped behind a door, and something had been right there deciding what to do with me. My hands started trembling. And when I say trembling, I mean it was beyond my control. I have been scared before. I've been in tense situations. I've had adrenaline rushes from climbing, from being in risky places outdoors, from being in caves where you have to stay calm or you make mistakes. I'm not someone who falls apart easily, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't stop them. That was the first time I can remember my hands trembling like that. Not a little shake. A real shaking, like my muscles were vibrating. I held my hands up and stared at them like they belonged to someone else. I looked down the hallway toward the living room and the front door. I listened for any sound that my roommates had come back. I listened for their voices, their keys, their laughter. Nothing. The apartment felt too quiet, like it was holding its breath. I walked through the apartment slowly, checking rooms, turning on lights as I went. I didn't want to keep the lights low anymore. Light felt like the only protection I had. I checked the kitchen. I checked the living room. I checked the front door locks. Everything was locked, exactly as it should have been. There was no sign of anyone being inside. No sign of a break-in. No open window. No knocked over objects. Nothing. And yet I could still feel that heavy fear in my body, like the aftershock of an earthquake. The shaking in my hands wouldn't stop. My breathing was shallow. I kept replaying the sound of that breathing against the door in my mind, and each time I replayed it, my skin would prickle again. When my roommates finally came home later, they were drunk and laughing, completely unaware. They asked why all the lights were on. I tried to act normal. I didn't want to sound insane. I didn't want them to laugh or tell me it was nothing. So I just said something like, "I couldn't sleep," and left it at that. But inside I knew something had happened. And what messes with me even more is that this apartment doesn't have some famous history. It's not some old house with legends attached to it. It's not a place where people tell ghost stories. There's nothing valuable here. No antiques. No creepy basement. No stories passed down. It's just an apartment. That's why I can't shake the thought that this thing followed me home. Because of the kind of person I am, I spend a lot of time in nature. I hike. I climb. I take photos. I go out alone sometimes with my camera. I also go caving. I've been in caves where you can't see your hand in front of your face, where you have to trust your gear and your instincts. I've been in places where the air is old and heavy and the silence is absolute. I respect nature. I respect that there are things out there bigger than me, older than me, things I don't fully understand. I also respect the idea that there could be beings of light, or higher beings, or something beyond what we can measure. I'm not religious, at least not in the sense of belonging to a church or following strict beliefs, but I do have respect. I don't go into places and act reckless. I don't mock things I don't understand. I try to treat the world like it's alive, like it has layers. Still, I can't explain why this happened. I can't explain why the doorknob moved the way it did. I can't explain that breathing, how close it sounded, how wrong it sounded, how it shifted down to the bottom of the door like something crouched and sniffed at the crack. And I can't explain why it didn't come in. If it wanted to harm me, why didn't it just enter? Why did it stop after 10 seconds and disappear into silence? Was it testing me? Was it warning me? Was it just enjoying the fear? I don't know. I only know the feeling I had. It wanted me to be afraid, and it wanted me to know it was there. Since that night, I've been sleeping lighter. I'm more alert in my own home. I catch myself listening in the dark the way you listen in the woods when you know an animal is nearby. I've even found myself avoiding the bathroom at night unless I really have to, which is ridiculous because it's my own apartment. But fear doesn't care if something is logical. The worst part is that I truly believe it's still here with me. I haven't heard that exact breathing again, and I haven't seen anything, but the feeling has changed. The apartment doesn't feel the same to me now. It feels like something has stepped into my life, and I can't pretend it didn't happen. I can't unhear it. I can't unfeel the way my body reacted. And I'll be honest, I don't just think it was curious. I don't think it was harmless. It felt like it wanted to harm me. It felt like a predator checking a door, smelling for a way in, letting me know it could come close enough to make my whole body shake. That's the feeling that sticks with me more than anything else. Now, instead of just being scared, I'm in this strange state where part of me wants to understand it. Part of me wants to know what it is. Part of me wants to believe there is a name for it, a category, a reason. And another part of me thinks that wanting to understand it is dangerous, because maybe attention is what it wants. But I can't help it. I keep turning it over in my mind. Was it something I brought back from somewhere outdoors? Was it something that was already here and I just happened to encounter it at the wrong time? Was it drawn to me because of the way I live? Because I go into remote places? Because I go into caves? Because I spend time in silence where other people don't go? I don't know. All I know is that I'm not the kind of person who makes things up like this for entertainment. I wish it hadn't happened. I wish I could erase it and go back to being the person who used the bathroom at 3 a.m. without fearing what might be on the other side of the door. But I can't. And now I'm left with this feeling that I'm in pursuit of it, even if I don't want to be. Not because I want to chase danger, but because I need my mind to settle. I need to understand what was outside that bathroom door, breathing like that, testing the handle, lowering itself to the floor like it was smelling for me. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it is. I only know that it was there. It was close. And for those 10 seconds, it felt like something that didn't belong in my world had found me in the most vulnerable moment, and it wanted me to know that it could. My father died in September of 1979 in a tragic car accident. What makes this harder for me to ignore is that the spot where he crashed and died is only a little more than a mile from the place where my experience happened later. I know distance doesn't automatically mean anything, but it has always sat in the back of my mind. That whole area is tied to him, and I grew up with the feeling that the town itself carried pieces of him, his name, his story, and the way people talked about him when they thought I wasn't listening. Before I explain what happened to me, I need to share a couple details that might or might not matter, but they've always mattered to me. They've always felt like loose ends that never got tied up. My mom told me my whole life that my father never knew she was pregnant with me. According to her, she didn't find out she was pregnant until about 2 weeks after he died. I accepted that story for a long time because it was all I had. I didn't have my dad to ask. I didn't have a clear timeline. And as a kid you don't usually challenge what your mother tells you about something so serious. But there was another person in the car with my father the night of the accident, my father's best friend. He survived. The two of them were close, and they lived in a very small rural town in western Pennsylvania, the kind of place where everybody knows everybody. It's the kind of town where family names matter, where people remember who dated who fought with who worked where, who got hurt, who died, and how. Nothing stays private for long. Even secrets eventually become something people have heard. Years later, I worked in my grandparents' store. These were my father's parents, my paternal grandparents. One day, my father's best friend's mother came into the store. She was a regular there and knew my grandparents well. I knew who she was, and she knew who I was. In towns like that, people don't just meet you, they already know what family you belong to. One day she told me something that turned my stomach, not because it was cruel, but because it didn't match what I had been told my entire life. She said that before my father died, he had told her he knew my mom was pregnant and that he was excited. She didn't say it like gossip. She said it like she was sure. Like it wasn't a guess. Like it was something he had mentioned in a real conversation. I remember just standing there, trying to keep my face neutral while my mind raced. I didn't know what to do with that. I didn't know if she was mistaken or if she was telling the truth. I didn't know why she would lie about something like that, especially after so many years. It wasn't like she was trying to get money or attention from it. She seemed sincere. Then I started doing the math in my head, the kind of math you don't want to do but can't stop doing. I was born on June 11th, 1980. If you count backward, that would mean I was conceived right around the time my father was still alive. So yes, it was possible he knew. It was possible he sensed it or my mom told him. Or maybe they had talked about it, and then my mom blocked it out after he died. Or maybe she truly didn't know until later but he had a feeling. I honestly don't know. I just know that hearing that story cracked open a question I had never been able to answer. And I'm telling you this because, at the end of what I'm about to describe, you'll understand why I've always wondered if my father knew about me, and if he somehow knew me. My experience happened somewhere between 1999 and 2001. I can't remember the exact year, only the general time period, because those years were messy for me in a personal way. My mom and I had a big falling out. Our relationship had never been smooth, but at that time it got bad enough that I moved out of her home and into my paternal grandparents' house. Those were my father's parents. Their house was in that same small town. The bedroom they gave me was my father's old bedroom, the same room he had slept in up until the day he died. That alone was strange to me. It felt like stepping into a space that belonged to someone I had never met but still carried inside me every day. It was his room, but it was also supposed to be my room now, and I didn't know how to feel about that. The room had been used by my father's two brothers for a short time after my dad's death. Later, when they got married and moved out, the room became basically unused. It turned into a storage room full of my grandmother's junk. Boxes, bags, old clothes, things she didn't want to throw away but didn't want in the main parts of the house. So when I moved in, they cleaned it up enough for me to sleep there, but the room still felt like a place that had been left behind. What complicated everything is that, after my father died, it felt like he got written off. I know that sounds harsh, but that's how it felt from what I saw and what I learned. And in a strange way, it felt like my mother wrote me off too. My relationship with my mother had been rocky for as long as I can remember. Even when I was very young, I felt like I was unwanted in a way I couldn't explain. It wasn't like she was always screaming at me or abusing me every day. It was more like she carried a coldness toward me that would flare up at random times, like she resented me for existing. As I got older, I started to wonder if I was a painful reminder to her. Maybe I reminded her of my father. Maybe she couldn't look at me without remembering what she lost. My parents were in love, from what I've been told, and they were scheduled to be married in June of 1980. That was before anyone supposedly knew I was on the way. Then he died suddenly, and she was left with grief, plans that would never happen, and then a pregnancy. After my father died, my mom remarried. My stepfather was always good to me. In many ways he acted more like a real parent than my mother did. He showed up. He took care of me. He treated me like I mattered. I grew up calling him Dad in my heart because I didn't have the chance to know my biological father. My stepfather was the one who was there for school things, life advice, normal daily stuff. Even now, I can say he did his best for me. I stayed with my mom and stepfather until I was 17. Right before my 18th birthday, my mom kicked me out. The timing of it still makes me angry when I think about it, because it happened right after she received the last Social Security benefit check tied to my biological father. It felt like I had finally outlived my usefulness to her in some way. That might not have been her thinking, but that's how it felt. When she kicked me out, I moved in with my maternal grandmother for a short time. My maternal grandmother lived in the same small town too. Basically, my whole world was wrapped around this one area, this one place where everyone knew my father's story and everyone had an opinion about my mother and me. All my life, my paternal grandparents weren't really present. They didn't show up for holidays. They didn't show up for special events. They weren't involved like grandparents usually are, at least not the kind of grandparents you see in movies or on TV. I would hear their names, I would see them sometimes, but they weren't part of my normal childhood routine. And the reason I was told, or the reason it seemed, was that after my father died, my paternal grandparents took the insurance money from the accident and invested it into a couple of businesses. They threw themselves into work and became too busy for everything else. Too busy to visit. Too busy to check in. Too busy to be family. That's the way it looked from the outside, and as a kid, that's the way it felt. Then, once they heard I was back in town and not living with my mother anymore, it was like they suddenly wanted to take part in my life. They urged me to move in with them. They made it sound like it was the right thing to do, like, family helps family. And I'll be honest, I wanted to know them. I wanted to feel connected to my father's side. I also needed a stable place to live, and their house had more space than my maternal grandmother's place. So I agreed. I moved in, got settled, and got a job at the town store they owned. I worked there, and over time, little by little, I started learning things about my father that made me sick to my stomach. I started to realize just how much he had been overlooked, even after death. It wasn't like they spoke badly of him to me, exactly. It was worse than that. It was like they hardly spoke of him at all. Like his absence was more convenient than his memory. I also learned something that disturbed me deeply. No one on my father's side of the family visited or maintained his grave. Not my grandparents. Not my uncles. Nobody. That bothered me because the cemetery where he was buried was right on the main road into town. You literally had to pass it to get in and out. You could see the cemetery from the road, and my father's grave was visible too because it was only 2 gravestones in from the road. It wasn't hidden deep inside where you'd have to search. It was right there, like a quiet reminder that nobody could honestly claim they forgot where it was. And yet, it was neglected. So I started going. I started cleaning it up, pulling weeds, brushing off dirt, making it look like someone cared. I didn't do it for praise. I did it because I couldn't handle the idea that my father, who I already lost before I even met him, was also being forgotten in death. Another thing that hurt was realizing how little I had of my father's personal belongings. I wasn't looking for money or expensive items. I wanted things that were his in a personal way. A jacket. A watch. A photo. Anything that would make him feel real, not just like a name in stories. Later I found out that after my father died, his 2 brothers, my uncles, his only 2 siblings, had been given basically all of his things. And they sold it. They sold it for whatever money they could get. They didn't keep it. They didn't save it for me. They didn't preserve his memory. They treated it like a pile of stuff that could be converted into cash. A lot of what he had, apparently, was jewelry and Native American artifacts he had found while treasure hunting with my grandfather. Again, not necessarily valuable in a rich person way, but meaningful. Things he collected, things he cared about. And they were gone. Sold off. Scattered to strangers. Learning that made me feel physically sick. It felt like the last pieces of him that could have been passed down to me were taken before I had a chance. I carried a lot of anger during that time. Anger at my mother. Anger at my grandparents. Anger at my uncles. Anger at the situation in general. I felt like I was fighting to keep my father real, while the people who should have honored him acted like it was easier to pretend he never existed. Still, even with all that emotion, I didn't expect anything supernatural. I slept in my father's old bedroom for many nights, and nothing strange happened that I noticed. The room felt old, and sometimes it felt heavy in the way old rooms can feel, but I didn't see ghosts. I didn't hear voices. I didn't have objects flying around. I was living my normal life, working in the store, dealing with family stress, trying to find my footing as a young adult. Then one night something happened that, to this day, made me a believer in ghosts and the afterlife, unless someone can prove to me, clearly, that what happened had a normal explanation. I've tried to find one. I've tried to blame it on lights, shadows, tiredness, anything. But I honestly ruled everything else out, because I investigated it right away, and so did my grandmother. That night I was in my father's old bedroom. I turned off all the lights and lay down to sleep. I remember being tired. I remember feeling like I could fall asleep quickly. The room was quiet. The house was quiet. My grandparents were home, but the sound level in the house was low, the way it gets late at night when everyone is settled. I was drifting off, right at that edge where your thoughts start breaking apart, and you can feel your body sinking into sleep, when suddenly something pulled my attention. It was like a silent command to open my eyes. Not a sound. Not a knock. Just a strong sense that something was there, close to me, like something was standing over me. My bedroom door was shut. That mattered because I'm a light sleeper. If someone opened that door, the sound alone would have snapped me awake. I would have heard it. I would have felt the change. And I didn't. The door stayed shut. So I opened my eyes. I was lying on my side, facing to my right. On that side there was a wall about 2 or 3 feet from the side of my bed. My bed was positioned so that my back was toward the other wall, the wall with the windows. Those windows were high up, about 5 or 6 feet from the floor to the bottom of the window. And because the bed was pushed against the wall under the windows were basically above and behind me. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw something on the wall near the windows. A black, misty shadow started to rise. It didn't shoot upward like smoke. It didn't burst into the room. It appeared slowly and grew, like a dark fog forming in a clear shape. It moved in a sweeping motion from left to right, almost like a slow swoop, like a quiet dance across a narrow space of wall. At first, I couldn't process what I was seeing. My mind tried to label it as a normal shadow. But it wasn't behaving like a normal shadow. It wasn't steady. It wasn't caused by a moving object I could see. It had motion that felt controlled, like it was choosing how to move. My first instinct was to check outside the window. I twisted my head and looked back toward the windows behind me, trying to see if someone was outside shining a light, or if a car was passing, or if something was moving in the yard. But the windows were too high. On the outside of those windows, the ground dropped down and the windows started at least 9 feet off the ground. There was no way someone could stand there and look in. Even if someone had a ladder, I would have heard something. And when I looked, I didn't see anything at all. I turned back to the wall. By then, the shadow was as big as it was going to get. It stretched from just below where the wall met the ceiling all the way down to the floor. It filled that section of wall like a tall figure. And it kept moving in that same slow dance, swooping left and right, sometimes rising and falling slightly. And the more I watched it, the more it started looking like a person in motion. Not a perfect, clear human body, but enough shape that my brain saw a torso-like center with arm-like extensions moving outward. The movement wasn't violent. It wasn't aggressive. It wasn't like it was attacking the wall. It was almost graceful, which is a strange word to use for something black and misty, but that's the truth. It was like a slow, peaceful motion, like it was trying to show itself without causing panic. And still, I was terrified. Not because it looked like it wanted to hurt me, but because nothing in my life had prepared me for seeing something like that with my eyes open. I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't half awake. I was staring at it, fully aware, and my body went completely still. I didn't even want to swallow. I didn't want to blink. I felt like any movement from me might change what it was doing, or make it come closer. It felt like it wanted me to know it was there. And there was another feeling too, this strange sense that it wasn't angry. It didn't feel like it was there to threaten me. It felt like it was watching me in a way that almost felt pleased. Like it was happy I noticed. Like it had been waiting for me to be in that room. I know how that sounds, but that's the honest feeling I had while watching it. It never moved beyond that small area of wall, about 3 or 4 feet wide. It stayed centered there, almost as if it was standing in a place and expressing itself through movement. It mesmerized me and scared me at the same time. I had never felt that combination before, like I wanted to keep watching because it was unreal and hypnotic. But at the same time I wanted to run because my brain kept screaming, "This isn't supposed to exist. After about a minute of sitting there frozen, I snapped into action. I jumped up and stood on my bed, because I wanted to get higher and see out the windows better. I wanted to prove to myself there was a normal reason for the shadow. This is an important detail. I could see the shadow because there was a streetlight outside. That streetlight threw a small patch of light onto the wall where the shadow was. The shadow seemed to be centered exactly in that lit area, which made it stand out. It wasn't just darkness in a dark room. It was a shadow moving inside a patch of light. So I stood on the bed, leaned toward the windows, and looked out. There was nothing. Nothing hanging from the streetlight. No object blowing in the wind. No branch swinging. No plastic bag floating. No insect swarm. No animal. No person. And that night, there was no wind at all. The trees outside weren't moving. Nothing was rustling. The yard was still. The air looked calm. I searched hard because I wanted to disprove what I was seeing. I wanted to find anything at all, that could explain the movement on my wall. But I couldn't. There was nothing outside to create a moving shadow like that. Then I looked back at the wall. The shadow was still there, moving in full view, still doing that slow, ghostly dance. Seeing it still there after checking outside made my fear spike. I remember thinking, this is real. Not real, like a movie, but real like. I am awake, I have checked outside, and this is still happening. I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. I screamed. Not a small yelp. A real scream, because my body finally broke out of that frozen state and went straight into panic. My grandmother was in the living room watching TV. The living room was adjacent to my bedroom, close enough that she heard me instantly. She rushed to the bedroom door and I ran out toward her at the same time, talking too fast and trying to pull her toward the room. I needed her to see it. I needed another set of eyes because I didn't trust myself anymore. I wanted proof that I wasn't hallucinating. She came into the bedroom quickly. And just as she entered, the shadow started disappearing. It didn't fade into the wall. It didn't float away toward the ceiling. It sank downward, like it was being pulled into the floor. Like it was retreating into the ground. And I knew, even as I watched it, that it was going away because she was coming in. My grandmother saw it too. She saw it there, and then saw it disappear into the floor. It happened fast, like it didn't want her watching. And then it was gone. The room felt normal again, which was almost the most disturbing part. 1 second there was a moving black mist on my wall, and then the room was just a bedroom. My grandmother looked at me and asked what was going on, what I had seen, what that was. I tried to explain, stumbling over words, pointing at the wall, describing how it rose, how it moved, how long it lasted. I told her I believed it didn't want her to see it, that it had been waiting for me specifically. While we were standing there, I felt something else, a cold draft from the bedroom closet. The closet was near the bedroom door, and it was across the room from the wall where the shadow had been dancing. That's why it confused me. It didn't feel connected to the shadow, at least not directly, because the shadow stayed near the window wall and never moved toward the closet. But the closet felt cold. Not a little cooler, the way closets can feel. It felt very cold, like opening a freezer door. I could feel the cold air coming out even before I opened it, which made my stomach tighten all over again. I opened the closet door. Inside, it was much colder than the rest of the bedroom. It didn't make sense. There was no vent blasting cold air. There was no open window inside the closet. It was just cold, deep cold. My grandmother checked too. She felt it. She looked around. She tried to find a reason for it. Then she did what I did. She looked out the bedroom windows carefully. We both scanned outside. Then we went outside the house and looked around near the streetlight, checking for anything that could have been moving, anything that could have cast a shadow in that shape. There was nothing. The night was calm. No wind. No dangling objects. No animals around the light. No bugs clustered. No branches swaying. Nothing that could explain what I saw. After that night, I couldn't sleep in that room for about 2 months. I slept on the couch instead, because even though I didn't see the shadow again, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time I lay down in that room, I would stare at the wall, waiting for it to happen again. I'd listen for changes in the air. I'd feel my heart race. I'd get tense like I was bracing for something. Eventually, little by little, I forced myself back into the room. I told myself I couldn't live afraid of a bedroom. I told myself that if it had wanted to hurt me, it would have. I told myself I needed to be strong. So I started sleeping in the room again. And after that, nothing like that night ever happened again. I never saw the dancing shadow again. I didn't see it rise from the floor. I didn't see it in the light patch on the wall. I didn't feel that same hypnotic fear again. Later, I moved into my own apartment, and that specific type of experience never returned. I have had other strange things in my life since then, but not that exact thing. The only other unusual pattern I've had is something different. I'd been a passenger in 2 near-fatal car accidents that I had premonitions about beforehand. That's a whole other subject, but it has kept me thinking about whether someone, is watching out for me, especially when it comes to cars and accidents. And that brings me back to the question I've carried ever since that night in my father's old bedroom. I've wondered if what I saw could have been my father. Not in the sense that it looked like him, because it didn't form a clear face, but in the sense that it felt like a presence that wanted me to know it was there. I've wondered if he was letting me know he hadn't been forgotten, especially since I was the one taking care of his grave, visiting him, thinking about him, trying to hold on to him when it felt like others had moved on or erased him. I've also wondered if he was aware of me, if he always knew my mom was pregnant, even if she claims he didn't. If he knew he had a child coming. If, in some way, he had been waiting for me to grow up enough to feel him or see him. I've wondered if that's why the shadow disappeared right before my grandmother could really take it in. Like it didn't want to reveal itself to her. Like it only wanted me to see it, and once another person entered it left. And I've wondered if he is still with me in some way, especially when I've felt those warnings before car accidents. Not that I'm claiming it's definitely him, only that the thought keeps returning, because of how he died and because of how close that accident site is to where all of this happened. I also don't know what the movement meant. That slow, sweeping, left-to-right motion. The way it rose and grew, then moved like a calm dance, almost peaceful. I've tried to search my memory for anything else I've seen described like that, and it doesn't match the typical shadow person stories people tell where something stands in a corner and watches. This wasn't standing still. It wasn't rushing at me. It wasn't hiding. It was moving, almost performing, but still staying in one place. So I keep asking myself the same questions. Was it my father, reaching out in the only way he could? Was it something else entirely? Something that happened to appear because I was in his room, in that emotional state, in a place where his memory was strong? Did it come from the room, or from me, or from something connected to him? And have other people seen a shadow like that, misty, tall, rising from the floor, and moving in that slow, graceful way, without it feeling violent, but still feeling powerful enough to freeze you in place? I don't have answers. I only have what happened, the fact that my grandmother saw it too, and the fact that even after all these years, that one night still feels like the closest I've ever been to my father. This happened back where I grew up. My parents and I lived in a small 2-bedroom apartment in Manhattan, New York. I'm going to explain the layout first because it matters, and it will make the rest of the story easier to picture. Our apartment had 2 doors that led outside. One door opened into a small waiting area type space, and the other door opened straight into the kitchen. We almost always used the kitchen door, so if you heard a door open late at night, that was usually the one. When you walked in through the kitchen door, you were in the kitchen, and from there a hallway ran along the other side. My bedroom was off that hallway, on the right side, and it was kind of in the middle. If you kept walking down the hallway, you reached the living room, and past that was my parents' bedroom. So basically, if my parents came in through the kitchen door, they had to walk down that hallway and pass my room to get to their room. At the time this happened, I was 17 years old. On some weekends my parents would go to Atlantic City, and sometimes they would stay the whole weekend. I was used to being home alone for a night or two. I didn't love it, but it wasn't new. I usually stayed up late, watched TV, ate junk food, and enjoyed having the apartment to myself. That particular weekend was a little different, though. It was a Saturday night, and instead of staying up like I normally did, I went to bed kind of early. I don't remember why. I think I was just tired. The apartment was quiet, and I fell asleep without any trouble. Then at around 2:30 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of the kitchen door opening and closing. That sound snapped me awake instantly, because it was so familiar. That door had a certain sound when it opened, and a certain click when it shut. It wasn't like I dreamed it. I heard it clearly. Right after the door sound, I heard voices. The voices weren't loud, and I couldn't understand what they were saying. It sounded like people talking low on purpose, like they didn't want to wake me up. That made me think it was my parents, because if they came home late, they would try to be quiet so they wouldn't disturb me. Then I heard footsteps in the hallway. Not soft steps you could mistake for pipes or a neighbor. Real footsteps, right outside my room, moving down the hall in the direction of my parents' bedroom. It sounded exactly like someone walking through our apartment. So in my mind, the whole thing made sense. My parents came home early from Atlantic City. They were being quiet, and they were walking to their room. I lay in bed waiting for my mom to come into my room like she always did. Even when I was 17, she still had that habit. Every night, if she was home, she would peek in and check on me before she went to bed. Sometimes she'd just open the door a little, look in, and close it. Sometimes she'd say my name softly. Sometimes she'd ask if I needed anything. It was just routine. But that night, she didn't come in. I waited, and after a few minutes I started to feel confused. If they were home, why didn't she check on me? Why didn't I hear the bathroom light or their bedroom door? The apartment got quiet again, like nothing was happening. So I decided to get up and make sure everything was okay. I stepped out of my room and walked down the hall toward my parents' bedroom, expecting to find them taking off their coats or getting into bed. I pushed their door open. Their room was empty. The bed was made the way it usually was during the day. Their things weren't out. There were no voices. No movement. No one there. That's when my stomach dropped. For a second my brain tried to tell me I was mistaken. Maybe they were in the bathroom. Maybe they were in the living room. Maybe they stepped out again. So I started checking the rest of the apartment. I looked in the living room. Nothing. I looked in the kitchen. Nothing. I looked around, thinking maybe they were just quietly in another room and I somehow missed it. But the more I searched, the more obvious it became that I was alone. Now I was scared, because the only other explanation was that someone came into the apartment. I started thinking, what if someone broke in and is hiding somewhere? What if I'm walking around the apartment while some stranger is tucked into a closet or standing behind a door? My mind went straight to the worst possibilities. I remember standing in the middle of my kitchen, trying to think clearly. The apartment felt different now. The quiet felt heavier. Every little sound, pipes, the fridge, the building settling, sounded louder because I was listening so hard. And for some reason, instead of freezing completely, I did the dumb, brave thing teenagers do. I grabbed my mom's rolling pin from the kitchen. I don't know why I chose a rolling pin. It was just the first solid thing I saw that felt like a weapon. Looking back, it's almost funny, because what was I going to do with a rolling pin if someone actually broke in? But at that moment, holding it made me feel less helpless. Then I turned on every light in the apartment. Every single one. Kitchen, hallway, living room, my parents' room. I wanted the place as bright as possible. I wanted to take away shadows, corners, anywhere something could hide. After that, I searched the apartment like I was determined to prove to myself there was an intruder. I opened every door. I checked closets. I checked behind curtains. I checked corners. I even looked in places where a person couldn't realistically fit, because fear makes you irrational. I kept expecting to see someone's face or movement out of the corner of my eye. But there was nothing. No one hiding. No one in the bathroom. No one in the closets. Nothing out of place. No sign of a break-in. No window open. No mess. No missing items. No weird smells. Nothing. It made no sense. By then it was around 3 a.m., and I was getting angry on top of being scared. Angry because I should have been asleep. Angry because my heart was pounding for no reason. Angry because I didn't know what was real anymore. Did I actually hear the door and footsteps, or did I imagine it? So I called my parents. When they answered, they sounded normal, like they were in the car. I asked them what time they were coming home, and they told me they were about an hour away. An hour away. So they definitely hadn't been home. They hadn't opened the kitchen door. They hadn't walked down the hallway. They hadn't been whispering. When I hung up, I felt this cold wave of fear go through me again, because now I had confirmation that it wasn't them. Still, I tried to calm myself down. I told myself maybe I heard something from the building hallway outside our apartment door. Maybe I heard neighbors. Maybe sound carried strangely. Maybe I was half asleep and my brain filled in details. I went back to my room and turned on the TV. I didn't want silence. I didn't want to sit in the dark waiting. I wanted noise and light and something normal. So I laid in bed and watched TV while I waited for my parents to get home, because I wanted to tell them everything as soon as they walked in. I was trying to act like I was fine, but I was tense the whole time. I kept glancing at my bedroom doorway, even though the door was open like it usually was when I was awake. I kept listening for any sound in the hallway. I kept telling myself to stop being dramatic. Then, out of nowhere, I saw a shadow on the wall. It was on the wall in front of my bed, but not right next to me, more like a few feet away. The shadow looked like someone was standing in my doorway, because the doorway was to the left of my bed. The shape was clear enough that it didn't look like a random patch of darkness. It looked like shoulders and a head. What made it even more confusing was that I couldn't see a full body. It was like only the upper part was showing, head and shoulders, but no legs, no lower half. That doesn't really make sense with normal lighting, because if a person stands in a doorway, you'd expect a full shadow. If a lamp is casting a shadow, you'd expect a consistent shape. But this looked wrong. My first thought was that something in the hallway was creating the shadow. So I got up and closed my bedroom door. I thought, if the shadow is coming from the hallway, then closing the door should block it. The shadow should disappear, or at least change. But it didn't. The shadow stayed on the wall. That was the moment my fear jumped to a new level, because now I couldn't explain it with simple logic. I stood there staring at the wall, trying to figure out what could be making that shape. And here's the part that proves how much I still thought it was something normal, something physical. I walked closer to the wall and touched it. I know how crazy that sounds. But in my head, I truly believed there had to be a normal reason. I thought maybe there was an object hanging somewhere casting a strange shadow, and if I got close enough I'd see it. When I touched the wall, all I felt was the wall, cold, flat, normal. And the shadow was still there. So I pulled my hand back and stared again, my mind spinning. I was trying to force the apartment to make sense. I was trying to find the source of the shadow. I turned my head toward my phone, thinking I should call my mom again. But when I looked back at the wall, the shadow had moved. It wasn't in the same place anymore. It had shifted to the other end of the wall, closer to my bed. And not just closer, it was right at the foot of my bed, like it was coming toward me. That was it for me. I didn't try to be brave anymore. I didn't try to reason with it. I didn't try to touch the wall again. I didn't try to stay and prove anything. I grabbed my keys and my cell phone and left the apartment. I didn't even stop to think about how ridiculous it might look, a 17-year-old running out of his own home in the middle of the night. I just knew I couldn't stay in that room another second. I went downstairs and waited outside the building. I sat on the steps right outside, with my phone in my hand, watching the street, waiting for headlights I recognized. I felt safer outside with people around, even though it was late. Outside, it felt like the world was real again. Inside the apartment, everything felt uncertain. When my parents finally got home, I told them what happened. I told them I heard the kitchen door open and close. I told them I heard voices. I told them I heard footsteps in the hallway. I told them I checked their room and they weren't there. I told them I searched the apartment with a rolling pin like an idiot. I told them about the shadow on my wall, how closing the door didn't make it go away, how I touched the wall and it was still there, and how it moved closer to my bed. They listened. They didn't yell at me. They didn't laugh in my face. They didn't tell me I was lying. They looked uncomfortable, like they didn't know what to say. I could tell they believed that I experienced something, but I also think they didn't want to name it. They didn't want to say the word ghost. They didn't want to admit the apartment could have something in it that none of us could control. So they didn't really explain it. They just kind of absorbed it and tried to move on. But I never forgot it. Because I know what I heard, and I know what I saw on that wall. And the fact that my parents weren't even home, confirmed by the call, means it wasn't just them coming in quietly. Something else was moving through that hallway that night, and whatever made that shadow wasn't interested in staying at a distance. It moved closer, like it wanted me to know it was there.